Letter 58 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Motion of the heavenly bodies, method of determining it by the laws of universal gravitation. From what has been said respecting the power by which all the heavenly bodies mutually attract each other, proportionally to their mass and distance, you are enabled to comprehend how their motions may be determined, and the real place of each body at any given time accurately assigned. In this astronomy consists the object of which is an exact knowledge of the motions of the heavenly bodies, in order to be able to determine, for every instant of time, whether past or to come, the place in which each of them must be, and in what place of the heavens it must appear, whether viewed from the earth or any other point whatever of the universe. The science which treats of motion in general is named mechanics or dynamics. Its object is to determine the motion of all bodies whatever, animated by whatever power. This science constitutes one of the principal branches of mathematics, and those who apply to it exert all their efforts to carry mechanics to the highest possible degree of perfection. The subjects about which this science is conversant are, however, so intricate that there is hitherto no great ground of boasting of our progress in the investigation of them, and we must rest satisfied with advancing step by step. Not many years are elapsed since we began to make any progress at all in this career, and what has been done is chiefly to be ascribed to the Academy of Science at Paris, which proposes annual prizes to the best proficients in the prosecution of this science. The greatest difficulty arises from the number of powers which act upon the heavenly bodies. If each of these were attracted toward only one single point, there would be very little difficulty in the way, and the great Newton, who died in 1728, was the first who gave a complete demonstration of the motion of two bodies which have a mutual attraction in conformity to the law which I have laid down. In virtue of this law, were the earth attracted toward the sun only, we should be able perfectly without research to determine its motion. The same thing would apply to the other planets, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, if they were attracted only by the sun. But the earth being attracted not only by him, but by all the other heavenly bodies, the question becomes infinitely more complex and difficult from the great diversity of powers to which we must pay attention. You may neglect, however, the powers with which it is attracted toward the fixed stars, because however enormous their masses may be, they are so prodigiously distant that the power which they exercise upon the earth may be considered as just nothing. The motion of the earth, therefore, and of other planets will always be as perfectly the same as if the fixed stars did not exist. Excepting, then, the power of the sun, we have only to consider the power with which the planets mutually attract each other. Now these powers are extremely small compared to those by which each planet is attracted toward the sun, because the mass of the sun is much greater than that of each planet. As, however, these powers increase according as the distances diminish, so that a power 4 times greater corresponds to a distance twice less, and a power 9 times less corresponds to a distance 3 times greater, and so on, according to the squares of the numbers. As I explained the subject in the preceding letter, it might be possible for 2 planets to approach so near that their attractive powers should become equal to that of the sun, nay, greatly exceed it. Fortunately, this never takes place in our system, and the planets always remain at such a distance from each other that their attractive power is ever incomparably smaller than that of the sun. For this reason, without extending our views beyond what is thus certainly known, we may consider every planet as attracted only by the power of the sun, and by that it is easy to determine its motion. This, however, can take place only when we are disposed to rest satisfied with a result near the truth. For if we wish to have more exact information, we must attend to those feebler powers with which the planets act upon each other, powers which really produce the little irregularities clearly observed by astronomers, and to the attainment of the perfect knowledge of these is directed all the sagacity of both astronomers and geometricians. 15th September, 1760. End of Letter 58. Letter 59 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Systems of the Universe. In order the more clearly to elucidate what I have been advancing respecting the motion of the heavenly bodies and the powers which produce it, permit me to present to you, Plate 4, Figure 1, the system of the universe, or a description of the heavenly bodies which compose it. We must first of all observe that the fixed stars are bodies entirely similar to the sun, and luminous of themselves, that they are at a very great distance from that luminary, and also very distant from each other, and that every one of them is perhaps of equal magnitude with the sun. You are already informed that the fixed star nearest to us is at least 400,000 times more distant than the sun. Each of the fixed stars seemed designed to communicate light and heat to a certain number of opaque bodies, similar to our earth and undoubtedly inhabited likewise, placed near them, but which we cannot see on account of their prodigious distance. Though it is impossible to ascertain this by actual observations, we must conclude it from their analogy to the sun, who serves to warm and to illuminate the earth and the other planets. We know particularly 6 of these bodies. They are not in a state of rest, but each of them moves round the sun in the direction of a curved line, somewhat different from a circle, and which is called the planet's orbit. The sun himself is nearly in a state of rest, as well as all the fixed stars, the motion which they appear to have being entirely owing to that of the earth. I have accordingly represented on the annexed sheet what is called the solar system, which contains all the opaque bodies that move round the sun and derive from him all the benefits which he imparts to us. This sign, Plate 4, Figure 1, represents the sun at rest. You see, besides 6 concentric circles representing the orbits described by the planets in their motions round him. That nearest to the sun is Mercury, marked by the sign, and the black dot you see in the orbit represents the body of Mercury, who performs his revolution round the sun in about 88 days. Next comes Venus, marked by, who completes a revolution round the sun in 7 months nearly. The third circle is the orbit of the earth, marked by the sign, and which completes a revolution round the sun in a year. We have no other meaning in truth to the word year but the time employed by the earth in performing a revolution round the sun, and the duration of the common year nearly approaches to this solar year. But while the earth is moving round the sun, there is another body moving round the earth and keeping the direction of its orbit. This is the moon, whose own circle or orbit is marked by. The 2 first planets, Mercury and Venus, have no visible bodies which attend them. Neither has Mars, which is the 4th, and performs his revolution in about 2 years. The 5th circle is the orbit of Jupiter, marked by, who performs his revolution in 12 years nearly. Round him move 4 satellites, represented in the plate with their orbits marked by the figures 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, the 6th and last circle is the orbit of Saturn, marked thus, who employs almost 30 years in performing 1 revolution round the sun. This planet is attended in his course by 5 satellites marked by the figures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thus then the solar system consists of 6 primary planets, Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and 10 secondary planets or satellites, namely the Moon, the 4 attendants of Jupiter, and the 5 of Saturn. Footnote: to this enumeration must now be added the planet discovered at Bath the 17th of March 1781, by Mr. Herfel, and taken at first for a comet. It is more distant from the sun than Saturn, and its orbit must be represented by a 7th circle circumscribing all the others. The period of its revolution is about 83 years. Tables of its motion have been constructed which represent already the observations with an exactness that announces perfection both of the instruments and of the method of calculation. It is admitted that this star was seen in 1756 in the month of September by Mr. Mayer of Göttingen, but that astronomer took it for a fixed star, and having observed it only once, he could not ascertain its motion. His determination agrees in other respects with the place which the tables align to the planet of Mr. Hirschfeld for that epoch. It bears the name of the person who discovered it. The mean distances of the planets from the Sun may be thus respectively expressed: that of Mercury by 4, that of Venus by 7, that of the Earth by 10, that of Mars by 15, that of Jupiter by 52, that of Saturn by 95, and finally that of the planet Herschel by 191. F.E. End footnote. This system contains besides several comets, the number of which is unknown. The figure on the plate represents one of them. Whole orbit differs from that of the planets because it is drawn out into extreme length, so that a comet sometimes approaches very near to the Sun and sometimes removes to such an immense distance as entirely to disappear. Of comets, it has been remarked that one finishes his revolutions in his orbit in about 60 years. This is the one that was visible last year. As to other comets, it is certain that they employ several centuries in performing one revolution in their orbits, and, as in past ages, no exact observations were made of them, we are totally in the dark with respect to their return. Of these, then, consists the solar system, and most probably every fixed star has one similar to it. Footnote. Astronomers expect about 1790 the comet observed in 1531 and in 1661, which they believe to be the same star, and the period of which appears to be about 130 years. F.E. End of footnote. 17th September 1760. End letter 59. Letter 60 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject continued. In addition to what I have said respecting the solar system, I must communicate some observations for the explanation of the figures. And first, it must be remarked that the lines which marks the path in which the planets move have no real existence in the heavens, as the whole immensity of space in which they move is a vacuum, or rather filled with that subtle material which we call the ether, and which I have already so often mentioned. Again, the orbits of the planets are not all in the same plane as the figure presents them, but if the orbit which the Earth describes round the Sun is properly represented on the paper, we must imagine the orbits of the 5 other planets to be partly elevated and partly depressed, with reference to it, or that the orbit of each planet bears upon it an oblique direction, making an intersection with the paper under a certain angle which it is impossible to represent in a figure drawn upon a plane. Farther, the orbits of the planets are not circles, as the figure appears to indicate, but rather somewhat oval, one more, another less so. No one, however, recedes very considerably from the circular form. The orbit of Venus is almost a perfect circle, but those of the other planets are more or less extended lengthwise, so that these planets are sometimes nearer to the Sun, sometimes farther off. The orbits of comets are particularly distinguishable, being greatly extended in length, as I have represented it in the figure. As to the Moon and the satellites of Jupiter and Saturn, their orbits too are nearly circular. Neither must we conceive them as moving in one and the same direction as they appear on the plane of the paper, for they do not remain in the same place, but are themselves carried round the Sun, along with the primary planet to which they belong. It is thus we must understand the lines represented in the figure. Imagination must supply what it is impossible on a plane surface accurately to exhibit. You are now enabled to comprehend with ease what the late Mr. de Fontenelle meant to display in his book on the plurality of worlds. The earth with its inhabitants is sometimes denominated a world, and every planet, nay, every one of the satellites, has an equal right to the same appellation, it being highly probable that each of these bodies is inhabited as well as the earth. There are 16 worlds, then, in the solar system alone, and every fixed star being a sun round which a certain number of planets perform their revolutions, and all of which some have, undoubtedly, their satellites, we have almost infinite number of worlds. Similar to our Earth, considering that the number of stars perceptible to the unassisted eye exceeds some thousands, and that the telescope discovers to us an incomparably greater number. If it is meant to comprehend under the name of world the sun with the planets and the satellites, and which derive heat and light from him, we shall have as many worlds as there are fixed stars. But if by the term world we understand the earth with all the heavenly bodies, or all the beings which were created at once, it is clear that there can be but one world to which we refer everything that exists. It is in this sense the term world is employed in philosophy, particularly in metaphysics. It is in this sense we say that there is but one world, the assemblage of all created beings, past, as well as present and future, whose existence is subject to general laws. When, therefore, philosophers dispute whether our world is the best or not, they proceed on the supposition of a plurality of worlds, and some maintain that the one which exists is the best of all those which could have existed. They consider the deity as an architect who, intending to create this world, traced several different plans, of which he selected the best, or that in which the greatest perfections were all combined in the highest degree, and executed in preference to all the others. But the great quantity of evil that prevails and is diffused over the surface of our globe, and which flows from the wickedness of man, suggests an important inquiry, namely, whether it would have been possible to create a world wholly exempted from these evils. In my opinion, a distinction must be carefully made between the plans of a world, which should contain corporeal substances only, and those of another world which should contain beings intelligent and free. In the former case, the choice of the best would be involved in very little difficulty, but in the other, where beings intelligent and free constitute the principal part of the world, the determination of what is best is infinitely beyond our capacity, and even the wickedness of free agents may contribute to the perfection of the world in a manner which we are unable to comprehend. It would appear that philosophers have not been sufficiently attentive to this distinction, however essential it may be. But I am too sensible of my own incapacity to enter any deeper into this difficult question. 19th September, 1760. End of Letter 60. Letter 61 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1 by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Small irregularities in the motions of the planets caused by their mutual attraction. In order to determine the motion of the bodies which compose the solar system, it is necessary to distinguish the primary planets, which are Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, from their satellites, namely the Moon, the 4 satellites of Jupiter, and the 5 of Saturn. It has been explained to you that these 6 planets are principally attracted towards the Sun, or that the force with which they are impelled toward him is incomparably greater than the powers which they exert one upon another, because his mass is incomparably greater than that of the planets, and because they never sufficiently approach to each other to render their reciprocal attraction very considerable. Were they attracted only toward the Sun, their motion would be sufficiently regular and easily determined, but the feebler powers of which I have been speaking occasion some slight irregularities in their motion, which astronomers are eager to discover, and which geometricians endeavor to determine on the principles of motion. An important question is here agitated, namely, the powers which act upon a body being known, how to find the motion of that body. Now, upon the principles above laid down, we are acquainted with the powers to the influence of which every planet is subjected. Thus, the motion of the Earth is somewhat affected, first, by the attraction of Venus, which sometimes passes very near it, and secondly, by that of Jupiter, which, on account of the prodigious mass of this planet, becomes considerable, though he be always at a great distance. The mass of Mars is too small to produce any perceptible effect, though he is sometimes very near us. And Saturn, though his mass be the greatest, next to that of Jupiter, is too distant. The Moon, though her mass be very small, produces, however, some derangement from her being very near the Earth. The comet, which appeared last year, was 7 times nearer to us than the Sun, when his distance was smallest. There is a great degree of probability, therefore, that it may have deranged the Earth's motion, especially if his mass was considerable, a circumstance with which we are not acquainted. If this comet were as great as the Earth, the effect must have been very considerable. but its apparent smallness induces me to believe that its mass is much less than that of the Earth, and consequently its effect must have been proportionally less. When we saw this comet, however, it had got to a great distance. At the time when it was nearest, it was invisible to us, but it must have appeared very brilliant to our antipodes. What has been said respecting the derangements occasioned in the Earth's motion takes place likewise in the other planets, regard being had to their mass and to their proximity. As to the Moon and the other secondary planets, the principle of their motion is somewhat different. The Moon is so near the Earth that the attraction she feels from hence greatly exceeds that of the Sun, though the mass of this luminary be many thousands of times greater than that of the Earth. Hence it is that the motion of the Moon follows that of the Earth, and that she remains, as it were, attached to it, which makes the Moon to be considered as a satellite to our planet. Had the Moon been placed much farther from us, and had she been attracted less towards the Earth than toward the Sun, she would have been a primary planet and performed her own revolutions round the Sun. But she is 300 times nearer us than she is to the Sun. Hence it is evident that he must exercise a much feebler influence upon her than the Earth does. The Moon being principally attracted by two bodies, the Sun and the Earth, it is evident that the determination of her motion must be much more difficult than that of the primary planets, which are subject to the attraction of the Sun only, excepting the flight derangements which have been mentioned. The motion of the Moon has accordingly in all ages greatly embarrassed philosophers, and never have been able to ascertain from any future given time the exact place of the Moon in the heavens. You perfectly comprehend that in order to predict an eclipse, whether of the Moon or of the Sun, we must be able accurately to ascertain the Moon's place. Now, in calculating eclipses, formerly there was frequently a mistake of an hour or more, the eclipse actually taking place an hour earlier or later than the calculation. Whatever pains the ancient astronomers took to determine the Moon's motion, they were always very wide of the truth. It was not till the great Newton discovered the real powers which act upon the Moon that we began to approach nearer and nearer to truth after having surmounted many obstacles which retarded our progress. I too have employed much time and attention on the subject, and Mr. Meyer of Göttingen, perfusing the track which I had opened, has arrived at a degree of precision beyond which it is perhaps impossible to go. Not much more than 10 years have elapsed since we could boast of anything like accurate knowledge of the Moon's motion. Since that time we are able to calculate eclipses so exactly as not to make the mistake of a single minute, whereas before there was frequently the difference of 8 minutes and more. To analysis, then, we are indebted for this important discovery, the source of unspeakable advantages, not to the astronomer only, but likewise to the geographer and the navigator. 23rd September, 1760. End of Letter 61.
Letter 62 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Description of the flux and reflux of the sea. The attractive power of the heavenly bodies extends not only to the mass of the earth, but to all the parts of which it is composed. Thus all the bodies which we see on the surface of the earth are attracted not only toward the earth itself, from which results their gravity and the weight of every one in particular, but likewise toward the sun, and toward all the other heavenly bodies, and that more or less according to the mass of these bodies and their distance. Now it is evident that the force with which a body, say a stone, is attracted toward the earth must be incomparably greater than that with which the same body is attracted toward the sun, the other planets, and the moon, because of their great distance. Such a body, being at a distance from the center of the earth equal to a radius of this globe, is 60 times farther from the moon. Though then the mass of the moon were equal to that of the earth, the attraction toward the moon would be 60 times 60, that is, 3,600 times less than the attraction toward the Earth, or the gravity of the body. But the mass of the moon is about 70 times less than that of the Earth. Hence, the attractive power of the moon becomes still 70 times 3,600, that is, 252,000 times less than the gravity of the body. Again, though the sun be many thousands of times greater than the Earth, he is about 24,000 times more distant from us than the center of the Earth, and for this reason, the attraction of the sun upon a stone is extremely small compared to its gravity. Hence you see that the gravity of terrestrial bodies, which is nothing else but the force with which they are attracted toward the Earth, cannot be perceptibly affected by the attraction of the heavenly bodies. Though this attraction, however, be very inconsiderable, there results from it a remarkable phenomenon which long puzzled philosophers. I mean the flux and the reflux of the sea. It occurs so frequently, even in common conversation, that it is almost a matter of necessity to understand it. For this reason, I propose to explain more minutely this singular phenomenon and to unfold the causes which produce it. I begin then with the description of the well-known phenomenon of the flux and reflux of the sea. Hardly anyone is ignorant that by far the greatest part of the surface of our globe is covered with a mass of water called the sea or the ocean. This immense fluid mass is very different from the rivers and lakes, which according to the different seasons of the year contain sometimes less water, sometimes more, whereas in the sea the quantity of water at all times continues nearly the same. It is, however, observed that the water of the sea rises and falls alternately with wonderful regularity, twice every 24 hours. If, for instance, in a harbour, the water is now at its greatest height, it will presently begin to subside, and this decrease continues for 6 hours, at the end of which its depth will be at the lowest. It then begins again to rise, and the increase likewise lasts 6 hours, when it is again at its greatest depth. It immediately begins again to fall for 6 hours, and then rises as many, so that in the space of about 24 hours, the water rises and falls twice, and arrives alternately at its greatest and least depth. It is this alternate increase and diminution of the water of the sea which we call its flux and reflux, or its flowing and ebbing, and more particularly, the flux denotes the time during which it increases or rises, and the reflux the time of its decrease or falling. The flux and reflux together, likewise, go by the name of tide. This alternation, then, is to be the subject of our present disquisition. It is, first of all, to be remarked that the difference between rising and falling keeps pace with the variations of the moon. At full and new moon, the water rises higher than at the quarters, and about the time of the vernal and autumnal equinoxes, in the months of March and September, this alternate motion of the sea is most considerable. A great difference is likewise observed according to the situation of the coasts. The flux, in some places, is never more than a few feet, while in others the rise is 40 feet and upwards. Such are the tides in the ports of Saint-Malo in France and of Bristol in England. It is further to be remarked that this phenomenon is perceptible chiefly in the ocean, where there is a vast extent of water, and that in seas bounded and confined, such as the Baltic and the Mediterranean, it is much less considerable. The interval from the flux to the succeeding reflux is not exactly 6 hours, but about 11 minutes more, so that the same changes do not take place the day after at the same hour, but fall out about 3/4 of an hour later, so that a revolution of 30 days is requisite to bring them round to the same hour. Now this is precisely the period of one revolution of the moon, or the interval between one new moon and that which immediately follows. 26th September 1760. End of letter 62. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 9th of April 2024. Letter 63 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Different opinions of philosophers respecting the flux and reflux of the sea. When the water of the sea rises at any place, we are not to imagine that it swells from any internal cause, as milk does when put in a vessel upon the fire. The elevation of the sea is produced by a real increase of water flowing hither from some other place. It is a real current, which is very perceptible at sea, conveying the waters toward the place where the flux is. In order to have a clearer comprehension of this, you must consider that in the vast extent of the ocean, there are always places where the water is low, while it is high at others, and that it is conveyed from the former to the latter. When the water rises at any place, there is always a current, conveying it from other places, where it is, of course, at that time low. It is an error, therefore, to imagine, with some authors, that during the flux of the sea, the total mass of water becomes greater, and that it diminishes during the reflux. The entire mass or bulk of water remains ever the same, but it is subject to a perpetual oscillation by which the water is alternately transported from certain regions to others, and when the water is high at any place, it is, of course, low somewhere else, so that the increase at places where it is high is precisely equal to the decrease at those where it is low. Such are the phenomena of the flux and reflux of the sea, the cause of which ancient philosophers endeavored to discover, but in vain. Kepler, in other respects a great astronomer and the ornament of Germany, believed that the earth, as well as all the heavenly bodies, was a real living animal, and considered the flux and reflux of the sea as the effect of its respiration. According to this philosopher, men and beasts were just like insects, feeding on the back of the huge animal. You will hardly expect I should go into the refutation of an opinion so ridiculous. Descartes, that great French philosopher, endeavored to introduce a more rational philosophy, and remarked that the flux and reflux of the sea was principally regulated by the moon's motion, which was indeed a very important discovery, though the ancients had already suspected a connection between these two phenomena. For if high water, or the top of the flux, happen today at noon, it will be low water at 11 minutes after 6 in the evening. It will rise till 22 minutes after midnight, and the next low water will be 33 minutes after 6 in the morning of the day after, and the ensuing high water, or flux, will be 3/4 of an hour after noon, so that from one day to another, the same tides are later by 3/4 of an hour. And as the same thing precisely takes place in the moon's motion, which rises always 3/4 of an hour later than the preceding day, it was presumable that the tides followed the course of the moon. If at any given place, for example, on the day of new moon, high water happened to be at 3 o'clock afternoon, you could rest assured that ever after, on the first day of the moon, the flux would invariably be at the height at 3 o'clock afternoon, and that every following day it would fall later by 3/4 of an hour. Again, not only the time when every flux and reflux happen exactly follows the moon, but the strength of the tides, which is variable, appears still to depend on the position of the moon. They are everywhere stronger after the new and full moon. That is, at these periods, the elevation of the water is greater than at other times, and after the first and last quarters, the elevation of the water during the flux is smaller. This wonderful harmony between the tides and the motion of the moon was undoubtedly sufficient ground to conclude that the chief cause of the flux and reflux of the sea was to be sought for in the action of the moon. Descartes accordingly believed that the moon, in passing over us, pressed the atmosphere, or the air which surrounds the earth, and that the air pressing on the water in its turn forced it to subside. Had this been the case, the water must have been depressed at the places over which the moon was, and that the same effect should be produced 12 hours after, in the ensuing tide, which, however, does not happen. Besides, the moon is too distant from the earth, and the atmosphere too low to be impressed by the moon, and admitting that the moon or any other great body were to pass along the atmosphere, it would be very far from undergoing any pressure from it, and still less would the sea feel this pretended pressure. This attempt of Descartes to explain the flux and reflux of the sea has therefore failed, but the connection of this phenomenon with the moon's motion, which this philosopher has so clearly unfolded, enabled his successors to employ the application of their researches with more success. This shall be the subject of some following letters. 30th of September, 1760. End of letter 63. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 9th of April 2024.
Letter 64 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Vieira. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Explanation of the flux and reflux from the attractive power of the moon. Descartes' method of explaining the flux and reflux of the sea by the pressure of the moon upon our atmosphere not having succeeded, it was reasonable to look for the cause of it in the attraction which the moon exercises upon the earth, and consequently also upon the sea. The attractive power of the heavenly bodies having been already sufficiently established by so many other phenomena, as I have shewn, it could not be doubted that the flux and reflux of the sea must be an effect of it. As soon as it is demonstrated that the moon, as well as the other heavenly bodies, is endowed with the property of attracting all bodies, in the direct ratio of their mass, and in the inverse ratio of the square of their distance, it is easily comprehended that its action must extend to the sea. And the more so, as you must frequently have observed, that the smallest force is capable of agitating a fluid. All that remains, therefore, is to inquire whether the attractive power of the moon, such as we suppose it, is capable of producing, in the sea, the agitation known to us by the name of flux and reflux. Let the annexed figure, Plate 3, Figure 5, represent the earth and the moon. A is the place where we see the moon over the earth. B, that which is directly opposite, or the antipodes of A, and C is the center of the earth. As the point A is nearer the moon than the point B, a body at A is more powerfully attracted toward the moon than a similar body at B. And if we suppose a third similar body to be placed at the center of the earth, C, it is evident that the body A will be more powerfully attracted toward the moon than the body C, and this last than the body B, because the body A is nearer to the moon and the body B more remote than the body C. But similar bodies placed at E and F are almost as much attracted by the moon as that which is at the center of the earth, C, as they are all three nearly equidistant from the moon. Hence we see that bodies placed on the surface of the earth are not all equally attracted toward the moon. This inequality of attraction depends on the inequality of their distance from the center of the moon, L, so that a body is so much the more powerfully attracted by the moon as its distance is less, and the contrary takes place according as the distance is greater. To these differences in the action of the moon, on bodies differently situated, we must here chiefly pay attention, for if all bodies were equally attracted toward the moon, they would equally obey this power, and no derangement could take place in their mutual situation. You can easily form the idea of several carriages drawn along by powers perfectly equal. They will proceed on the road, always preserving the same order and the same distances. But as soon as some of them advance more briskly, and others more slowly, the order will be deranged. The same thing takes place in the case of the different bodies which are attracted by the moon. If they all felt, in the same degree, the action of that luminary, they would preserve the same relative situation, and we should perceive no change in them. But as soon as the force with which they are attracted toward the moon varies as to each of them, their order and their relative situation necessarily change, unless they are attached to each other by bands which that power is unable to burst asunder. But this is not the case with the sea, as all the particles of a fluid are easily separated from each other, and every one may obey the impressions which it receives. It is evident, then, that when the powers which act on the different parts of the sea are not equal to one another, an agitation or derangement must be the consequence. We have just seen that the different parts of the sea are attracted unequally by the moon, according as they are unequally distant from her center. The sea must, therefore, be agitated by the force of the moon, which, continually changing her situation with respect to the earth, and performing a revolution round it in about 24 hours and 3/4, makes the sea undergo the same changes and presents the same phenomena in the same period of 24 hours and 3/4. The flux and reflux must, therefore, be retarded from one day to another 3/4 of an hour, which is confirmed by constant experience. It now remains that we shew how the alternate elevation and depression of the sea, which succeed each other after an interval of 6 hours and 11 minutes, result from the inequality of the powers of the moon. This I propose to examine in my next letter. 4th October, 1760. End of Letter 64. Letter 65, on different subjects in natural philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Vieira. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject continued. You have seen that the moon causes no alteration in the state of the earth, but insofar as she acts unequally on its different parts. The reason of it is that if all its parts equally felt the same action, they would be equally attracted, and no change in their relative situation would result from it. But a body being at A, Plate 3, Figure 5, nearer the moon than the center of the earth C, is more powerfully attracted to it than a body at C would be. It will approach it, then, with greater velocity than this last. From hence it necessarily follows that the body A retires from the center C and approaches the moon, as if there were two chariots, the one at A, the other at C, and if the chariot A were drawn toward L with greater force than the chariot C, it would remove from C. It is thus that the power of the moon has a tendency to withdraw the point A from the center C. Now, to remove a body from the center of the earth is to raise it, and the water at A being now the thing in question, it is certain that the force of the moon tends to raise the water which is at A, by a power equal to the excess of the attraction toward the moon felt at A, above that felt at C. By this power, then, the moon raises the waters of the earth which are immediately under her. Let us now, likewise, attend to a body at B, directly opposite to the point A. The center of the earth, C, more powerfully attracted by the moon than the point B, will approach nearer to it, and this last, so to speak, will remain behind, just as a chariot, which was drawn more slowly than that which precedes it. The point B will consequently remove from the center C and rise, for to remove from the center of the earth and to rise is one and the same thing. It is evident, therefore, that the power of the moon tends to raise the waters, not only at A, but likewise at B, the point diametrically opposite, and that, by a force equal to the difference of the attraction of the moon at B and at C, which is less at B than at C. Now those who are at A have the moon directly above them, or in their zenith, and those who are at B see nothing of the moon, because she is then in a point of the heavens diametrically opposite to their zenith, called nadir. Hence it appears that at whatever part of the sea it may be, the water must rise equally when the moon is in the zenith of that place and in its nadir, or when the moon is at its greatest elevation above the horizon, or at its greatest depression under it. At the intermediate periods, when the moon is in the horizon, either rising or setting, she exercises no power capable of raising the sea. A small contrary power tends even to make it fall. According to this system, at the place of the sea, where the moon is in the zenith, its power has a tendency to raise the waters. About 6 hours after, when she has reached the horizon, her power has a tendency to make them fall. 12 hours and 22 minutes after, the moon being then at the point most distant under the horizon, she exercises the same power to raise the water. And at the end of 18 hours, 33 minutes, when she has got to the opposite horizon, the waters are fallen, till at length, 24 hours and 45 minutes from the first period, she returns to the zenith, raising the water as on the preceding day. And this is confirmed by uniform experience. This alternate elevation and depression of the sea, at intervals of 6 hours and 11 minutes, having such a perfect conformity with the moon, leaves us no room to doubt that the flux and reflux of the sea are caused by the attractive power of the moon. It is a remarkable circumstance that she acts equally on the sea in raising it, whether she is at her greatest height above the horizon or at the most distant point under it. This appeared, at first, very strange to philosophers, who imagined that the moon must produce, under the horizon, an effect contrary to that which she produces when in the zenith. But you see clearly that the moon produces the same effect in these two diametrically opposite positions, as I have demonstrated in the figure above referred to, that the effect of the moon is the same at A and at B. 7th October, 1760. End of Letter 65. Letter 66 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Vieira. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject continued. From what has been said respecting the flux and reflux of the sea, you must be sensible that the system of Newton, which I have adopted, is directly contrary to that of Descartes. According to this last, the moon exercises a pressure, and the sea must subside at places situated directly under her. But according to Newton, she acts by attraction, and forces the water to rise at these very places. Experience, then, must determine which of these two systems is to be received. No more is necessary than to consult the observations made with respect to the ocean, in order to see whether the water rises or falls when the moon is in the zenith. Recourse has actually been had to this, but it is found that when the moon is at either the zenith or nadir of a given place, the water there is neither high nor low, and that high water does not take place till some hours after the moon has passed the zenith. From this circumstance, persons who examine things superficially concluded at once that neither of the systems was admissible, and the Cartesians have taken advantage from it, presuming that if Newton's was rejected, that of Descartes must necessarily be adopted, though the observations referred to are as contrary to the system of Descartes as they appear to be to that of Newton. But the system of Descartes is overturned by this single phenomenon, that the sea is always in the same state after a period of 12 hours and 22 minutes, or that its state is always the same, whether the moon be above or below the horizon. And it is impossible for its supporters to shew how the moon, being over the heads of our antipodes, can produce the same effect as when she is over ours. To this purpose, see Plate 3, Figure 6. Experience proves that the state of the water at A is the same, whether the moon be at M, the zenith of the point A, or at N, its nadir, which is consequently the zenith of the antipodes at B. The effect of the moon, then, on the water at A is the same in both cases. But if the moon acted by pressure, according to Descartes, it would follow that when the moon is at M, the water at A must fall, and if she were at N, it is impossible that the water A should undergo the same pressure. In the system of attraction, on the contrary, it is incontestably certain that the action of the moon must be nearly the same, whether that luminary be at M or at N, and this is demonstrated by actual observation. I must here repeat a preceding explanation, because it is a matter of the utmost importance. When the moon is at M, the point A is nearer it than the center C. It is, therefore, more powerfully attracted than the center. The point A will remove from the center, consequently it will then rise. The moon being at M has a tendency to raise the water at A. Let us now see what effect the moon being at N will produce, where she arrives in 12 hours and 22 minutes after she was at M. As the point A is more distant from the moon at N than the center C, it will be more feebly attracted. The center C will advance with greater velocity toward N than the point A. The distance AC will accordingly become greater. The point A will, therefore, be more distant from the center C. But to be more distant from the center of the earth is to rise. Consequently, the moon being at N makes the point A to ascend. That is, she has a tendency to raise the water at A as if the moon were at M. But here experience presents a very formidable objection. For it is observed that the moon being at M or at N, the water is not then at its greatest elevation at A. This does not take place till a considerable time after, and thence some have been induced to reject this explanation altogether. But you will easily see that their decision is extremely precipitate. I have not said that when the moon is at M or N, the water at A is at its greatest height. I have only said that the power of the moon has then a tendency to make the water rise. But the water at A could not rise unless its quantity were increased, and that increase can be produced only by the flowing of the water from other parts, some of them very distant. A considerable time, therefore, is requisite to the accumulation of a sufficient quantity of water. It is, then, very natural to suppose that high water at A should not take place for some time after the moon has passed M or N. This observation, therefore, is so far from overturning our system that it tends strongly to confirm it. There is no room to doubt that the power which has a tendency to raise the sea must precede its greatest elevation, nay, that a considerable time must intervene, as the water must flow thither from places very remote, that is, from places where the water must be low while it is high at A. If the water has to pass through straits, or has its current otherwise obstructed, high water will be still more retarded. And if, in the ocean, it is high water at A, 2 hours after the moon has passed M or N, it will not be at the height, in narrow and bounded seas, for 3 hours or more, and this perfectly agrees with daily observation. 11th October, 1760. End of Letter 66. Letter 67 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Vieira. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject continued. It is no longer, then, a matter of doubt that the flux and reflux of the sea is caused by the attractive power of the moon. But there remains one difficulty more to be removed. Why is the motion of the sea much more considerable at the time of new and full moon than at the other quarters? If the moon were nearer the earth when she is new or full than when she is in her quarters, there would be no difficulty in the question, as her proximity would increase her power. But though the moon approaches the earth sometimes more, sometimes less, the difference is always too small to occasion a change so considerable in the flux and reflux of the sea. Besides, this difference is not regulated by the new and full moon, and it may happen that the moon, in the intermediate quarters, should be nearer to us than when she is new or full. We must have recourse, therefore, to another cause, capable of increasing the flux and reflux of the sea at the new and full moon, and of diminishing it at the intermediate quarters. The system of attraction shews us, at first, that it is the action of the sun which, joined to that of the moon, furnishes a complete solution of all the phenomena presented to us by the flux and reflux of the sea. Indeed, all that I have said respecting the power which the moon exercises on the sea is equally applicable to the sun, whose attractive power acts, likewise, unequally, on all the parts of the earth, according as they are more or less remote from him. The attraction of the sun is even much more intense than that of the moon, as it chiefly regulates the motion of the earth, and carries it round its orbit. As to the motion which he communicates to the sea, it depends on the inequality of that action, with relation to the different points of the surface of the earth, which are more or less attracted toward the sun than its center, as I have already shewed you in explaining the effect of the moon. If all the parts of the earth were attracted equally, no change in their mutual situation would take place. But though the power of the sun be much greater than that of the moon, the inequality, with relation to different parts of the earth, is, nevertheless, smaller, on account of the great distance of the sun, which is 300 times farther from us than the moon. The difference of the power with which the center of the earth and the points of its surface are attracted toward the sun is, therefore, very small, and from calculations actually made, it is found to be 3 times less nearly than that of the moon upon these points. The attractive power of the sun alone, then, would likewise be capable of causing the flux and reflux of the sea. But it would be about 3 times less than that which is the effect of the combined influence of these two luminaries. It is evident, then, that the flux and reflux of the sea are produced by the power of both the sun and the moon, or that there are really 2 tides, occasioned the one by the moon, the other by the sun, and called the lunar tide and the solar tide. That of the moon, nearly 3 times greater, follows its motion, and from one day to another is retarded 3/4 of an hour. That which follows the action of the sun would constantly correspond to the same hours of the day, if it existed alone, or if there were no moon. These 2 tides, the lunar and the solar together, produce the flux and reflux of the sea. But as the one and the other, separately, make the waters of the sea alternately to rise and fall, when it happens that these 2 causes, conjointly, make the sea rise and fall, its flux and reflux become much more considerable. But when the one tends to raise the sea, and the other to lower it, at the same place, when they act in contrary directions, the one will then be diminished by the other, and the lunar tide will be weakened by the solar. According as these 2 tides assist, or check each other, the flux and reflux will, then, be more or less considerable. Now, as at the time of new moon, the sun and moon are in the same parts of the heavens, their effects being perfectly in unison, the flux and reflux must then be greatest, being equal to the sum of the 2 tides. This will equally take place at the time of full moon, when the moon is opposite to the sun, as we know that she produces the same effect, though she be in a point of the heavens diametrically opposite to the first. The flux and reflux must, therefore, be greater at new and full moon than at the first and last quarters. For then the power of the sun is exerted to lower the waters, and that of the moon to raise them. It is evident, therefore, that at these seasons the flux and reflux must be less considerable, and actual observation confirms it. It might be still farther demonstrated by calculation that the effect of the moon or of the sun is somewhat greater when these bodies are at the equator, or equally distant from the 2 poles of the globe, which happens at the time of the equinoxes toward the end of the months of March and September. It is found, too, that then the tides are strongest. It follows beyond all doubt, then, that the tides, or the flux and reflux of the sea, are caused by the attractive power of the moon and of the sun, inasmuch as these powers act unequally on the different parts of the sea. The happy explanation of this phenomenon, which had so dreadfully perplexed the ancients, is a complete confirmation of the system of attraction, or of universal gravitation, on which is founded the motion of all the heavenly bodies. 14th October, 1760. End of Letter 67.
Letter 68 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ty Lasky. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Letter 68. More particular account of the dispute respecting universal gravitation. Having given you a general but exact idea of the powers which produce the principal phenomena of the universe, and on which are founded the motions of all the heavenly bodies, it is of importance to consider, with more attention, those powers which are the principal points of the system of attraction. It is supposed in this system that all bodies mutually attract each other in the ratio of their mass and relatively to their distance, in conformity to a law already explained. The satisfying manner in which most of the phenomena in nature are accounted for proves that this supposition is founded in truth, and that the attraction which different bodies exercise upon each other may be considered as a most undoubted fact. It now remains that we inquire into the cause of these attractive powers, but this research belongs rather to the province of metaphysics than of mathematics. I dare not, therefore, flatter myself with the prospect of assured success in the prosecution of it. It being certain that any two bodies whatever are attracted to each other, the question is, what is the cause of this attraction? On this point, philosophers are divided. The English maintain that attraction is a property essential to all the bodies in nature, and that these bodies, hurried along by an irresistible propensity, tend mutually to approach as if they were impelled by feeling. Other philosophers consider this opinion as absurd and contrary to the principles of a rational philosophy. They do not deny the fact. They even admit that powers exist which are the causes of the reciprocal tendency of bodies toward each other. But they maintain that they are foreign to the bodies, that they belong to the ether, or the subtle matter which surrounds them, and that bodies may be put in motion by the ether, just as we see that a body plunged into a fluid receives several impressions from it. Thus, according to the first, the cause of the attraction resides in the bodies themselves and is essential to their nature, and, according to the last, that it is out of the bodies and in the fluid which surrounds them. In this case, the term attraction would be improper, and we must rather say that bodies are impelled toward each other. But as the effect is the same, whether two bodies are reciprocally impelled or attracted, the word attraction need not give offense, provided it is not pretended by that term to determine the nature itself of the cause. To avoid all confusion which might result from this mode of expression, it ought rather to be said that bodies move as if they mutually attracted each other. This would not decide whether the powers which act on bodies reside in the bodies themselves or out of them, and this manner of speaking might thus suit both parties. Let us confine ourselves to the bodies which we meet with on the surface of the earth. Everyone readily admits that all these would fall downward unless they were supported. Now the question turns on the real cause of this fall. Some say that it is the earth which attracts these bodies by inherent power natural to it. Others, that is the ether, or some other subtle and invisible matter which impels the body downward, so that the effect is, nevertheless, the same in both cases. This last opinion is the most satisfactory to those who are fond of clear principles in philosophy, as they do not see how two bodies at a distance can act upon each other if there be nothing between them. The others have recourse to the divine omnipotence, and maintain that God has endowed all bodies with a power of mutual attraction. Though it be dangerous to venture on disputing concerning the limits of divine power, it is, nevertheless, certain that if attraction were an immediate work of that power, without being founded in the nature of bodies, this would be the same thing as saying that God immediately impels bodies toward each other, and this would amount to a perpetual miracle. Let us suppose that before the creation of the world, God had created only two bodies at a distance from each other, that nothing absolutely existed out of them, and that they were in a state of rest. Would it be possible for the one to approach the other, or that they should have a propensity to approach? How could the one feel the other at a distance? Whence could arise the desire of approaching? These are perplexing questions. But if you suppose that the intermediate space is filled with subtle matter, we can comprehend at once that this matter may act upon the bodies by impelling them. The effect would be the same as if they possessed a power of mutual attraction. Now, as we know that the whole space which separates the heavenly bodies is filled with a subtle matter called ether, it seems more reasonable to ascribe the mutual attraction of bodies to an action which the ether exercises upon them, though its manner of acting may be unknown to us, rather than to have recourse to an unintelligible property. Ancient philosophers satisfied themselves with explaining the phenomena of nature from qualities which they called occult, saying, for example, that opium causes sleep, from an occult quality, which disposes it to procure sleep. This was saying just nothing, or rather was an attempt to conceal ignorance. We ought, therefore, likewise, to consider attraction as an occult quality, in as far as it is given for a property essential to bodies. But, as the idea of all occult qualities is now banished from philosophy, attraction ought not to be considered in this sense. 18th October, 1760. End of Letter 68.
Letter 69 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard, Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Nature and essence of bodies, or extension, mobility, and impenetrability of body. The metaphysical disquisition whether bodies may be endowed with an internal power of attracting each other without being impelled by an external force cannot be terminated till we have examined more particularly the nature of body in general. As this subject is of the last importance, not only in mathematics and physics, but in every branch of philosophy, you must permit me to go into a more particular detail of it. First, it is asked, what is body? However absurd this question may appear, as no one is ignorant of the difference between what is body and what is not. It is, however, difficult to ascertain the real characters which constitute the nature of bodies. The Cartesians say, it consists in extension, and that whatever is extended is a body. They clearly understand that extension has, in this case, 3 dimensions, and that a single dimension, or extension in length only, gives only a line, and that 2 dimensions, length and breadth, form only a surface, which still is not a body. To constitute a body, therefore, we must have 3 dimensions, and every body must have length, breadth, and depth, or thickness, in other words, an extension in 3 dimensions. But it is asked, at the same time, if everything which has extension is a body. This must be the case if the definition of Descartes be just. The idea which the vulgar form of spectres contains extension. It is, however, denied that they are bodies. Though this idea be purely imaginary, it serves to prove, however, that something may have extension without being a body. Besides, the idea which we have of space contains, undoubtedly, an extension with 3 dimensions. It is admitted, nevertheless, that space alone is not a body. It only furnishes the place which bodies occupy and fill. Let us suppose that all those which are at present in my apartment, air, and everything, were annihilated by the divine omnipotence, there would remain still in the apartment the same length, breadth, and height, but without a body in it. Here, then, is the possibility of an extension that shall not be a body. Such a space, without body in it, is called a vacuum. A vacuum, then, is extension without body. It may likewise be said, according to the vulgar superstition, that a spectre has extension, but that body, or corporality, is wanting to it. It is clear, then, that extension is not sufficient to constitute a body, that something more is necessary. Hence it follows that the definition of the Cartesians is not exact. But what more is necessary besides extension to constitute a body? The answer is mobility, or the possibility of being put in motion, for, though a body be at rest, whatever may be the causes which preserve it in that state, it would, however, be possible to move it, provided the powers applied to it were sufficient. By this, space is excluded from the class of bodies, as we see that space, which only serves to receive bodies, remains immovable, whatever motion the bodies that it contains may have. It is likewise said that, by the help of motion, bodies are transported from one place to another, by which we are given to understand that the places and space remain unchangeable. My apartment, however, with the vacuum which I have above supposed, might undoubtedly be moved, and actually is so, as it follows the motion which carries round the earth itself. Here, then, is a vacuum in motion, without being a body. The vulgar superstition, too, bestows motion on spectres, and this is sufficient to prove that the power of being moved and extension alone do not constitute the nature of bodies. Something more is wanting. There must be matter to constitute a body, or rather, it is this which distinguishes a real body from simple extension, or from a spectre. Here, then, we are reduced to explain what is to be understood by the term matter, without which extension cannot be body. Now, the signification of these two terms is so much the same, that all body is matter, and all matter is body. So that even now we have made no great progress. We easily discover, however, a general character, inseparable from all matter, and, consequently, pertaining to all bodies. It is impenetrability, the impossibility of being penetrated by other bodies, or the impossibility that two bodies should occupy the same place at once. In truth, impenetrability is what a vacuum wants in order to be a body. It will perhaps be objected that the hand may be easily moved through air and through water, which are, nevertheless, acknowledged bodies. These, then, must be penetrable bodies, and, consequently, impenetrability is not an inherent character of all bodies. But it is worthy of remark that when you plunge your hand into water, the particles of the water make way for your hand, and that there is no water in the space which your hand occupies. If the hand could move through the water, while that fluid did not make room for it, but remained in the place which the hand occupied, then it would be penetrable. But it is evident that this is not the case. Bodies, then, are impenetrable. A body, therefore, always excludes from the place which it occupies every other body. And as soon as a body enters into any place, it is absolutely necessary that the body which occupied it before should leave it. This is the sense which we must affix to the term impenetrability. 21st October, 1760. End of Letter 69. Letter 70 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Impenetrability of Bodies. The instance of a sponge will perhaps be produced as an objection to the impenetrability of bodies, which plunged into water appears completely penetrated by it. But the particles of the sponge are very far from being so, in such a manner as that one particle of the water should occupy the same place with one particle of the sponge. We know that sponge is a very porous body, and that before it is put into the water, its pores are filled with air. As soon as the water enters into the pores of the sponge, the air is expelled, and disengages itself under the form of little bubbles. So that in this case no penetration takes place, neither of the air by the water, nor of the water by the air, as this last always makes its escape from the place into which the water enters. It is, then, a general and essential property of all bodies to be impenetrable, and consequently the justness of this definition must be admitted, that a body is an impenetrable extension, as not only all bodies are extended and impenetrable, but likewise reciprocally, as that which is at the same time extended and impenetrable is beyond contradiction a body. Vacuum is accordingly excluded from the class of bodies, for though it has extension, it wants impenetrability, and wherever we meet with a vacuum, there bodies may be introduced without thrusting anything out of its place. We must attempt to remove another difficulty raised against the impenetrability of bodies. There are, say the objectors, bodies which admit of compression into a smaller space, as, for example, wool, and especially air, which it is possible to reduce into a space 1,000 times smaller than what it occupies. It appears, then, that the different particles of air are reduced in the same place, and that consequently they mutually penetrate. There is, however, nothing in this, for the air too is a body or substance full of empty pores, or filled with that fluid, incomparably more subtile, which we call ether. In the first case no penetration will ensue, as the particles of air only approach nearer to each other according as the vacuum is diminished, and in the other case the ether finds a sufficiency of small passages by which to escape as the particles of the air approach each other, but all the while without any mutual penetration. For this reason it is necessary to employ a greater force when we want to compress the air more, and if the air were compressed to such a degree that its minute particles touched each other, we could not carry the compression further, because, were it possible, the minute particles of the air must mutually penetrate. It is, then, a necessary and fundamental law in nature that no two bodies can penetrate each other, or occupy the same place at once, and it is in conformity to this principle that we must look for the real source of all the motions which we observe in all bodies, and of the changes which befall them. As two bodies cannot continue their motion without penetrating each other, it is absolutely necessary that the one should give place to the other. If, then, two bodies are moving in the same line, the one to the left, the other to the right, as it frequently happens at billiards, if each were to continue its motion, they must mutually penetrate. But this being impossible, as soon as they come to touch, a shock takes place, by which the motion of each body is almost instantly changed, and this shock is produced in nature only to prevent penetration. The motion of each body is precisely changed no further than is necessary to prevent all penetration, and in this consists the real cause of all the changes which happen in the world. When all these changes are attentively considered, they are found always to take place in order to prevent some penetration, which without these changes must have ensued. At the moment I am writing, I observe that if the paper were penetrable, the pen would pass freely into it without writing, but as the paper sustains the pressure of my pen, moistened with ink, it receives from it some particles which form these letters, which could not happen if bodies penetrated each other. This property of all bodies, known by the term impenetrability, is then not only of the last importance relatively to every branch of human knowledge, but we may consider it as the master spring which nature sets a-going in order to produce all her wonders. It merits, then, an attentive examination, in order that we may be enabled to explain more clearly the nature of bodies and the principles of every species of movement, commonly called laws of motion. 25th October, 1760. End of Letter 70. Letter 71 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of the motion of bodies, real and apparent. All bodies are at rest, or in motion. However evident this distinction may be, it is almost impossible to judge whether a body is in the one state or in the other. The paper which I see on my table seems to me really at rest, but when I reflect that the whole earth is moving with that astonishing velocity which I explained in a former letter, my house, my table, and the paper must absolutely be carried along with the same rapidity. Thus everything that seems to be at rest has, in reality, the same motion as the earth. We must, therefore, distinguish between two kinds of rest, the one absolute, the other apparent. Absolute rest takes place when a body remains constantly in the same place, not with relation to the earth, but with relation to the universe. If the fixed stars remained always in the same place of the universe, they would be at rest, though they seem to move very rapidly. But as we are not certain of it, we must not pretend to affirm that the fixed stars are in a state of absolute rest. A body is said to be in a state of apparent rest when it preserves the same situation on the earth. It is likewise to be presumed that these terms, rest and motion, have been introduced into language to mark rather appearances than truth, and in this sense I affirm, without hesitation, that my table is at rest, as well as the whole earth, and that the sun and the fixed stars are in motion, and that a very rapid motion, although they are really at rest. We should, therefore, be ascribing strange and purely metaphysical ideas to these expressions, if we understood by them absolute rest or motion. And it is absurd to employ, as some persons do, passages of the Holy Scriptures to prove that the earth is at rest and the sun in motion. Language is formed for general use, and philosophers are under the necessity of forming a particular language for themselves. As we are incapable to judge of absolute rest, it is very natural for us to consider those bodies as at rest, which preserve the same situation, relatively to the earth. As it is very probable, the inhabitants of other planets, likewise, from their judgment of rest, from the same situation relatively to their respective planet. We observe that navigators consider at rest the objects which preserve the same situation relatively to their vessel, and that the coasts which they discover appear to them to be in motion, and no one thinks of finding fault with their using the common modes of expression. There is, therefore, a great difference between rest and motion, real or absolute, and between rest and motion apparent, or relative to a body considered at the time as in a state of rest, though perhaps it may be in motion. The principles, or laws of motion, refer chiefly to the absolute state of bodies, that is, to their rest or motion, real or absolute. In order to discover these laws, we begin with considering a body singly, and abstractedly from all others. This hypothesis, though it never can take place, is, in reality, very proper to assist us in distinguishing what is operated by the nature of body itself, from that which other bodies are capable of operating upon it. Let a body, then, be alone and at rest. It may be asked, Will it continue at rest, or will it begin to move? As there is no reason which should incline it to move to one side rather than to another, it is concluded that it would remain always at rest. The same thing must happen on the supposition of the existence of other bodies, provided they do not act on the body in question. Hence results this fundamental law. When a body is once in a state of rest, and nothing external acts upon it, it will remain always in that state, and if it begin to move, the cause of motion would be out of it, so that there is nothing in the body itself which is capable of putting it in motion. When, therefore, we see a body, which has been at rest, begin to move, we may rest assured that this motion has been occasioned by an exterior power, as there is nothing in the body itself capable of putting it in motion, and if it were alone, and cut off from all communication with other bodies, it would remain always at rest. However well-founded this law may be, and however entitled to rank with geometrical truths, there are persons, little accustomed to profound investigation, who pretend that it is contradicted by experience. They allege the example of a thread, to which a stone is appended. The stone is at rest, but falls the moment that the thread is cut. It is certain, say they, that the action by which the thread is cut is not capable of making the stone move. The stone, therefore, must fall by a power which is proper to itself and internal. The fact is certain, but it is evident at the same time that gravity is the cause of the descent, and not an internal power in the stone. They say farther that gravity may be an intrinsic power, attached to the nature of the stone, on which it must be remarked that gravity is produced, either by a subtle matter, or by the attraction of the earth. In the first case, it certainly is that subtle matter which causes the descent of the stone. In the second, which appears favourable to our opponents, it can with no propriety be affirmed that the stone descends by an intrinsic power. It is rather the earth which contains the cause of it, and which produces the descent of the stone, by its attractive power. For if the earth did not exist, or were deprived of its attractive power, they admit that the stone would not descend. It is certain, therefore, that the cause of the descent does not reside in the stone itself. The cause, then, is always extrinsic, whether it be in the subtile matter or in the earth, supposing it to be endowed with an attractive power, as the partisans of attraction pretend. This difficulty being removed, the law, which I have laid down, subsists in full force, namely, that a body, once at rest, will always remain so, unless it be put in motion by some foreign cause. This law must take place, provided the body has been at rest but a single instant, though it was in motion immediately before, and when once reduced to a state of rest, it will always preserve that state, unless some foreign cause intervene to put it again in motion. This principle being the foundation of all mechanics, it was necessary for me to establish it with all possible precision. 28th of October, 1760. End of Letter 71.
Letter 72 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard, Euler, translated by Henry Hunter, of uniform, accelerated, and retarded motion. I return to the case of a body placed in such a manner as to have no connection with any other. Let us suppose it to have received some motion from whatever cause. It remains that we inquire what will afterwards happen to it. Will it continue to move, or will it suddenly return to a state of rest, or after some time. You must be sensible that this is an inquiry of some importance, and that all our researches respecting the motion of bodies depend upon it. Let us examine if, by means of reasoning, that we are able to resolve it. A body is at rest as long as it and all its parts remain in the same place, and it is in motion when that body, or some of its parts only, pass from one place to another. Now, there are two things to be considered in motion: the direction and the velocity. The direction is the place toward which the body is carried, and the velocity is the space, greater or less, through which it moves in a certain time. I am persuaded you have, already, juster ideas of this than I could communicate by the most ample explanation. I remark only that as long as a body preserves the same direction, it moves in a straight line, and, reciprocally, as long as a body moves in a straight line, it preserves the same direction. But when it moves in a curve, it is continually changing its direction. If a body, then, Plate 3, Figure 7, moves in the curve ABC, when it is at A, its direction is the small line AA. When it is at B, its direction is the small line BB. And at C, the small line CC. Let these small lines be produced, the continuations of which are marked by the straight dotted lines AL, BM, CN. And it will be affirmed that when the body passes through A, its direction is the straight line AL, because if the body preserved the same direction which it had at A, it would move in the straight line AL. It is evident, then, that it moves in the curve only insofar as it is continually changing its direction, and when it arrives at B and at C, the direction from which it deviates is expressed by the straight lines BM and CN. Footnote: the argument causa sufficient, or sufficient reason, is a sort of jargon introduced by some metaphysicians in the beginning of the present century, which still has its advocates on the continent. To conclude that a thing is such because we see no sufficient reason to the contrary is, indeed, a strange method of reasoning. What can be more preposterous than to employ our ignorance as the instrument of discovering truth? And yet, this is the plain treatment of the argument. The instance mentioned in the text is a noted one, though the ingenious Father Beskovich remarks that any inference whatever may, with equal justice, be drawn from the same premises. Thus, we may say that no sufficient reason can be given that a moving body, A, should approach a point B rather than recede from it. It will, therefore, keep constantly at the same distance, and, consequently, describe a circle about that point. Hence, bodies move not in straight lines, but in circles. In the same manner, we may say that motion is not uniform, and, indeed, prove anything we please. The fact is that we derive no part of our knowledge from any abstract reasoning on the nature of things. End footnote. A body preserves the same velocity in its motion as long as it moves through equal spaces in equal times. This motion is called uniform. Thus, for example, if a body moves in such a manner as always to proceed 10 feet during every second, we call this motion uniform. If another body proceeds 20 feet in a second, its motion too would be uniform, but its velocity would be twice as great as that of the preceding. From what I have just said of the uniformity of motion, it is easy to comprehend what is not uniform motion. For when the velocity of a body is not equal, its motion is not uniform. When the velocity of a body goes on increasing, its motion is said to be accelerated, and when it is continually diminishing, we say it is retarded. In this last case, the velocity may come to be retarded to such a degree that the body shall, at length, come to a state of rest. Having made these remarks on the velocity and direction of moving bodies, I return to the case of a solitary body, which I suppose to be put into motion by any cause whatever. As soon as it has begun to move, it must have acquired a certain direction and a certain velocity. And the question is, will it afterwards preserve the same direction and the same velocity? Or will it undergo some alteration? We cannot affirm that it will be reduced to a state of rest in an instant, for, in this case, it could not have had any motion. All motion supposing duration, however short. Now, as long as the motion lasts, it is certain that the direction will remain the same. In truth, it is impossible to conceive why the body should go out of its road to one side rather than to another. And, as nothing comes to pass without reason, it follows that the body in question will always preserve in the same direction, or that its motion will proceed in a straight line, which is a great step made toward the decision of the question. It is, likewise, maintained that the velocity of the body of which I speak cannot change, for, in that case, it must either increase or diminish, and no reason can be assigned capable of producing this change. Hence, it is concluded that this body will always continue to move with the same velocity and the same direction, or that it will proceed continually in the direction of a straight line without ever deviating from it, and always with equal speed. This motion will be performed, then, always in a straight line and with an equal velocity, without ever being slackened or retarded. The body, therefore, will never be reduced to a state of rest. What has been said of a body, which I have supposed solitary, would happen, in like manner, to our globe, if no other bodies had any influence upon it, for, then, it would be the same thing as if they did not exist. The question, then, is resolved. A body in motion will always preserve it in the same direction and with the same velocity, unless some external cause interpose capable of altering its motion. So long, therefore, as a body is not subject to the action of some external cause, it will remain at rest if it has once been in a state of rest, or will be moved in the direction of a straight line and always with the same velocity if it has once been put in motion. And this is the first and principal law of nature, on which the whole science of motion must be founded. From it, we deduce at once this conclusion, that as often as we see a body which was at rest put in motion, or a body moving in a curved line, or whose velocity changes, it is certain that an external cause acts upon it. No change can possibly take place, either as to direction or velocity, but what is the operation of a foreign cause. 1st of November, 1760. End of letter 72.
Letter 73 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Principal law of motion and rest, disputes of philosophers on the subject. With whatever solidity this principle is established, that every body put in motion continues to move in the same direction and with the same velocity, unless some exterior cause interpose to derange this motion, it has nevertheless been combated by certain philosophers, who have never made any great progress in the science of motion. While those, to whom we are indebted for all the great discoveries which have been made in this science, unanimously agree that all their researches have proceeded entirely on this principle. It is attacked by two sects of philosophers, whose objections I proceed to propose and shall endeavour to refute. It is alleged by the one that all bodies have a propensity to rest, which is their natural state, and that motion is to them a state of violence, so that when a body is put in motion, it has a tendency, from its very nature, to return to the state of rest, and that it makes every effort to destroy its motion, independently of every external or foreign cause. They allege, in proof, evidence so convincing, according to them, that we know of no motion in nature that does not very sensibly betray this reluctance. Do we not see, say they, on the billiard table, that with whatever force we strike a ball, its motion is quickly slackened, and it soon returns to a state of rest? As soon as the motion of a clock ceases to be kept up by the external force which set it a-going, it stops. It is remarked of all machines in general that their motion lasts no longer than the external powers by which they are agitated. Hence they conclude that a body put in motion is so far from preserving it from anything in its own nature that on the contrary an external force must be employed to keep it up. You must be sensible that, if this conclusion is just, our principle is completely subverted, as, in virtue of this principle, the ball and the machines in question, once put in motion, must always preserve the same, unless external causes have occasioned some change in it. Thus, in the experiments referred to, had there been no external cause which tended to destroy the motion, we should have been under the necessity of abandoning our principle. But, if we attend to everything, we shall find so many obstacles opposed to the motion that we need no longer wonder it should be so speedily extinguished. In fact, it is first the friction on the billiard table which diminishes the motion of the ball, for it cannot advance without rubbing against the cloth. Again, the air being a substance causes likewise a resistance capable of diminishing the motion of bodies. To be convinced of this, you have only to move your hand rapidly through the air. It is evident, then, that in the case of the billiard table, it is the friction and the resistance of the air which counteract the motion of the ball, and soon reduce it to a state of rest. Now, these causes are external, and it is easily comprehensible that, but for these obstacles, the motion of the ball must have always continued. The same reasoning is applicable to machines of all kinds, in which the friction which acts on the different parts is so considerable that it is visibly a very sufficient cause of soon reducing the machine to rest. Having then discovered the real causes which produce, in the cases alleged, the extinction of motion, and that these causes are external and not resident in the moving body, it is evidently false that bodies have in their nature a propensity to rest. Our principle, therefore, subsists in full force and even acquires additional strength from the preceding objections. Every body, then, always preserves the motion which it has once received, unless foreign causes interpose to change the direction or the velocity, or both, at once. And thus we have got rid of one phalanx of the adversaries who combat our principle. The other is more formidable, for they are no less than the celebrated Wolffian philosophers. They do not indeed openly declare against our principle, nay, they even express much respect for it, but they advance others which directly oppose it. They maintain that all bodies, in virtue of their nature, are making continual efforts to change their state. That is, when they are at rest, they make an effort to move, and, if they are in motion, make continual efforts to change their velocity and direction. They allege nothing in proof of this assertion, except certain crude reasonings, drawn from their system of metaphysics, which I shall hereafter take occasion to lay before you. I only remark at present that this opinion is contradicted by the principle which we have so firmly established, and by experience, which is in perfect conformity with it. In fact, if it be true that a body at rest remains in virtue of its nature in that state, it must be undoubtedly false that it should make in virtue of its nature continual efforts to change its state. And if it be true that a body in motion preserves in virtue of its nature this motion in the same direction and with the same velocity, it is impossible that the same body should, in virtue of its nature, be making continual efforts to change its motion. These philosophers, in attempting to maintain at the same time the true principle of motion and their own absurd opinion, have fallen into self-contradiction, and thereby subverted their own system. It is therefore placed beyond the reach of dispute that our principle is founded in the very nature of body, and that whatever is contrary to it ought to be banished from sound philosophy. And this same principle enables us to clear it of certain subtleties in which it has been involved. This principle is commonly expressed in the two following propositions. First, a body once at rest will remain eternally at rest, unless it be put in motion by some external or foreign cause. Secondly, a body once in motion will preserve it eternally in the same direction and with the same velocity, or will proceed with a uniform motion in a straight line, unless it is disturbed by some external or foreign cause. In these two propositions consists the foundation of the whole science of motion, called mechanics. 4th of November, 1760. End of letter 73. Letter 74, of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of the inertia of bodies, of powers. As we say that a body, so long as it is at rest, remains in the same state, so we likewise say of a body in motion that as long as it moves in the same direction and with the same velocity, it remains in the same state. To continue in the same state, then, signifies nothing more than to remain at rest or to preserve the same motion. This manner of speaking has been introduced for the purpose of expressing more succinctly our grand principle, that every body, in virtue of its nature, preserves itself in the same state, till an extraneous cause come to disturb it, that is, to put the body in motion when at rest, or to derange its motion. It must not be imagined that a body, in order to preserve the same state, must remain in the same place. This indeed is the case when the body is at rest, but when it moves with the same velocity and in the same direction, we say equally that it continues in the same state, though it is every instant changing its place. It was necessary to make this remark to prevent the possibility of confounding change of place with that of state. If it be now asked, why bodies continue in the same state, the answer must be that this is in virtue of their peculiar nature. All bodies, in as far as they are composed of matter, have the property of remaining in the same state, if they are not drawn out of it by some external cause. This then is a property founded on the nature of bodies, by which they endeavour to preserve themselves in the same state, whether of rest or motion. This quality, with which all bodies are endowed, and which is essential to them, is called inertia, and it enters as necessarily into their constitution as extension and impenetrability, to such a degree that it would be impossible for a body to exist divested of this inertia. This term was first introduced into philosophy by those who maintained that all bodies have a propensity to rest. They considered bodies as somewhat resembling indolent persons who prefer rest to exertion, and ascribed to bodies an aversion to motion, similar to that which sluggards have for labour, the term inertia signifying nearly the same thing as sluggishness. But though the falseness of this opinion has been since detected, and though it is certain that bodies remain equally in their state motion as in that of rest, yet the term inertia has been still retained to denote in general the property of all bodies to continue in the same state, whether of rest or of motion. The exact idea of inertia, therefore, is a repugnance to everything that has a tendency to change the state of bodies. For as a body, in virtue of its nature, preserves the same state of motion or of rest, and cannot be drawn out of it but by external causes, it follows that, in order to a body's changing its state, it must be forced out of it by some external cause, without which it would always continue in the same state. Hence it is that we give to this external cause the name of power or force. It is a term in common use, though many by whom it is employed have but a very imperfect idea of it. From what I have just said, you will see that the word force signifies everything that is capable of changing the state of bodies. Thus, when a body which has been at rest is put in motion, it is a force which produces this effect, and when a body in motion changes its direction or velocity, it is likewise a force which produces this change. Every change of direction or of velocity in the motion of a body requires either an increase or a diminution of force. Such force, therefore, is always out of the body whose state is changed, for we have seen that a body left to itself preserves always the same state, unless a force from without acts upon it. Now the inertia by which a body tends to preserve itself in the same state exists in the body itself, and is an essential property of it. When, therefore, an external force changes the state of any body, the inertia which would maintain it in the same state opposes itself to the action of that force, and hence we comprehend that the inertia is a quality susceptible of measurement, or that the inertia of one body may be greater or less than that of another body. But bodies are endowed with this inertia in as far as they contain matter. It is even by the inertia, or the resistance which they oppose to every change of state, that we judge of the quantity of a body. The inertia of a body, accordingly, is greater in proportion to the quantity of matter which it contains. Hence we conclude that it requires a greater force to change the state of a great body than that of a small one, and we go on to conclude that the great body contains more matter than the small one. It may even be affirmed that this single circumstance, the inertia, renders matter sensible to us. It is evident, then, that the inertia is susceptible of measurement, and that it is the same with the quantity of matter which a body contains. As we denominate likewise the quantity of matter in a body, its mass, the measure of the inertia is the same as that of the mass. To this, then, is reduced our knowledge of bodies in general. First, we know that all bodies have an extension of 3 dimensions. Secondly, that they are impenetrable, and hence results their general property, known by the name of inertia, by which they preserve themselves in their state. That is, when a body is at rest, by its inertia it remains so, and when it is in motion, it is likewise by its inertia that it continues to move with the same velocity and in the same direction. And this preservation of the same state lasts till some external cause interpose to produce a change in it. As often as the state of a body changes, we must never look for the cause of such change in the body itself. It exists always out of the body, and this is the just idea which we must form of a power or force. 8th of November, 1760. End of letter 74.
Letter 75 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Houseworth. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Changes which may take place in the state of bodies. The fundamental principle of mechanics, with the idea of inertia, which I have endeavored to explain, enables us to reason on solid ground respecting various phenomena presented to us in nature. On seeing a body in motion, which should proceed uniformly in a straight line, that is, which should preserve the same direction and the same velocity, we would say that the cause of this continuation of motion is not to be found out of the body, but that it is founded in its very nature, and that in virtue of its inertia, it remains always in the same state. As we would say, were the body at rest, that this took place in virtue of its inertia. We would likewise be right in saying that this body undergoes no action from any external cause, or, if any such existed, that these powers reciprocally destroyed each other in such a manner that the body is in the state in which it would be if no force acted upon it. If it is asked, then, why the body continues to move in this manner, the answer is obvious. But if it is asked why this body had begun thus to move, the question is totally different. It must be said that this motion has been impressed upon it by some external force, if it was before at rest. But it would be impossible to affirm anything with certainty respecting the quantity of that force, because perhaps no traces of it remain. It is therefore abundantly ridiculous to ask who impressed motion on every body at the beginning of the world, or who was the prime mover. Those who put the question admit then a beginning, and consequently a creation, but they imagine that God created all bodies at rest. Now it may be answered that he who could create bodies could impress motion upon them. I ask them in my turn if they believe it to be more easy to create a body at rest than in motion. They both equally require the omnipotence of God, and this question belongs not to the province of philosophy. But when a body has once received motion, it preserves that motion by its own nature, or by its inertia, in the same state in which it must constantly remain until a force or some foreign cause oppose an obstacle to it. As often then as we observe that a body does not remain in the same state, that a body at rest begins to move, or that a body in motion changes its direction or velocity, we must admit that this change has its cause out of the body, and that it is occasioned by a foreign force. Thus, as a stone left to itself descends, the cause of that descent is foreign to the body, and it is not from its own nature that the body descends, but from the effect of a foreign cause to which we give the name of gravity. Gravity, then, is not an intrinsic property of body, it is rather the effect of a foreign force, the source of which must be sought for out of the body. This is geometrically true, though we know not the foreign forces which occasion gravity. It is the same when we throw a stone. We see clearly that it does not follow in its motion the direction of a straight line, and that its velocity does not always continue the same. It is gravity likewise which changes the direction or the velocity of the body. But for it, the stone would describe a straight line in the air and proceed forward with the same velocity. And were gravity to be suddenly annihilated during the motion of the stone, it would continue to move in a straight line and would preserve the same direction and the same velocity which it had at the instant when gravity ceased to act upon it. But as gravity acts continually and upon all bodies, we need not be surprised that we meet with no motion in which the direction and the velocity continue the same. The case of rest may very well take place. It is when something invincibly opposes the fall of a body. Thus, the floor of my apartment prevents my falling into that below it. But the bodies which appear to us at rest are carried along by the motion of the earth, which is neither rectilinear nor uniform. It cannot be affirmed, therefore, that these bodies remain in the same state. Neither is there one of the heavenly bodies which moves in a straight line, and always with the same velocity. They are continually changing their state. And even the forces which produce this continual change are not unknown to us. They are the attractive powers which the heavenly bodies exercise over one another. I have already remarked that these forces may very probably be caused by the subtle matter which surrounds all the heavenly bodies and fills the whole space of the heavens. But according to the opinion of those who consider attraction as a power inherent in matter, this force is always foreign to the body on which it acts. Thus, when we say the earth is attracted toward the sun, it is acknowledged that the force which acts upon the earth is not resident in the earth itself, but in the sun. As, in fact, if the sun did not exist, there would be no such force. This opinion, however, that attraction is essential to all matter, is subject to so many other inconveniences that it is hardly possible to allow it a place in a rational philosophy. It is certainly much safer to proceed on the idea that what is called attraction is a power contained in the subtle matter which fills the whole space of the heavens, though we cannot tell how. we must accustom ourselves to acknowledge our ignorance on a variety of other important subjects. 11th November, 1760. End of letter 75. Letter 76 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Houseworth. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1 by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. System of the Monads of Wolff. Before I attempt to make you sensible of the truth of the principle that all bodies of themselves always preserve the same state of rest or motion, I must remark that if we consult experience only on the subject without thoroughly investigating it by the powers of reasoning, we would be disposed to draw the directly opposite conclusion, and to maintain that bodies always have a propensity to be continually changing their state, as we see nothing in the whole universe but a perpetual change in the state of bodies. But we have just shown what are the causes which produce these changes, and we are assured that they are not to be found in the bodies whose state is changing, but out of them. The principle, then, which we have established is so far from being contradicted by experience that it is, on the contrary, confirmed by it. You will easily judge from this how several great philosophers, misled by an experience not accurately understood, have fallen into the error of maintaining that all bodies are endowed with powers, disposing them continually to change their state. It is thus that Wolff has reasoned. He says, 1. Experience shows us all bodies perpetually changing their state. 2. Whatever is capable of changing the state of bodies is called force. 3. All bodies, therefore, are endowed with a force capable of changing their state. 4. Every body, therefore, is making a continual effort to change. 5. Now, this force belongs to body only so far as it contains matter. 6. It is therefore a property of matter to be continually changing its own state. 7. Matter is a compound of a multitude of parts, denominated the elements of matter. Therefore, 8. As the compound can have nothing but what is founded in the nature of its elements, every elementary part must be endowed with the power of changing its own state. These elements are simple beings, for if they were composed of parts, they would no longer be elements, but their parts would be so. Now, a simple being is likewise denominated monad. Every monad, therefore, has the power of continually changing its state. Such is the foundation of the system of monads, which you may have heard mentioned, though it does not now make such a noise as it formerly did. I have marked by figures the several propositions on which it is established for the purpose of making a more distinct reference in the reflections I mean to make upon them. I have nothing to say respecting the first and second, but the third is very equivocal, and altogether false in the sense in which it is taken, without meaning to say that the forces which change the state of bodies proceed from some spirit. I readily agree that the force by which the state of every body is changed subsists in body, but it being always understood that it subsists in another body, and never in that which undergoes the change of state, which has rather the contrary quality, that of preserving the same state. In so far, then, as these forces subsist in bodies, it ought to be said that these bodies, as long as they have certain connections with each other, may be capable of supplying forces by which the state of another body is changed. It follows that the fourth proposition must be absolutely false, and the result from all that went before rather is that every body is endowed with the power of remaining in the same state, which is directly the opposite of the conclusion which these philosophers have drawn. And I must here remark that it is rather absurd to give the name of force to that quality of bodies by which they remain in their state. For if we are to understand by the term force everything that is capable of changing the state of bodies, the quality by which they preserve in their state is rather the opposite of a force. It is, therefore, by an abuse of language that certain authors give the name of force to the inertia, which is that quality, and which they denominate the inert force. But not to wrangle about terms, though this abuse may lead to very gross errors, I return to the system of monads, and, as proposition 4 is false, those that follow, which are successively founded upon it, must of necessity be so too. It is false, then, likewise, that the elements of matter, or monads, if such there be, are possessed of the power of changing their state. The truth is rather to be found in the opposite quality, that of preserving in the same state, and thereby the whole system of monads is completely subverted. These philosophers attempted to reduce the elements of matter to the class of beings, which comprehend spirits and souls endowed beyond the power of contradiction with the faculty of changing their state. For while I am writing, my soul continually represents other objects to itself, and these changes depend entirely on my will. I am thoroughly convinced of it, and not the less so that I am master of my own thoughts, whereas the changes which take place in bodies are the effect of an extraneous force. Add to this the infinite difference between the state of body, capable only of one velocity and of one direction, and the thoughts of spirit, and you will be entirely convinced of the falsehood of the sentiments of the Materialists, who pretend that spirit is only a modification of matter. These gentlemen have no knowledge of the real nature of bodies. 15th November, 1760. End of letter 76.
Letter 77 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cahucum. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1 by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Origin and Nature of Powers. It is undoubtedly very surprising that if everybody has a natural disposition to preserve itself in the same state, and even to oppose all change, all the bodies in the universe should, nevertheless, be continually changing their state. We are well assured that this change can be produced only by a force not resident in the body whose state is changed. Where then must we look for those powers, which produce the incessant changes that take place in all the bodies of the universe, and which are nevertheless foreign to body? Must we then suppose, besides these existing bodies, particular beings which contain those powers, or are these powers themselves particular substances existing in the world? We know but of two kinds of beings in it, the one of which comprehends all bodies, and the other all intellectual beings, namely the spirits of souls and men, and those of animals? Must we establish, then, in the world, besides body and spirits, a third species of beings under the name of power or force? Or are they spirits which incessantly change the state of bodies? Both of these labor under too many difficulties to be hastily adopted, though it cannot be denied that the souls of men and of beasts have the power of producing changes in their bodies. It were, however, absurd to maintain that the motion of a ball on the billiard table was retarded and destroyed by some spirit, or that gravity was produced by a spirit continually pressing bodies downward, and that the heavenly bodies which in their motion change both direction and velocity were subjected to the action of spirits, according to the system of certain ancient philosophers who assigned to each of the heavenly bodies a spirit or angel who directed its course. Now, on reasoning with solidity respecting the phenomena of the universe, it must be admitted that if we accept animated bodies, that is, those of men and beasts, every change of state which befalls other bodies is produced by merely corporeal causes, in which spirits have no share. The whole question, then, is reduced to this, whether the forces which change the state of bodies exist separately and constitute a particular species of beings, or whether they exist in the bodies. This last opinion appears, at first sight, very unaccountable, for if all bodies have the power of preserving themselves in the same state, how can it be possible they should contain powers that have a tendency to change it? You will not be surprised to hear that the origin of force has, in all ages, been a stumbling block to philosophers. They have all considered it as the greatest mystery in nature, and as likely to remain forever impenetrable. I hope, however, I shall be able to present you with a solution so clear of this pretended mystery that all the difficulties which have hitherto appeared insurmountable shall wholly vanish. I say, then, that, however strange it may appear, this faculty of bodies, which they are disposed to preserve themselves in the same state, is capable of supplying powers which may change that of others. I do not say that a body ever changes its own state, but that it may become capable of changing that of another. In order to enable you to get to the bottom of this mystery, respecting the origin of force, it will be sufficient to consider two bodies as if no others existed. Let the body A be at rest, and let the body B have received a motion in the direction BA, with a certain velocity. This being laid down, the body A is disposed to continue always at rest, and the body B to continue its motion along the straight line BA, always with the same velocity, and both the one and the other in virtue of its inertia. The body B will, at length, then, come to touch the body A. What will be the consequence? As long as the body A remains at rest, the body B could not continue its motion, without passing through the body A, that is, without penetrating it. It is impossible, then, that each body should preserve itself in its state without the one's penetrating the other. But this penetration is impossible, impenetrability being a property common to all bodies. It being impossible, then, that both the one and the other should preserve its state, the body A must absolutely begin to move to make way for the body B, that it may continue its motion, or that the body B, having come close to the body A, must have its motion destroyed, or the state of both must be changed as much as is necessary to put them in a condition to continue afterward, each in his proper state, without mutual penetration. Either the one body, therefore, or the other, or both, must absolutely undergo a change of their state, and the cause of this change infallibly exists in the impenetrability of the bodies themselves. Since every cause capable of changing the state of bodies is demonstrated force, it is then, of necessity, the impenetrability of the bodies themselves which produces the force by which this change is effected. In fact, as impenetrability implies the impossibility that bodies should mutually penetrate, each of them opposes itself to all penetration, even in the minutest parts. And to oppose itself to penetration, it is nothing else but to exert the force necessary to prevent it. As often, then, as two or more bodies cannot preserve themselves in their state without mutual penetration, their impenetrability always exerts the force necessary to change it as far as is requisite to prevent the slightest degree of penetration. The impenetrability of bodies, therefore, contains the real origin of forces, which are continually changing their state in this world. And this is the true solution of the great mystery, which has perplexed philosophers so grievously. 18th November, 1760. End of Letter 77.
Letter 78 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject, principle of the least possible action. You have now made very considerable progress in the knowledge of nature, from the explanation of the real origin of the powers capable of changing the state of bodies, and you are at present in a condition easily to comprehend why all those of this world are subject to an incessant change of state, from rest to motion, or from motion to rest. First, we are certain that the world is filled with matter. Here below it is evident that the space which separates the gross bodies sensible to feeling is occupied by the air, and that, when we make a vacuum in any space, the ether instantly succeeds, and it likewise fills the space in which the heavenly bodies move. All space being thus full, it is impossible that a body in motion should continue it a single instant without meeting others through which it must pass if they were not impenetrable. And as this impenetrability of bodies exerts always and universally a force which prevents all penetration, it must be continually changing the state of bodies. It is not at all surprising, then, that we should observe perpetual changes in the state of bodies, though every one has a tendency to preserve itself in the same state. If they could penetrate each other freely, nothing would prevent any one from remaining perseveringly in its state. But being impenetrable, there must thence necessarily result force sufficient to prevent all penetration, and no more results than what is precisely needful. While they can continue in the same state, without any injury to impenetrability, they then exert no force, and bodies remain in their state. It is only to prevent penetration that impenetrability becomes active and supplies a force sufficient to oppose it. When, therefore, a small force suffices to prevent penetration, impenetrability exerts that, and no more. But when a great force is necessary for this purpose, impenetrability is ever in a condition to supply it. Thus, though impenetrability supplies these powers, it is impossible to say that it is endowed with a determinate force. It is rather in a condition to supply all kinds of force, great or small, according to circumstances. It is even an inexhaustible source of them. As long as bodies are endowed with impenetrability, this is a source which cannot be dried up. This force absolutely must be exerted, or bodies must mutually penetrate, which is contrary to nature. It ought likewise to be remarked that this force is never the effect of the impenetrability of a single body. It results always from that of all bodies at once. For if one of the bodies was penetrable, the penetration would take place, without any need of a power to effect a change in their state. When, therefore, two bodies come into contact, and when they cannot continue in their state without penetrating each other, the impenetrability of both acts equally, and it is by their joint operation that the force necessary to prevent the penetration is supplied. We then say that they act upon each other, and that the force resulting from their impenetrability produces this effect. This force acts upon both of them, for as they have a tendency toward mutual penetration, it repels both the one and the other, and thus prevents their penetration. It is certain, then, that bodies may act upon each other, and we speak so frequently of this action, as when two billiard balls clash, it is said the one acts upon the other, that you must be well acquainted with this mode of expression. But it must be carefully remarked that in general bodies do not act upon each other, but in so far as their state becomes contrary to impenetrability, from whence results a force capable of changing it, precisely so much as is necessary to prevent any penetration. For that a small force would not have been sufficient to produce this effect. It is very true that a greater force would likewise prevent the penetration, but when the change produced in the state of bodies is sufficient to prevent mutual penetration, the impenetrability acts no farther, and there results from it the least force that is capable of preventing the penetration. Since then the force is the smallest, the effect which it produces, that is, the change of state which it operates in order to prevent penetration, will be proportional, and consequently, when two or more bodies come into contact, so that no one could continue in its state without penetrating the others, a mutual action must take place, which is always the smallest that was capable of preventing penetration. You will find here, therefore, beyond all expectation, the foundation of the system of the late Mr. de Maupertuis, so much cried up by some, and so violently attacked by others. His principle is that of the least possible action, by which he means that, in all the changes which happen in nature, the cause which produces them is the least that can be. From the manner in which I have endeavoured to unfold this principle to you, it is evident that it is perfectly founded in the very nature of body, and that those who deny it are much in the wrong, though still less than those who would turn it into ridicule. You will already perhaps have remarked that certain persons, no great friends to Mr. de Maupertuis, take every opportunity of laughing at the principle of the least possible action, as well as at the whole continued down to the centre of the earth. But fortunately truth suffers nothing by their pleasantry. 22nd of November, 1760. End of letter 78. Letter 79. Of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. On the question, are there any other species of powers? The origin of powers, founded on the impenetrability of bodies, which I have been endeavouring to explain, is by no means inconsistent with the opinion of those who maintain that the souls of men and those of beasts have the power of acting on their bodies. There is nothing to hinder the existence of two kinds of power, which produce all the changes that take place in the world. The one corporeal, which derives its origin from the impenetrability of bodies, and the other spiritual, which the souls of animals exercise over their bodies. But this last power operates only upon animated bodies. And the Creator has so clearly distinguished it from the other that it is not permitted in philosophy to confound them. But this distinction greatly embarrasses those who consider attraction as an inherent quality of bodies, for, if they act upon each other only to maintain their impenetrability, attraction cannot be referred to this case. Two distant bodies may preserve each its state, without at all interesting their impenetrability, and without there being any reason of consequence why the one should act upon the other, even by attracting it. Attraction, therefore, ought to be referred to a third species of power, which should be neither corporeal nor spiritual. But it is always contrary to the rules of a rational philosophy to introduce a new species of powers before their existence is incontestably demonstrated. It would have been necessary, therefore, for this effect to have proved beyond contradiction that the powers by which bodies mutually attract could not derive their origin from the subtle matter which surrounds them, but this impossibility is not yet demonstrated. It would appear, on the contrary, that the Creator has expressly filled the whole space of the heavens with a subtle matter, to give birth to these powers, which impel bodies towards each other conformably to the law before established respecting their impenetrability. In fact, the subtle matter might very well have a motion such as that a body in it should not be able to preserve its state without being penetrated by it, and then this force must be derived as well from the impenetrability of the subtle matter as from that of the body itself. Were there a single case in the world in which two bodies attracted each other while the intermediate space was not filled with a subtle matter, the reality of attraction might very well be admitted, but as no such case exists, we have consequently reason to doubt, nay, even to reject it. We know then but two sources of all the powers which produce these changes, the impenetrability of body and the action of spirit. The disciples of Wolff reject likewise this law and maintain that no spirit or immaterial substance can act upon a body, and they are very much embarrassed when it is alleged that, according to them, God himself, who is a spirit, could not have the power of acting upon bodies, which savours strongly of atheism. They are accordingly reduced to this feeble reply, that it is by infinity God is able to act upon body, but if it be impossible for a spirit, as a spirit, to act upon a body, this impotence necessarily recoils on God himself. And who can deny that our soul acts upon our body? I am to such a degree master of my members that I can put them into action as I please. The same thing may be affirmed likewise of the brute creation, and as, according to the system of Descartes, at which we have good reason to smile, beasts are mere machines, without any feeling, like a watch, as the Wolffians would have it, men too are merely machines. These same philosophers, in their speculations, go likewise so far as to deny the first species of powers, of which they know nothing. For, not being able to comprehend how one body acts upon another, they boldly deny its action, and maintain that all the changes which befall a body are produced by its own powers. They are the philosophers whom I formerly mentioned as denying the first principle of mechanics, respecting the preservation of the same state, which is sufficient to subvert their whole system. The error into which they have fallen, as I have already remarked, arises from their reasoning inconclusively respecting the phenomena which bodies present to us. They concluded precipitately, from observing almost all bodies continually changing their state, that they contained in themselves the powers by which they incessantly exert themselves to change it, whereas they ought to have drawn the directly opposite conclusion. It is thus that, by considering objects in a superficial manner, we hurry into the grossest errors. I have already pointed out the defects of this reasoning, but, once fallen into error, they have abandoned themselves to the most absurd ideas. They first ascribed these internal powers to the primary elements of matter, which, according to them, are continual efforts to change their state, and concluded from it that all the changes to which every element is subjected are produced by its own power, and that two elements, or simple beings, cannot act upon each other. This being laid down, it was necessary to divest spirits as simple beings of all power of acting upon body, excepting, however, the Supreme Being, and then, as bodies are composed of simple beings, they were under the necessity of denying also that bodies could act upon each other. It was in vain to object to them the case of bodies which clash, and the change of their state which results from it. Obstinately prepossessed in favour of the solidity of their reasoning, they scorned to abandon it. They chose rather to affirm that every body, from its own nature, produces the change which befalls it, and that the collision has nothing to do with it, that it is a mere illusion which makes us believe the collision to be the cause of it. And they go off in triumph at the sublimity of a philosophy so far beyond the comprehension of the vulgar. You are now in a condition to estimate it according to its real importance. 25th of November, 1760. End of letter 79.
Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of the Nature of Spirits. I flatter myself that you are now convinced of the solidity of the reasonings on which I have established the knowledge of bodies, and that of the powers which change the state of them. The whole is founded on experiments the most decisive, and on principles dictated by reason. They involve no absurdity, nor are they contradicted by other principles equally certain. It is not long since any successful progress was made in researches of this kind. Such strange ideas were formerly entertained respecting the nature of bodies, that all kinds of powers were ascribed to them, of which some must necessarily destroy the others. Certain philosophers have even gone so far as to imagine that matter itself might be endowed with the faculty of thought. These gentlemen, known by the name of Materialists, maintain that our souls, and all spirits in general, are material. Or rather, they deny the existence of souls and spirits. But when once we have got into the right road to the knowledge of bodies, the inertia, by virtue of which they continue in their state, and impenetrability, that quality by which they are subjected to powers capable of changing it, all those phantoms of powers to which I alluded, vanish away, and nothing appears a more glaring absurdity than to affirm that matter is capable of thought. To think, to judge, to reason, to possess mental feeling, to reflect and will, are qualities incomparable with the nature of bodies, and beings invested with them must be of a different nature. Such are souls and spirits, and he who possesses those qualities in the highest degree is God. There is, then, an infinite difference between body and spirit. Extension, inertia, and impenetrability, qualities which exclude all thought, are the properties of body. But spirit is endowed with the faculty of thinking, of judging, of reasoning, of feeling, of reflecting, of willing, or of determining in favor of one object, preferably to another. There is here neither extension nor inertia, nor impenetrability. These material qualities are infinitely remote from spirit. It is asked, what is spirit? I acknowledge my ignorance in respect of this, and I reply that we cannot tell what it is, as we know nothing of the nature of spirit. But it is not the less certain that this world contains two kinds of beings corporeal or material, and beings immaterial or spiritual, which are of a nature entirely different, as they manifest themselves to us by properties which have no relation to each other. These two species of beings are, nevertheless, most intimately united, and upon their union, principally, depend all the wonders of the world, which are the delight of intelligent beings, and lead them to glorify their Creator. It is certain that spirits constitute the principal part of the world, and that bodies are introduced into it merely to serve them. For this reason it is that the souls of animals are in a union so intimate with their bodies. Not only do the souls perceive all the impressions made upon their bodies, but they have the power of acting upon these bodies, and of producing in them corresponding changes, and thus they exercise an active influence over the rest of the world. This union of the soul with the body undoubtedly is, and ever will be, the greatest mystery of the divine omnipotence, a mystery which we shall never be able to unfold. We are perfectly sensible that the human soul cannot act immediately on all the parts of the body. As soon as a certain nerve is cut, I can no longer fold my hand, from which it may be concluded that the soul has power only over the extremities of the nerves, which all terminate and unite in a portion of the brain, the place of which the most skillful anatomist is unable exactly to assign. To this, then, the power of the soul is restricted, but that of God, being unlimited, extends to the whole universe and extends itself by means which far exceed our comprehension. 19 November 1760. End of Letter 80. Letter 81 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of the union between the soul and the body. As spirits and bodies are beings or substances of a nature totally different, the world contains then two kinds of substances, the one spiritual and the other corporeal or material. The strict union which subsists between them merits a very particular attention. This union of soul and body in every animal is a most wonderful phenomenon. It is reduced to two things. The one, that the soul feels or perceives all the changes which befall its body by means of the senses, which, as you know perfectly well, are 5 in number, namely, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. By these, then, the soul takes cognizance of everything that passes, not only in its own body, but out of it. Touching and tasting represent to it those objects only which are in immediate contact with the body. Smelling, objects at a small distance. Hearing extends to distances much more remote, and sight procures for us the knowledge of the most distant objects. All this knowledge is acquired only insofar as the objects make an impression on some one of our senses. But still, this is not sufficient. It is necessary that the organ of such sense should be perfectly sound, and the nerves belonging to it must not be deranged. You will recollect that in order to see, the objects must be painted distinctly in the bottom of the eye, on the retina, but still, this representation is not the object of the soul. One may be blind, though it is perfectly well expressed. The retina is the contexture of nerves, the continuation of which extends to the brain. And if this continuation is interrupted by any injury done to this nerve, called the optic nerve, there will be no sight, however perfect the representation on the retina may be. It is the same with respect to the other senses, all of which operate by means of nerves destined to convey the impression made on the organ, employed in the sensation, up to its first origin in the brain. There is, then, in the brain, a certain place where all the nerves terminate. There the soul resides, and there perceives the impressions made upon it by means of the senses. From these impressions, the soul derives all knowledge it has of things out of itself. Thence it derives its first ideas, and by their combination forms judgments, reflections, reasonings, and everything necessary to perfect its knowledge. Such is the work of the soul, in which the body has no share. But the first impression comes to it from the senses, through the bodily organs, and the first faculty of the soul is to perceive, or to feel, what passes in that part of the brain in which all the sensitive nerves terminate. This faculty is denominated feeling, or sensation, and the soul, nearly passive, does nothing, in the first instance, but receive the impressions which the body presents to it. but it possesses in its turn an active faculty by means of which it has the power of influencing its body and of producing motions in it at pleasure. In this consists its power over the body. Thus I am able to move my hands and my feet by an act of my will. And what motions are my fingers making as I write this letter? My soul, however, cannot act immediately on any one of my fingers. In order to put a single one in motion, it is necessary that several muscles should be put in action, and this action, again, exerts itself by means of nerves terminating in the brain. If such a nerve be injured, to no purpose will I wish my finger to move. It will no longer obey the orders of my soul. Thus, the power of my soul extends only to a small portion of the brain where all the nerves unite. Sensation is, likewise, restricted to this place of the brain. The soul, then, is united only with these extremities of the nerves on which it has not only the power of acting, but by means of which it can view, as in a mirror, everything that makes an impression on the organs of its body. What wonderful address to be able to conclude, from the slight changes which take place in the extremity of the nerves, that which occasion them out of the body. A tree, for example, produces on the retina, by its rays, an image which is perfectly similar to it. But how feeble must the impression be which the nerves receive from it! It is this impression, however, continued along the nerves up to their origin, which excites in the soul the idea of that tree. Afterwards, the slightest impressions which the soul makes on the extremities of the nerves are instantly communicated to the muscles, which, put in action, oblige the member which it wills to move exactly to obey its orders. Machines, which receive certain motions by the drawing of a string, present but a coarse mechanism compared to our bodies and the bodies of animals. The works of the Creator infinitely surpass the productions of human skill. 2nd December, 1760. End of letter 81. Letter 82 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Different systems relative to this subject. In order to elucidate the twofold union of soul and body, we may compare the soul to a man who contemplates, in a dark room, the external objects, and from their images derives the knowledge of what is passing out of the room. The soul viewing in like manner, if I may so express myself, the extremities of the nerves, which unite in a certain part of the brain, perceives all the impressions made upon the nerves, and arrives at the knowledge of the external objects, which have made these impressions on the organs of sense. Though we do not know wherein consists the resemblance of the impressions made on the extremities of the nerves with the objects themselves which occasioned them, they are, however, very proper to supply the soul with a very just idea of them. The action by which the soul, operating on the extremities of the nerves, can put in motion at pleasure the members of the body may be compared to that of a player on puppets, who, by pulling a string, makes them strut about and move their limbs as he pleases. This comparison is, however, very imperfect, for the union of the soul and body is infinitely more intimate. The soul is not so indifferent, in respect of feeling, as the man placed in a dark room. It is much more deeply interested in what is going on. There are sensations highly agreeable to it, and others very disagreeable, and even painful. What more disagreeable than acute pain, though it proceed but from a bad tooth? This, however, is no more than a nerve irritated in a certain manner, and yet it excites in the soul pain intolerable. In whatever light we consider the strict union of soul and body, which constitutes the essence of a living man, it must ever remain an inexplicable mystery. And in all ages, philosophers have taken fruitless pains in the hope of arriving at a satisfactory solution. Various systems have been devised in this view. The first is that by which a real influence is established of body on soul and of soul on body, so that the body, by means of the senses, supplies the soul with its first perceptions of external things, and that the soul, by acting immediately on the nerves in their origin, excites in the body the motion of its members, though it is at the same time acknowledged that the manner of this mutual influence is absolutely unknown to us. We must undoubtedly have recourse to the omnipotence of God, who has given to every soul a power over the portion of matter containing the extremities of the nerves of the body, so that the power of every soul is restricted to a small part of the body, whereas the power of God extends to all the bodies in the universe. This system seems the most conformable to truth, though we are very far from pretending to have a particular knowledge of it. The two other systems are the invention of philosophers, who boldly deny the possibility of a real influence of spirit upon bodies, though they are under the necessity of allowing it to the Supreme Being. According to them, the body cannot supply the soul with the first ideas of external things, nor the soul produce any motion in the body. One of these two systems was the invention of Descartes. It goes by the name of the system of occasional causes. According to this philosopher, when the organs of sense are excited by exterior bodies, God immediately impresses on the soul, at the same instant, the ideas of these bodies. And when the soul wills that any member of this body should move, still it is God who immediately impresses on that member the motion desired. But all the while, the soul is in no manner of connection with its body. It was, therefore, altogether unnecessary that the body should be a machine of such admirable construction as the dullest mass would have answered the purpose equally well. This system, accordingly, soon lost much of its credit when the celebrated Leibniz substituted in its place that of the pre-established harmony, which you have, no doubt, frequently heard mentioned in conversation. According to this system of pre-established harmony, the soul and the body are two substances out of all connection, and exercising no manner of influence on each other. The soul is a spiritual substance, which, from its own nature, receives or assumes all its ideas, its thoughts, its perceptions, without the body's having the least share in the matter. And the body is a machine most ingeniously constructed, like a clock, which produces all its motions in succession without any manner of influence on the part of the soul. But God, having foreseen from the beginning all the resolutions which every soul would at every instant form, arranged the machine of the body so as that its motions should, at every instant, harmonize with the resolutions of the soul. Thus, when I at this moment raise my hand, Leibniz says that God, having foreseen my soul would will, at this moment, my hand to be raised, dispose the machine of my body in such a manner that, in virtue of its proper organization, my hand should necessarily rise at the same instant, and in like manner, that all the motions of the members of the body are performed in virtue of their proper organization, which has been, from the beginning, so disposed as to be at all times in harmony with the determinations of the soul. 6th of December, 1760. End of letter 82. Letter 83 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Examination of the system of pre-established harmony, an objection to it. There was a time when the system of pre-established harmony had acquired such a high reputation over all Germany that to dare to call it in question was to incur the imputation of ignorance or bigotry. The supporters of this system boasted that by means of it, the omnipotence and omnificence of the Supreme Being were set in their clearest light, and that it was impossible for anyone who believed in these exalted perfections of God to entertain a doubt of the truth of this sublime system. In fact, say they, we see that poor pitiful mortals are capable of constructing machines so ingeniously as to fill the vulgar spectator with astonishment. How much stronger reason, then, have we to admit that God, having known from all eternity all that my soul would wish and desire at every instant, should have been able to construct such a machine which, at every instant, should produce motions conformable to the determinations of my soul. Now, this machine is precisely my body, which is united to my soul only by this harmony. So that if the organization of my body were deranged to such a degree as to be no longer in harmony with my soul, this body would no more belong to me than the body of a rhinoceros in the heart of Africa. And if, in the case of a derangement of my body, God should adjust that of a rhinoceros, so that its motions were in such harmony with the determinations of my soul as to raise its paw at the moment I willed it, this body would then be mine, and would belong to my soul, as my present body now belongs to it, without having undergone itself, on that account, any change whatever. Mr. Leibniz himself has compared the soul and the body to two clocks, which continually indicate the same hour. A clown who should see this beautiful harmony of these two clocks would undoubtedly conclude that they acted upon each other, but he would be under a mistake, for the one performs its motions independently of the other. The soul and body are, likewise, two machines totally independent, the one being spiritual, the other material. But their operations are always in harmony, so complete that we are induced to believe them to belong to each other, and that the one has a real influence upon the other, which is, however, a mere illusion. In order to form a judgment of this system, I remark, first, that it cannot be denied to be possible for God to create a machine which should always be in harmony with the operations of my soul. But it appears to me that my body belongs to me by other rights than such a harmony, however beautiful it may be, and I believe you will not be disposed hastily to adopt a system which is founded on this principle alone, that no spirit can act upon a body, and that, reciprocally, a body cannot act upon, or supply ideas to, a spirit. This principle is, besides, destitute of all proof, the chimeras of its partisans respecting simple beings having been completely refuted. And if God, who is a spirit, has the power of acting upon bodies, it is not absolutely impossible that a spirit, such as the human soul, should be able, likewise, to act upon a body. Accordingly, we do not pretend to say that our soul acts upon all bodies, but only upon a small particle of matter, with respect to which it has received the power of God himself, though to exercise it in a manner which we are utterly unable to comprehend. Farther, the system of pre-established harmony labors under other great difficulties. According to it, the soul derives all its knowledge from its own proper fund, without any contribution on the part of the body and the senses. Thus, when I read in the Gazette that the Pope is dead, and I come to the knowledge of the Pope's death, the Gazette and my reading have nothing to do with the communication of this knowledge, as these circumstances respect only my body and my senses, which have no manner of connection with my soul. But conformably to this system, my soul derives, at the same time, from its own proper fund, the ideas which it has of this same Pope. It concludes he must absolutely be dead, and this knowledge comes to it with the reading of the Gazette, so that I imagine the reading of the Gazette furnished me with this knowledge, though I really derived it from the proper fund of my soul. But this idea is perfectly absurd. How is it possible for me so boldly to assert that the Pope must necessarily have died at the moment mentioned in the Gazette, and that only from the idea which I had of the Pope's condition and health, though perhaps I knew nothing about him, while I am infinitely better acquainted with my own situation, without knowing, however, what shall befall me tomorrow? In like manner, when you do me the honor to read these letters and derive the knowledge of some truth from them, it is your soul which extracts that truth from its own proper fund, without my contributing at all to it by my letters. The reading of them serves only to maintain the harmony which the Creator meant to establish between the soul and the body. It is only a formality, altogether superfluous with respect to the knowledge itself. I shall, nevertheless, continue to tender you my instructions. 9th of December, 1760. End of letter 83. Letter 84 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Another objection. There is another objection to be made to the system of pre-established harmony, namely, that it is utterly destructive of human liberty. In fact, if the bodies of men are machines, similar to a watch, all their actions are a necessary consequence of their construction. Thus, when a thief steals my purse, the motion made by his hands is an effect as necessary of the machine of his body as the motion of the hand of my clock, now pointing to 9. You will readily comprehend what must be the conclusion, as it would be unjust, nay, ridiculous, to think of being angry at the clock and of chastising it because it pointed to 9. It would be equally so with respect to the thief, whom it would be absurd to punish for having stolen my purse. Of this we had a well-known example in the reign of his late Majesty, when Mr. Wolff taught at Halle the system of the pre-established harmony. The king informed himself of this doctrine, which was then making a prodigious noise, and one of his court having suggested to him that, according to Mr. Wolff's doctrines, soldiers were mere machines, and that when one deserted, it was a necessary consequence of his particular structure, and therefore ought not to subject him to punishment, as would be the case were a machine an object of punishment for having performed such and such a motion. The king was so provoked at this representation that he gave orders to banish Wolff from Halle, with certification that if he was found there at the end of 24 hours, he would be hanged up. The philosopher, upon this, took refuge at Marburg, where I conversed with him soon after. But the partisans of this system have always maintained that the pre-established harmony by no means encroached on human liberty. They admit that the exterior actions of men are necessary effects of the organization of the body, and that, in this respect, they take place as necessarily as the motions of a watch, but that the mental determination enjoyed perfect liberty, that these may be deserving of punishment, though the corporeal action was necessary, that the criminality of an action consists less in the act or motions of the body than in the resolution or intention of the soul, which remains entirely free. Let us conceive, say they, the soul of a thief determining at a certain time to commit a robbery. God, having foreseen this intention, has provided it with a body organized in such a manner as to produce, precisely at the same time, the motions requisite for the commission of this robbery. The action, say they, is itself the necessary effect of the organization of the body, but that the intention of the thief is a free act of his soul, which is not on that account less culpable and less punishable. Notwithstanding this reasoning, the supporters of the system of pre-established harmony will always find themselves very much embarrassed to maintain the liberty of the determinations of the soul. For, according to them, the soul is itself similar to a machine, though of a nature totally different from that of the body. The representations produced in it are occasioned by those which precede, and these again by others anterior to them, and so on, so that they follow each other as necessarily as the motions of a machine. In fact, say they, men act always from certain motives, founded on the representations of the soul, which succeed each other conformably to its state. You will recollect that according to this system, the soul derives no one idea from the body, not being in any real connection with it, but all from its own proper fund. Present ideas flow from those which preceded, and are a necessary consequence of them, so that the soul is nothing less than master of its own ideas, which generate its resolutions, and which are, therefore, as little under its power. And consequently, all its actions are founded on its present state, and that on the immediately preceding, and so on, are a necessary effect of the first state in which it was created, over which it certainly could have no power, and of consequence could not be free. In depriving men of their liberty, all their actions become necessary, and can no longer be considered as either right or criminal. Not one of those philosophers has hitherto been able to remove these difficulties, and their adversaries have a right to object to them, that this opinion is subversive of all morality, and makes every crime which men commit to recoil on God himself, which is undoubtedly the grossest impiety. We must not, however, load them with the imputation of such consequences, though they flow very naturally from their principles. The article of liberty is a stumbling block in philosophy, and it is extremely difficult to steer clear of the dangers which press on all sides. 13th December, 1760. End of section 84. Letter 85 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of the Liberty of Spirits, and a reply to Objections against Liberty. The greatest difficulties on the subject of liberty, even those which appear insurmountable, arise from want of distinguishing, with sufficient attention, between the nature of spirit and that of body. The Wolffian philosophers even go so far as to put spirits and the elements of body on the same footing, and give to both the one and the other the name of monads, the nature of which, according to them, consists in the power of changing their state, from whence result all the changes in bodies and all the representations and actions of spirits. Since, then, in this system, the actual state of bodies and of spirits derives its determination from that which immediately preceded, and as the actions of spirits are derived, like those of bodies, from their preceding state, it is evident that liberty is no more than an attribute of spirit than it is of body. As to body, it is impossible to conceive the least shadow of liberty in it, for liberty always supposes the power of committing, of admitting, or of suspending an action, and this is directly opposite to all that passes in body. Would it not, then, be ridiculous to expect that a watch should point to any other hour than that which it actually does, and to think of punishing it on that account? Would it not be absurd to fly into a passion at a puppet because, after several other gestures, it had turned its back to us? All the changes which take place in bodies, and which are all reducible to their state of rest or of motion, are the necessary consequence of the powers which act upon them. And their action once admitted, no changes in bodies can take place, but precisely such as do take place. What respects body, therefore, is an object of neither praise nor blame. However ingeniously a piece of mechanism may be constructed, the commendation which we bestow upon it reverts to the artist. The machine itself has no interest in what passes. The artist, too, is alone responsible for the defects of a clumsy and awkward machine. The machine itself is perfectly innocent. While, therefore, the inquiry is restricted to bodies, they are clearly in no respect responsible. No reward, no punishment can possibly attach to them. All the changes and motions produced in them are the necessary consequences of their structure. But spirits are of a very different nature, and their actions depend on principles directly opposite. Liberty, entirely excluded from the nature of body, is the essential portion of spirit, to such a degree that without liberty a spirit could not exist, and this it is which renders it responsible for its actions. This property is as essential to spirit as extension or impenetrability is to body, and as it would be impossible for the divine omnipotence itself to divest body of these qualities, it would be equally impossible for it to divest spirits of liberty. A spirit without liberty would no longer be a spirit, as a body without extension would no longer be a body. It has in all ages been a subject of eager inquiry among philosophers how God could have permitted sin to enter into the world. Had they reflected that the souls of men are beings necessarily free from their very nature, the controversy would have been easily settled. The objections commonly made to human liberty are these. A spirit, it is said, or a man, is never determined to an action but from motives, and after having carefully weighed the reasons on both sides, he finally decides in favor of that which he deems the preferable. Hence they conclude that motives determine the actions of men, just as the motion of a ball on a billiard table is determined by the stroke impressed upon it, and that the actions of men are no more free than the motion of the ball. But it must be considered that the motives which engage a man to undertake any enterprise refer very differently to the soul from what the stroke does to the ball. The stroke produces its effect necessarily, but a motive, however powerful, prevents not the action from being voluntary. I had very powerful motives to undertake a journey to Heidelberg. A regard to my promise, the prospect of enjoying the felicity of paying my respects to your Highness. But I am not perfectly sensible, at the same time, that I was not forced to it, and that it was entirely in my own power to take that journey or to have remained at Berlin. But a body impelled by any power necessarily obeys, and it cannot be affirmed that it was at liberty to obey, or not, as it pleased. The motive which determines a spirit to regulate its resolves is of a nature wholly different from a cause or force acting upon body. Here the effect is produced necessarily, and there the effect remains always voluntary, and the soul has power over it. On this is founded the immutability of the actions of a spirit, which makes it responsible for them, and which is the true foundation of right and wrong. As soon as we have settled this infinite difference between spirit and body, the question respecting liberty presents very little difficulty. 16th December, 1760. End of letter 85. Letter 86 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. The same subject continued. The difference which I have just established between the motives, conformably to which spirits act, and the causes or powers which act on bodies, discovers to us the true foundation of liberty. Imagine a puppet, so artfully constructed with wheels and springs as to be able to approach my pocket, to pick out my watch, without my perceiving it. This action, being a necessary consequence of the organization of the machine, could not be considered as a robbery, and I should render myself ridiculous if I got into a passion at it and insisted on having the machine hanged. Everyone would say that the puppet was innocent and incapable of committing a blamable action. It would be, besides, equally indifferent to the puppet to be hanged or placed on a throne. But if the artist had contrived this machine on purpose to steal and to enrich himself by such means, however much I might admire the ingenuity displayed on the mechanism, I should reckon myself obliged to bring him to justice as a thief. It follows, then, that even in this case the criminality reverts upon an intelligent being, or a spirit, and that spirits alone are responsible for their actions. Let every man examine his own actions, and he will always find that he was not forced into them, though he might be induced by motives. If his actions are commendable, he is perfectly conscious of meriting the praises bestowed upon him. However he might be deceived in his other judgments, he cannot in this case. The sentiment of his liberty is so intimately connected with that liberty itself that they are inseparable. It is possible to entertain a doubt where the liberty of another is concerned, but it is impossible ever to be deceived respecting one's own. A clown, for example, on seeing the puppet above described, might easily imagine it to be a real thief, and that it likewise was a free agent. In this he would be mistaken. But with respect to his own liberty, it is impossible for him to mistake. As he deems himself free, he is so in fact. It might likewise happen that the clown in question, undeceived as to the puppet, should afterwards consider a dexterous thief as a machine, destitute of all sentiment and of liberty. Here he would fall into the opposite error, but as to his own actions he will never be mistaken. It would, therefore, be ridiculous to affirm that it might be possible for a watch to imagine that its hand turned freely, and to believe that it now points to 9 because it pleases to do so, but could point to any other hour if it thought proper. The watch would undoubtedly deceive itself. But the whole supposition is manifestly absurd. You must first ascribe to the watch sentiment and imagination, and accordingly suppose it a spirit or soul, which necessarily implies liberty, and afterwards consider it as a mere machine, divested of liberty, which is a manifest contradiction. Another objection, however, is started against liberty, founded on the divine prescience. God, it is said, foresaw from all eternity every resolution which I should form, and every action which I should do during every instant of my life. If God foresaw I should just now continue to write, that I should by and by lay down my pen and rise to take a walk, my action would be no longer free, for I am under the necessity of writing, of laying down the pen, and of rising to walk, and it would be impossible for me to act otherwise, as it was impossible God should be deceived in what he foresees. The reply is obvious. Because God foresaw from all eternity that I should perform on such a day such an action, it does not follow that I shall perform it because God foresaw it. For it is evident that it ought not to be alleged, in the case supposed, that I should go on to write, because God foresaw I should go on to write, but on the contrary, as I judge it proper to go on to write, God foresaw that I would do so. Thus the prescience of God by no means encroaches on my liberty, and all my actions remain equally at liberty, whether God foresaw them or not. Some, however, in the view of supporting liberty, have gone so far as to deny the divine prescience. But you will have little difficulty in detecting the falsehood of this opinion. Is it so surprising that the Supreme Being, who is acquainted with all my propensities, should be able to foresee the effect which every motive will produce on my soul, and, consequently, all the resolutions which I shall form in conformity to these effects, when simple mortals, such as we are, frequently exercise a similar prescience? You can easily imagine to yourself a man extremely covetous, who has a fair opportunity of making a considerable advantage. You know for certain he will not fail to avail himself of it. Your knowledge of this, however, has no influence upon the man. He goes into it with the full determination of his own mind, as if you had never spent a thought upon him. Now, as God is infinitely better acquainted with men and all their dispositions, it is not to be doubted that he could have foreseen their actions in all situations. The prescience of God, with respect to the free actions of spirits, is, nevertheless, founded on another principle than that of the changes which must take place in the corporeal world, where all is under the power of necessity. This distinction shall be the subject of my next letter. 20th December, 1760. End of letter 86. Letter 87 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Influence of the Liberty of Spirits upon Events. If the world contained bodies only, and if the changes which take place in it were necessarily consequences of the laws of motion, conformably to the powers with which they act upon each other, all events would be necessary, and would depend upon the first arrangement which the Creator had established of the bodies of the universe, so that this arrangement once established, it should be impossible for other events afterwards to take place than those which happen in the actual order of things. The world would, undoubtedly, be in this case a mere machine, similar to a watch, which, once wound up, afterwards produces all the motions by which we measure time. Imagine to yourself a musical clock. Such a clock, once regulated, all the motions which it performs, and the airs which it plays, are produced in virtue of its construction, without any fresh application of the hand of the master, and in that case we say it is done mechanically. If the artist touches it, by changing the notch or the cylinder which regulates the airs, or by winding it up, it is an external action, which, not being founded on the organization of the machine, no longer appertains to it. And if God, as Lord of the universe, should change immediately anything in the course of successive events, this change would no longer appertain to the machine. It would then be a miracle. A miracle, consequently, is an immediate effect of the divine omnipotence, which could not have taken place had God left the machine of the universe freely to take its course. Such would be the state of the universe if it contained bodies only. In that case, it might be said that all events take place in it from an absolute necessity, each of them being a necessary effect of the structure of the universe, unless it pleased God to work miracles. The same thing would happen on admitting the system of pre-established harmony, though it allows the existence of spirits, For, according to this system, spirits do not act upon bodies, but these perform all their motions and actions only in virtue of their structure once established, so that when I raise my arm, this motion is in effect as necessary of the organization of my body as that of the wheels in a watch. My soul in no respect contributes to it. It is God who from the beginning arranged the matter so that the action of my body must necessarily result from it at a certain time, and raise the arm at the instant that my soul willed it. Thus my soul has no influence upon my body, any more than upon those of other men and of animals, and consequently, according to this system, the universe is merely corporeal, and events are a necessary effect of the primitive organization which God has established in the universe. But if we allow to the souls of men and of animals the power of producing motion in their bodies, which their organization alone would not have produced, the system of the universe is not a mere machine, and events do not necessarily take place as in the preceding case. The universe will present events of two kinds. The one, those over which spirits have no manner of influence, which are corporeal, or dependent on the machine, as the motion and phenomena of the heavenly bodies. These take place as necessarily as those of a watch, and depend entirely on the primitive establishment of the universe. The others depend upon the soul, united to the body of men and animals, and are no longer necessary as the preceding, but result from the liberty, as from the will, of these spiritual beings. These two kinds of events distinguish the universe from a mere machine, and raise it to a rank infinitely more worthy of the Almighty Creator who formed it. The government of this universe will, likewise, ever inspire us with the most sublime idea of the sovereign wisdom and goodness of God. It is certain, therefore, that liberty, which is absolutely essential to spirits, has a very great influence on the events of the world. You have only to consider the fatal consequences of these wars, which all result from human actions, determined by their will or their caprice. It is likewise certain, at the same time, that the events which take place do not depend only on the will of men and animals. Their power is very limited, being restricted to a small portion of the brain, in which all the nerves terminate. And this action is confined to the communication of an impression of a certain motion on the members, which may afterwards operate on other bodies, and these again on others, so that the slightest motion of my body may have a very great influence on a multitude of events. Man, however, though master of the first motion of his body, which occasions these events, is not so of the consequences of his action. These depend on so many circumstances that the most sagacious mind is incapable of foreseeing them. Accordingly, we every day see the best concerted projects failing. But it is here that we must acknowledge the government and providence of God, who, having from all eternity foreseen all the counsels, the projects, and the voluntary actions of men, arranged the corporeal world in such a manner that it brings about at all times circumstances which cause these enterprises to fail or to succeed, according as his infinite wisdom judges to be most fit. God thus remains absolute sovereign of all events, notwithstanding the liberty of men, all whose actions, though free, are from the beginning part of the plan which God intended to execute when he created this universe. This reflection plunges us into an abyss of wonder and adoration at the infinite perfections of the Creator, while we consider that there is nothing so mean in itself as not to be, from the beginning of the world, an object worthy of entering into the original plan which God proposed to himself. 23rd December, 1760. End of letter 87. Letter 88 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of events natural, supernatural, and moral. In common life, we carefully distinguish events produced by corporeal causes from those in which men and animals cooperate. Those of the former description are denominated natural events, or produced by natural causes. Such are the phenomena of the heavenly bodies, eclipses, tempests, whirlwinds, earthquakes, and so forth. These are called natural phenomena because it is understood that neither men nor animals are active in the production of them. If we see a tree torn up by the roots through the violence of the wind, we call it a natural effect. But if it were done by the strength of a man, or the proboscis of an elephant, no one would call this a natural event. When our plains are deluged by an inundation, or destroyed by the hail, we say the cause of this calamity was natural. But if the mischief were done by the invasion of an enemy, we would no longer deem the cause of it to be natural. If such an evil were to be produced by a miracle, or by the immediate power of God, we would say the cause of it was supernatural. But if the event were occasioned by men or animals, we would not, in that case, give it the name of either natural or supernatural. We would characterize such an event simply by the name of action, which denotes an effect that is neither natural nor supernatural. It might, with greater propriety, be denominated moral, as it depends on the liberty of an intelligent agent. Thus, when Quintus Curtius gives us a detail of the actions of Alexander the Great, he communicates to us the knowledge of the events brought about by the voluntary determinations of that hero. Such an action always supposes freedom of resolution in a spiritual being, a power of determination which depends upon his will, and of which he is master. I say, of which he is master, for there is a great variety of motions, the production of which, were we to determine to will them ever so much, we should not, however, be obeyed, because over such movements we have no power. I am not master even of all the motions performed in my own body. That of my heart and of my blood is not subject to my power, or to the empire of my soul, as the action which I perform when I write this letter. There are other motions which partake of the nature of both of these, such as respiration, which it is in my power to accelerate or to retard to a certain degree, but of which I am by no means the absolute master. Language is not sufficiently rich to express by one appropriate term all these different kinds of events. There are some produced by natural causes merely, and which are necessarily consequences of the arrangements of bodies in the universe, and as these necessarily come to pass, the knowledge of this arrangement enables us to foretell a great number of them, such as the situation of the heavenly bodies, eclipses, and other phenomena, depending on them, for any given time whatever. There are other events which depend only on the will of free and spiritual beings, as the actions of every man and of every animal. It is impossible for us to foresee anything of these in particular, unless by conjecture merely, and in this we are frequently very grossly mistaken. God alone possesses this knowledge in a supreme degree. From these two kinds of events there arises a third, in which natural causes concur with such as are voluntary, and dependent on a being exercising its liberty. Of this the billiard table furnishes an example. The strokes impressed on the balls depend on the will of the players, but as soon as motion is communicated to them, the continuation of that motion and their collision with each other, or with the cushion, are necessarily consequences of the laws of motion. In general, most of these events which take place on the earth must be referred to this species, as there are scarcely any over which men and animals have not some influence. The cultivation and produce of our fields require, in the first instance, the voluntary exertions of men or beasts, but the sequel is an effect of causes purely natural. It is, accordingly, of importance to remark that God acts in a manner totally different toward bodies and spirits. God has established for bodies laws of rest and motion, conformably to which all changes necessarily take place. As bodies are merely passive beings, which preserve themselves in their state, or necessarily obey impressions made upon them by others, as I formerly explained, whereas spirits are susceptible of no force or constraint, but are governed of God by precepts and prohibitions. With respect to bodies, the will of God is always perfectly accomplished. But with respect to spiritual beings, such as men, the contrary very often happens. When it is said to be the will of God that men should love one another, we mean by that expression a commandment which men ought to obey. But this is very far from being the case. God does not force men to it, for this would be contrary to the liberty which is essential to them, but he endeavors to engage men to the observance of this commandment by proposing to them motives the most powerful, but it always depends on the will of man, whether he is to obey or not. In this sense, we are to understand the will of God, when it refers to the free actions of spiritual beings. 27th December, 1760. End of letter 88. Letter 89 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of the question respecting the best world possible, and of the origin of evil. You know well that it has been made a question whether this world be the best possible. It cannot be doubted that the world perfectly corresponds to the plan which God proposed to himself when he created it. As to bodies and material productions, their arrangement and structure are such that certainly they could not have been better. Please to recollect the wonderful structure of the eye, and you will see the necessity of admitting that the conformation of all its parts is perfectly adapted to fulfill the end in view, that of representing distinctly exterior objects. How much address is necessary to keep up the eye in that state during the course of a whole life! The juices which compose it must be preserved from corruption. It was necessary to make a provision that they should be constantly renewed and maintained in a suitable state. A structure equally marvelous is observable in all the other parts of our bodies, in those of all animals, and even of the vilest insects. And the structure of these last is so much the more admirable on account of their smallness, that it should perfectly satisfy all the wants which are peculiar to each species. Let us examine only the sense of seeing in these insects, by which they distinguish objects so minute and so near as to escape our eyes, and this examination alone will fill us with astonishment. We discover the same perfection in plants. Everything in them concurs to their formation, to their growth, and to the production of their flowers, of their fruits, or of their seeds. What a prodigy to behold a plant, a tree, spring from a small grain cast into the earth by the help of the nutritious juices with which the soil supplies it. The productions found in the bowels of the earth are no less wonderful. Every part of nature is capable of exhausting our utmost powers of research without permitting us to penetrate all the wonders of its construction. Nay, we are utterly lost while we reflect how every substance, earth, water, air, and fire, concur in the production of all organized bodies, and finally, how the arrangement of all the heavenly bodies is so admirably contrived as to perfectly fulfill all these peculiar destinations. After having reflected in this manner, it will be difficult for you to believe that there should have been men who maintained that the universe was the effect of mere chance, without any design. But there always have been, and there still are, persons of this description, those, however, who have a solid knowledge of nature, and whom fear of the justice of God does not prevent from acknowledging him, are convinced with us that there is a Supreme Being who created the whole universe, and from the remarks that I have just been suggesting to you respecting bodies, everything has been created in the highest perfection. As to spirits, the wickedness of man seems to be an infringement of this perfection, as it is but too capable of introducing the greatest evils into the world, and these evils have, at times, appeared incompatible with the sovereign goodness of God. This is the weapon usually employed by infidels against religion and the existence of God. If God, they say, is the author of this world, he must also be the author of the evil which it contains, and of the crimes committed in it. This question respecting the origin of evil, the difficulty of explaining how it can consist with the sovereign goodness of God, has always greatly perplexed philosophers and divines. Some have endeavored to give a solution, but it has satisfied only themselves. Others have gone so far as to maintain that God was, in fact, the author of moral evil and of crimes, always protesting at the same time that this opinion ought to bring no imputation on the goodness and holiness of God. Others, finally, consider this question as a mystery which we cannot comprehend, and these last, undoubtedly, have embraced the preferable sentiment. God is supremely good and holy. He is the author of the world, and that world swarms with crimes and calamities. These are three truths which it is, apparently, difficult to reconcile. But, in my opinion, a great part of the difficulty vanishes as soon as we have formed a just idea of spirit, and of the liberty so essential to it, that God himself cannot divest it of this quality. God having created spirits and the souls of men, I remark, first, that spirits are beings infinitely more excellent than bodies, and secondly, that, at the moment of creation, spirits were all good. For time is requisite to the formation of evil inclinations. There is, therefore, no difficulty in affirming that God created spirits. But it being the essence of spirits to be free, and liberty not being capable of subsisting without a power to sin, to create a spirit possessed of the power of sinning has nothing inconsistent with divine perfection, because a spirit could not be created destitute of that power. God has, besides, done everything to prevent crimes, by prescribing to spirits precepts, the observance of which must always render them good and happy. There is no other method of treating spirits which cannot be subject to any constraint, and if some of them have abused their liberty and transgressed these commandments, they are responsible for it and worthy of punishment, without any impeachment of the deity. There remains only one objection more to be considered, namely, that it would have been better not to create such spirits, as God foresaw they must sink into criminality. But this far surpasses human understanding, for we know not whether the plan of the world could subsist without them. We know, on the contrary, by experience, that the wickedness of some men frequently contributes to the correction and amendment of others, and thereby conducts them to happiness. This consideration alone is sufficient to justify the existence of evil spirits. And as God has all power over the consequences of human wickedness, everyone may rest assured that in conforming to the commandments of God, all events which come to pass, however calamitous they may appear to him, are always under the direction of Providence, and finally terminate in his true happiness. This providence of God, which extends to every individual in particular, thus furnishes the most satisfactory solution of the question respecting the permission and the origin of evil. 30th December, 1760. End of letter 89. Letter 90 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Connection of the preceding considerations with religion. Reply to the objections of the philosophic systems against prayer. Before I proceed farther in my lessons on philosophy and physics, I think it my duty to point out to you their connection with religion. I begin with considering an objection, which almost all the philosophic systems have started, against prayer. Religion prescribes this as our duty, with an assurance that God will hear and answer our vows and prayers, provided they are conformable to the precepts which he has given us. Philosophy, on the other hand, instructs us that all events take place in strict conformity to the course of nature, established from the beginning, and that our prayers can effect no change whatsoever, unless we pretend to expect that God should be continually working miracles in compliance with our prayers. This objection has the greater weight that religion itself teaches the doctrine of God's having established the course of all events, and that nothing can come to pass but what God foresaw from all eternity. Is it credible, say the objectors, that God should think of altering this settled course in compliance with any prayers which men might address to him? But I remark, first, that when God established the course of the universe and arranged all the events which must come to pass in it, he paid attention to all the circumstances which should accompany each event, and particularly to the dispositions, to the desires and prayers of every intelligent being, and that the arrangement of all events was disposed in perfect harmony with all these circumstances. When, therefore, a man addresses to God a prayer worthy of being heard, it must not be imagined that such a prayer came not to the knowledge of God till the moment it was formed. That prayer was already heard from all eternity. And if the Father of mercies deemed it worthy of being answered, he arranged the world expressly in favor of that prayer, so that the accomplishment should be a consequence of the natural course of events. It is thus that God answers the prayers of men without working a miracle. The establishment of the course of the universe, fixed once for all, far from rendering prayer unnecessary, rather increases our confidence by conveying to us this consolatory truth, that all our prayers have been already, from the beginning, presented at the feet of the throne of the Almighty, and that they have been admitted to the plan of the universe as motives conformably to which events were to be regulated in subserviency to the infinite wisdom of the Creator. Can anyone believe that our condition would be better if God had no knowledge of our prayers before we presented them, and that he should then be disposed to change, in our favor, the order of the course of nature? This might well be irreconcilable to his wisdom, and inconsistent with his adorable perfections. Would there not then be reason to say that the world was a very imperfect work, that God was entirely disposed to be favorable to the wishes of men, but not having foreseen them, was reduced to the necessity of, every instant, interrupting the course of nature, unless he were determined totally to disregard the wants of intelligent beings, which, nevertheless, constitute the principal part of the universe? For to what purpose create this material world, replenished with so many great wonders, if there were no intelligent beings capable of admiring it and of being elevated by it to the adoration of God and to the most intimate union with their Creator, in which undoubtedly their highest felicity consists. Hence it must absolutely be concluded that intelligent beings and their salvation must have been the principal object in subordination to which God regulated the arrangement of this world, and we have every reason to rest assured that all the events which take place in it are in the most delightful harmony with the wants of all intelligent beings to conduct them to their true happiness, but without constraint, because of their liberty, which is as essential to spirits as extension is to the body. There is, therefore, no ground for surprise that there should be intelligent beings which shall never reach felicity. In this connection of spirits with events consists the divine providence, of which every individual has the consolation of being a partaker, so that every man may rest assured that from all eternity he entered into the plan of the universe. How ought this consideration to increase our confidence and our joy in the providence of God, on which all religion is founded? You see, then, that on this side, religion and philosophy are by no means at variance. 3rd January, 1761. End of Letter 90. Letter 91 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The liberty of intelligent beings in harmony with the doctrines of the Christian religion. Liberty is a quality so essential to every spiritual being that God himself cannot divest them of it, just as he cannot divest a body of its extension or of its inertia without entirely destroying or annihilating it. To divest a spirit of liberty, therefore, would be the same thing as to annihilate it. This must be understood of the spirit, or the soul itself, and not of the actions of the body, which the soul directs in conformity to its will. If you would prevent me from writing, you have but to bind my hands. To write is undoubtedly an exercise of liberty, but then, though you may say that you have deprived me of the liberty of writing, you have only deprived my body of the faculty of obeying the dictates of my soul. Bind me ever so hard, you cannot extinguish in my spirit an inclination to write. All you can do is to prevent the execution of it. We must always carefully distinguish between inclination, or the act of writing, and execution, which is performed by the ministration of the body. The act of willing cannot be restrained by any exterior power, not even by that of God, for liberty is independent of all exterior force. But there are means of acting on spirits by motives which have a tendency not to constrain, but to persuade. Let a man be firmly determined to engage in any enterprise, and let us suppose the execution of it prevented. Without making any change in his intention or will, it might be possible to suggest motives which should engage him to abandon his purpose, without employing any manner of constraint. However powerful these motives may be, he is always master of his own will. It can never be said that he was forced or constrained to it. At least the expression would be improper. For the proper term is persuade, which is so suitable to the nature and the liberty of intelligent beings that it cannot be applied to any other. It would be very ridiculous, for example, in playing at billiards, to say that I persuaded the ball to run into the hazard. This sentiment respecting the liberty of spirits appears, however, to some persons contrary to the goodness or the power of the Supreme Being. Liberty, from its very nature, can submit to no degree of constraint, even on the part of God. Put without exercising any constraints over spirits, God has an infinite variety of means of presenting them with persuasive motives, and, I believe, that all possible cases are adapted by Providence to our condition, in such manner that the most abandoned wretches might derive from them the most powerful motives to conversion, if they would but listen to them, and that a miracle would not produce a better effect on these vicious spirits. They might be affected by it for a season, but would not become better. It is thus that God cooperates in our conversion, by furnishing us with motives the most efficacious, and by the circumstances and opportunities which his providence supplies. If, for example, a man who hears an awakening sermon is affected by it, repents, and is converted, the act of his soul is evidently his own work. But the occasion of the sermon, which he was so happy as to hear, precisely at the time when he was disposed to profit by it, was nothing less than his work. The divine providence overruled that circumstance so salutary to him. In fact, without the opportunity, over which the man had no power, he would have persisted in a sinful course. Hence you will easily comprehend the meaning of such expressions as these: man can do nothing of himself, all depends on divine grace. It is God that worketh to will and to do. The favorable circumstances which Providence supplies to men are sufficient to elucidate these expressions, without having recourse to a secret force which acts by constraint on human liberty. As these circumstances are directed of God, in conformity to the most consummate wisdom, in the view of conducting every intelligent being to happiness and salvation, unless he wilfully rejects the means by which he might have attained true felicity. 6th January, 1761. End of chapter 91. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano. Letter 92 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Elucidation, respecting the nature of spirits. In order more clearly to elucidate what I have just said respecting the difference between body and spirit, for it is impossible to be too attentive to what constitutes that difference, as it extends so far that spirit has nothing in common with body, nor body with spirit, I think it necessary to subjoin the following reflections. Extension, inertia, and impenetrability are the properties of body. Spirit is without extension, without inertia, without impenetrability. All philosophers are agreed that extension cannot have place in respect of spirit. It is a self-evident truth, for everything extended is divisible, and you can form the idea of its parts. But a spirit is susceptible of no division. You can have no conception of its half or of its third part. Every spirit is a complete being, to the exclusion of all parts. It cannot, then, be affirmed that a spirit has length, breadth, or thickness. In a word, all that we conceive of extension must be excluded from the idea of a spirit. It would appear, therefore, that as spirits have no magnitude, they must resemble geometrical points, the definition of which is that they have neither length, breadth, nor depth. Would it be a very accurate idea to represent to ourselves a spirit by a mathematical point? The scholastic philosophers have professed this opinion and considered spirits as being infinitely small, similar to the most subtle particles of dust, but endowed with an inconceivable activity and agility by which they are enabled to transport themselves in an instant to the greatest distances. They maintained that in virtue of this extreme minuteness, millions of spirits might be enclosed in the smallest space. They even made it a question: how many spirits could dance on the point of a needle? The disciples of Wolff are nearly of the same opinion. According to them, all bodies are composed of particles extremely minute, divested of all magnitude, and they give them the name of monads. A monad, then, is a substance destitute of all extension, and on dividing a body till you come to particles so minute as to be susceptible of no further division, you have got to the Wolffian monad, which differs, therefore, from the most subtle particle of dust only in this, that the minutest particles of dust are not, perhaps, sufficiently small, and that a farther division is still necessary to obtain real monads. Now, according to Mr. Wolff, not only all bodies are composed of monads, but every spirit is merely a monad, and the Supreme Being, I tremble as I write it, is, likewise, a monad. This does not convey a very magnificent idea of God, of spirits, and of the souls of men. I cannot conceive that my soul is nothing more than a being similar to the last particles of a body, or that it is reduced almost to a point. It appears to me still less capable of being maintained that several souls joined together might form a body, a slip of paper, for example, to light a pipe of tobacco. But the supporters of this opinion go upon this ground, that as a spirit has no magnitude, it must of necessity resemble a geometrical point. Let us examine the solidity of their reasoning. I remark first that as a spirit is a being of nature totally different from that of body, it is absurd to apply to it standards which suppose magnitude, and that, consequently, it would be folly to ask how many feet or inches long a spirit is, or how many pounds or ounces it weighs. These questions are applicable only to things that have length or weight, and are as absurd as if, speaking of time, it were to be asked how many feet long an hour was, or how many pounds it weighed. I can always confidently affirm that an hour is not equal to a line of 100 feet, or of 10 feet, or of 1 foot, or any other standard of measure, but it by no means follows that an hour must be a geometrical point. An hour is of a nature entirely different, and it is impossible to apply to it any standard which supposes a length which may be expressed by feet or inches. The same thing holds good as to spirit. I can always boldly affirm that a spirit is not 10 feet, nor 100 feet, nor any other number of feet, but it does not hence follow that a spirit is a point, any more than an hour must be one, because it cannot be measured by feet or inches. A spirit, then, is not a monad, or in any respect similar to the ultimate particles into which bodies may be divided, and you are perfectly able to comprehend that a spirit may have no extension, without being, on that account, a point or a monad. We must, therefore, separate every idea of extension from that of spirit. To ask in what place does a spirit reside would be, for the same reason, likewise, an absurd question. For to connect spirit with place is to ascribe extension to it. No more can I say in what place an hour is, though assuredly an hour is something. Something, therefore, may exist without being attached to a certain place. I can, in like manner, affirm that my soul does not reside in my head, nor out of my head, nor in any particular place, without its being deduced, as a consequence, that my soul has, therefore, no existence, just as it may be with truth affirmed of the hour now passing, that it exists neither in my head nor out of my head. A spirit exists, then, though not in a certain place, but if our reflection turns on the power which spirit has of acting upon a body, the action is, most undoubtedly, performed in a certain place. My soul, then, does not exist in a particular place, but it acts there. And as God possesses the power of acting upon all bodies, it is, in this respect, we say, He is everywhere, though his existence is attached to no place. 10th of January, 1761. End of letter 92. Letter 93 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. The subject continued. Reflections on the state of souls after death. You will probably be surprised at the sentiment which I have just now ventured to advance, that spirits, in virtue of their nature, are in no place. In thus affirming, I shall, perhaps, be in danger of passing for a man who denies the existence of spirits, and consequently that of God. But I have already demonstrated that something may exist and have a reality without being attached to any one place. The example drawn from an hour, though feeble, removes the greatest difficulties, though there is an infinite difference between an hour and a spirit. The idea which I form of spirits appears to me incomparably more noble than that of those who consider them as geometrical points, and who reduce God himself to this class. What can be more shocking than to confound all spirits, and the Supreme Being among the rest, with the minutest particles into which a body is divisible, and to rank them in the same class with these particles, which it is not in the power of the learned term monad to ennoble? To be in a certain place is an attribute belonging only to corporeal things, and as spirits are of a totally different nature, it is not a matter of surprise to say that they are not to be found in any place, and I am under no apprehension of reproach for the elucidations which I have submitted to you on this subject. It is thus I exalt the nature of spirits infinitely above that of bodies. Every spirit is a being that thinks, reflects, reasons, deliberates, acts freely, and, in one word, that lives, whereas body has no other qualities but that of being extended, susceptible of motion, and impenetrable. From whence results this universal quality that every body remains in the same state as long as there is no necessity of mutual penetration or of their undergoing some change. And in case of the necessity of their penetrating each other, if they continue to remain in their state, their impenetrability itself supplies the powers requisite to change their state, as far as it is necessary to prevent all penetration. In this consist all the changes which take place in bodies. All is passive, and necessarily befalls them in conformity to the laws of motion. There is in body neither intelligence, nor will, nor liberty. These are the supremest qualities of spirits, while bodies are not even susceptible of them. It is spirit, likewise, which produces in the corporeal world the principal events, the illustrious actions of intelligent beings, which are all the effect of the influence which the souls of men exercise upon their bodies. This power, which every soul has over its body, cannot but be considered as a gift of God, who has established this wonderful union between soul and body. And as I find my soul in such a union with a certain particle of my body, concealed in the brain, it may be said, that the seat of my soul is in that spot, though, properly speaking, my soul resides nowhere, and is referable to that place of my body only in virtue of its action and of its power. It is, also, the influence of the soul upon the body which constitutes its life, which continues as long as this union subsists, or as the organization of the body remains entire. Death, then, is nothing else but the dissolution of this union, and the soul has no need to be transported elsewhere, for as it resides in no place, all places must be indifferent to it, and consequently, if it should please God, after my death, to establish a new union between my soul and an organized body in the moon, I should instantly be in the moon, without the trouble of a long journey. And if even now God were to grant to my soul a power over an organized body in the moon, I should be equally here and in the moon, and this involves no manner of contradiction. It is body only which cannot be in two places at once, but there is nothing to prevent spirit, which has no relation to place, in virtue of its nature, to act at the same time on several bodies, situated in places very remote from each other. And in this respect, it might be said, with truth, that it was in all these places at once. This supplies us with a clear elucidation of the omnipresence of God. It is that his power extends to the whole universe, and to all the bodies which it contains. It appears to me, of consequence, an improper expression to say that God exists everywhere, as the existence of a spirit has no relation to place. It is more consonant with propriety to say, God is everywhere present. Let us now compare this idea with that of the Wolffians, who represent deity under the idea of a point, attach him to one fixed place, as in fact a point cannot be in several places at once. And how is it possible to reconcile the divine omnipotence with the idea of a point? Death being a dissolution of the union subsisting between the soul and body during life, we are enabled to form some idea of the state of the soul after death. As the soul during life derives all its knowledge through the medium of the senses, being deprived by death of the information communicated through the senses, it no longer knows what is passing in the material world. This state might, in some respects, be compared to that of a man who should, all at once, become blind, deaf, dumb, and deprived of the use of all the other senses. Such a man would retain the knowledge which he had acquired through the medium of sense, and might continue to reflect on ideas previously formed. His own actions, especially, might supply an ample store, and finally, the facility of reasoning might remain entire, as the body, in no respect whatever, contributes to its exercise. Sleep, likewise, furnishes us with something like an example of this state, as the union between soul and body is then, in a great measure, interrupted. Though the soul, even in sleep, ceases not from exerting its activity, being employed in the production of what we call dreams. These dreams are usually very much disturbed by the remains of the influence which the senses still exercise over the soul, and we know by experience that the more this influence is suspended, which is the case in very profound sleep, the more regular and connected, likewise, our dreams are. Thus, after death, we shall find ourselves in a more perfect state of dreaming, which nothing shall be able to discompose. It shall consist of representations and reasonings perfectly well kept up. And this, in my opinion, is nearly all we can say of it, at least with any appearance of reason. 13th of January, 1761. End of letter 93. Letter 94 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Considerations on the action of the soul upon the body, and of the body upon the soul. As the soul is the principal part of our being, it is of high importance thoroughly to investigate its operations. You will please to recollect that the union between the soul and the body contains a twofold influence. By the one, the soul perceives and feels all that passes in a certain part of the brain, and by the other, it has the power of acting on that same portion of the brain and of producing certain motions in it. Anatomists have taken infinite pains to discover this part of the brain, which is justly called the seat of the soul. Not that the soul actually resides there, for it is not confined to any place, but because the power of acting is attached to that spot. It may be said that the soul is present there, but not that it exists there, or that its existence is limited to it. This part of the brain is undoubtedly that in which all the nerves terminate. Now, anatomists tell us that this termination is in a certain portion of the brain, which they term the callous body. This, therefore, we may consider as the seat of the soul, and the Creator has bestowed upon every soul such power over this callous membrane of his body, that it not only perceives all that passes there, but is, likewise, able to produce a reciprocal impression. Here, then, we observe a twofold action, the one by which the body acts upon the soul, and the other by which the soul acts upon the body. But these actions are infinitely different from those which bodies exercise upon other bodies. The soul, from its union with the corpus callosum, finds itself intimately connected with the whole body by means of the nerves, which are thence universally diffused. Now, the nerves are fibers so wonderfully constructed, and to all appearance filled with a fluid so subtle, that the slightest change which they undergo at one extremity is instantly communicated to the other extremity in the brain, where the seat of the soul is. And reciprocally, the slightest impression made by the soul on the extremities of the nerves in the corpus callosum is immediately transmitted through the whole extent of every nerve, and it is thus that the muscles and members of our bodies are put in motion and obey the commands of the soul. This wonderful structure of the body places it in very close connection with all exterior objects, whether near or remote, which may act upon it, either by immediate contact, as in feeling and tasting, or by their exhalations, as in smelling. Bodies at a great distance act upon the sense of hearing when they make a noise, and excite in the air vibrations which strike our ears. They act, likewise, upon the sight when they are illuminated, and transmit into our eyes the rays of light, which consist in like manner in a certain vibration caused in that medium, much more subtle than the air, which we call ether. It is thus that bodies, both near and remote, may act upon the nerves of our body, and produce certain impressions in the corpus callosum, from which the soul derives its perceptions. From everything, therefore, which makes an impression on our nerves, there results a certain change in the brain, of which the soul has a perception, and thereby acquires the idea of the object which caused it. We have here, then, two things to be examined. The one is corporeal, or material, which is the impression, or the change produced in the corpus callosum of the brain. The other, spiritual, namely the perception, or the information which the soul derives from it. It is, if I may so express myself, from the contemplation of what passes in the corpus callosum that all our knowledge is derived. You must permit me to enter into a more particular detail on this important article. Let us first consider one single sense, say that of smelling, which, being the least complicated, seems the most proper to assist us in our researches. Suppose all the other senses annihilated, and that a rose was applied to the nose. Its exhalations would at once excite a certain agitation in the nerves of the nose, which, thus transmitted to the corpus callosum, will occasion there likewise some change, and in this consists the material circumstance which is the subject of our investigation. This slight change produced in the corpus callosum is then perceived by the soul, and it thence acquires the idea of the smell of a rose. And this is the spiritual operation which takes place. But we cannot explain in what manner this is done, as it depends on the incomprehensible union which the Creator has established between the body and the soul. It is certain, however, that upon this change in the corpus callosum, there is excited in the soul the idea of the smell of a rose, or the contemplation of this change furnishes to the soul a certain idea, that of the smell of a rose, but nothing more. For as the other senses are suspended, the soul can form no judgment of the nature of the object itself which suggested this idea. The idea of the smell of a rose alone was excited in the soul. Hence we comprehend that the soul does not form this idea of itself, for it would have remained unknown but for the presence of a rose. But farther, the soul is not indifferent with respect to it. The perception of this idea is agreeable. The soul itself is, somehow, interested in it. Accordingly, we say that the soul feels the odor of the rose, and this perception we call sensation. It is the same with all the other senses. Every object by which they are struck excites in the corpus callosum a certain change, which the soul observes with a sensation, agreeable or disagreeable, and from which it derives the idea of the object which caused it. This idea is accompanied with a sensation, so much the stronger and more intense, as the impression made on the corpus callosum is more lively. It is thus that the soul, by contemplating the changes produced in the corpus callosum of the brain, acquires ideas and is affected by them, and this is what we understand by the term sensation. 17th January, 1761. End of letter 94. Letter 95 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of the faculties of the soul and of judgment. Had we no other sense but that of smelling, our knowledge would be very limited. We should, then, have no other sensation than that of odors, the diversity of which, were it ever so great, could not very much interest our soul. Being restricted to this, that agreeable smells would procure some degree of pleasure, and such as are disagreeable would excite some disgust. But this very circumstance carries us forward to a most important inquiry. Whence is it that one smell is agreeable and another disgusting? It cannot be a matter of doubt that agreeable smells excite, in the corpus callosum, a different agitation from that which is produced by the disagreeable. But how comes it that one agitation in the corpus callosum can give pleasure to the soul, while another is offensive, and even frequently becomes insupportable? The cause of this difference resides no longer in the body and matter. We must look for it in the nature of the soul itself. which enjoys a certain pleasure in feeling certain agitations, while others excite uneasiness, and the real cause of this effect we do not know. Hence, we comprehend that the soul does more than simply perceive what passes in the brain or corpus callosum. It subjoins to sensation a judgment respecting what it finds agreeable or disgusting, and consequently exercises, besides the faculty of perceiving, another and a different faculty, that of judging. And this judgment is wholly different from the simple idea of a smell. This same consideration of the sense of smelling only discovers to us still other acts of the soul. When the smells are changed, when you apply to the nose a carnation after a rose, the soul has not only a perception of both smells, but likewise remarks a difference between them. Hence we conclude that the soul still retains the preceding idea to compare it with that which follows. In this consists reminiscence, or memory, by which we have the power of recalling ideas, antecedent and past. Now the real source of memory is entirely concealed from us. We know well that the body has much to do with it, for experience assures us that disease and various accidents which befall the body weaken and frequently destroy the memory. It is equally certain, at the same time, that the recollection of ideas is the proper work of the soul. A recollected idea is essentially different from an idea excited by an object. I have a perfect recollection of the sun which I saw today, but this idea greatly differs from that which I had while I was looking at the sun. Some authors pretend that when we recall an idea, there happens in the brain an agitation similar to that which first produced it. But if this were the case, I should actually see the sun. It would no longer be a recollected idea. They admit, indeed, that the agitation which accompanies the recalled idea is much weaker than that from which the original idea proceeded. But still, I am not satisfied with this, for it would thence follow that when I recall the idea of the sun, it would be much the same as when I see the moon, the light of which, you will please to remember, is about 200,000 times weaker than that of the sun. But actually to look at the moon and simply to recollect the sun are two things absolutely different. We may say with truth that the recollected ideas are the same with the actual ideas, but this identity respects only the soul. With regard to the body, the actual idea is accompanied with a certain agitation in the brain, whereas the recollected one is destitute of it. Accordingly, we say that the idea which I feel, or which an object acting on my senses excites in my soul, is a sensation. But it can with no propriety be said that a recollected idea is a sensation. To recollect and to feel always remain two things absolutely different. When, therefore, the soul compares two different smells, when it has the idea of the one from the presence of an object acting on the sense of smelling, and that of the other from recollection, it has, in fact, two ideas at once, the actual idea and the recollected idea. And in pronouncing whether of the two is more or less agreeable or disagreeable, it exerts a particular faculty, distinct from that by which it only contemplates what is presented to it. But the soul performs still other operations. When a succession of several different smells is presented to it, for while it is struck with each of these in its turn, the preceding are recollected, and a notion is thereby acquired of past and present and even of future, when new sensations are proposed, similar to those of which it has already had experience. It thence, likewise, derives the idea of succession, inasmuch as it undergoes several impressions successively, and hence results the idea of duration and of time. Finally, on remarking the diversity of sensations which succeed each other, it begins to reckon 1, 2, 3, and so forth, though this should not go farther, from want of signs or names wherewith to mark numbers. For, supposing a man has just begun to exist, and who has hitherto experienced no sensations, but those of which I have been speaking, far from having created a language for himself, he only knows how to exert his first faculties on the simple ideas which the sense of smelling presents to him. You see, then, that the man in question has already acquired the capacity of forming to himself ideas of diversity, of the present, of the past, and even of the future, afterwards of succession, of the duration of time, and of number, or at least of the elements of these ideas. Some authors pretend that such a man could not acquire the idea of the duration of time without a succession of different sensations. But it appears to me that the same sensation, the smell of the rose, for example, being continued for a considerable time together, he would be differently affected by it than he would if it were presently withdrawn. A very long duration of the same sensation would, at length, become tiresome, which would, necessarily, excite him in the idea of duration. It must certainly be allowed that his soul would be sensible of a very different effect if the sensation were continued long than if it lasted only for a moment. And the soul will clearly perceive this difference. It will, accordingly, have some idea of duration and of time without any variation of the sensations. These reflections which the soul makes, occasioned by its sensations, are what properly belong to its spirituality, the body furnishing only simple sensations. The perception of these sensations is already an act of the soul's spirituality, for a body can never acquire ideas. 20th January, 1761. End of letter 95.
Letter 96 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Houseworth. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Conviction of the existence of what we perceive by the senses of Idealists, Egotists, and Materialists. In all the sensations which we experience, when one of our senses is struck by any object, it is a matter of high importance to remark that the soul not only acquires an idea conformed to the impression made on the nerves, but that it judges at the same time there must exist an exterior object which furnished this idea. Though habit makes us consider this judgment as extremely natural, yet we have reason to be astonished at it when we examine more attentively what then passes in our brain. An example will place this in a clear light. I shall suppose you are looking at the full moon by night. The rays which enter into your eyes will, at once, paint on the retina an image similar to the moon, for the minute particles of the retina are, by the rays, put into a vibration similar to that which agitates those of the moon. Now the retina, being only a contexture of nerves, extremely subtle, you easily comprehend that these nerves must hence undergo a certain agitation, which will be transmitted to the origin of the nerves in the brain. There will be excited, therefore, likewise, in that portion of the brain, a certain agitation, which is the real object that the soul contemplates, and from which it derives an article of knowledge, which is the idea of the moon. Consequently, the idea of the moon is nothing else but the contemplation of this slight agitation affecting the origin of the nerves. The activity of the soul is so much attached to the spot in which the nerves terminate that it absolutely knows nothing of the images painted on the bottom of the eye, and still less of the moon, whose rays have formed these images. The soul, however, does not satisfy itself with the mere speculation of the agitation in the brain, which supplies it immediately with the idea of the moon. It subjoins to this the judgment that there really exists out of us an object which we call the moon. This judgment is reduced to the following reasoning. There has taken place in my brain a certain agitation, a certain impression. I do not absolutely know by what cause it has been produced, as I know nothing even of the images which are the immediate cause of it upon the retina. Nevertheless, I boldly pronounce that there is a body out of me, the moon, which supplied me with this sensation. What a consequence! May it not be more probable that this agitation or this impression is produced in my brain by some internal cause, such as the motion of the blood, or perhaps merely by chance? What right have I, then, to conclude that the moon actually exists? If I concluded from it that there is at the bottom of my eye a certain image, this might pass, as in fact this image is the immediate cause of the impression made on my brain, though it was sufficiently bold to hazard even this conclusion. But I go much further, and because there is a certain agitation in my brain, I proceed to conclude that there exists out of my body, nay, in the heavens, a body which is the first cause of such impression, and that this body is the moon. In sleep, when we imagine we see the moon, the soul acquires the same idea, and perhaps a similar agitation is then produced in the brain, as the soul imagines that it then really sees the moon. It is undoubtedly certain that in this we deceive ourselves. But what assurance have we that our judgment is better founded when we are awake? Philosophers have lost their way more than once in endeavoring to solve this difficulty. What I have just said respecting the moon takes place with regard to all the bodies which we see. The consequence is not apparent that there must exist bodies out of us because our brain undergoes certain agitations or impressions. This applies even to our own limbs and to our whole body, of which we know nothing but by means of the senses, and of the impressions which they make in the brain. If then these impressions and the ideas which the soul derives from them prove nothing as to the existence of body, that our own body becomes equally doubtful. You will not therefore be surprised that there should be philosophers who have openly denied the existence of bodies. And, in truth, it is not easy to refute them. They derive a very strong argument from dreams in which we imagine that we see so many bodies which have no existence. It is said, with truth, that then it is pure illusion. But what assurance have we that we are not under the power of a similar illusion when awake? According to these philosophers, it is not an illusion. The soul, they admit, perceives a certain impression, an idea, but they boldly deny it to be a consequence that these bodies really exist, which correspond to those ideas. The supporters of this system are called Idealists, because they admit the ideas only of material things, and absolutely deny their existence. They may likewise be denominated spiritualists, as they maintain that no beings exist except spirits. And as we do not know other spirits but by means of the senses or of ideas, There are philosophers who go so far as to deny the existence of all spirits, their own soul excepted, of the existence of which every one is completely convinced. These are called egotists because they pretend that nothing exists but their own soul. To them are opposed the philosophers whom we denominate materialists, who deny the existence of spirits and maintain that everything which exists is matter, and that what we call our soul is only matter, extremely subtle, and thereby rendered capable of thought. 24th January, 1761. End of letter 96.
Letter 97 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Constantina Sharp. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Refutation of the Idealists. I wish it were in my power to furnish you with the arms necessary to combat the Idealists and the Egoists by demonstrating that there is a real connection between our sensations and the objects themselves which they represent. But the more I think of it, the more I feel my own incapacity. It would be ridiculous to think of engaging with the egoists, for a man who imagines he alone exists, and who does not believe in my existence, would act in contradiction to his own system if he paid any attention to my reasoning, which, according to him, would be that of an imaginary being. It is, likewise, a hard task to confute the idealists. Nay, it is impossible to convince of the existence of bodies a man obstinately determined to deny it. Though no such philosophies existed, it would be highly interesting to be able to convince ourselves that as often as our soul experiences sensations, it may be, with certainty, concluded that bodies likewise exist, and that when my soul is affected by the sensation of the moon, I may thence boldly infer the existence of the moon. But the union which the Creator has established between the soul and the brain is a mystery so unfathomable that all our knowledge of it amounts only to this: certain impressions made in the brain, where the seat of the soul is, excite in it certain ideas or sensations, but the how of this influence is absolutely unknown to us. We ought to satisfy ourselves with knowing that this influence subsists, which experience sufficiently confirms, and it is in vain to investigate how this is produced. Now, the same experience which proves it informs us likewise that every sensation always disposes the soul to believe that there exists out of it some object which excited such sensation, and that sensation discovers to us several properties of the object. It is, then, a most undoubted fact that the soul always concludes from any sensation whatever the existence of a real object out of us. This is so natural to us from our earliest infancy, and so universally the case with all men, and even with animals, that it cannot, with any propriety, be called a prejudice. The dog that barks when he sees me is certainly convinced that I exist, for my presence excites in him the idea of my person. The dog, then, is not an idealist. Even the meanest insects are assured that bodies exist out of them, and they could not have this conviction but by the sensations excited in their souls. I believe, therefore, that sensations include much more than those philosophers are disposed to admit. They are not only simple perceptions of certain impressions made in the brain. They supply the soul not with ideas only, but they effectively represent to it objects externally existing, though we cannot comprehend how this is done. In fact, what resemblance can there be between the luminous idea of the moon and the slight impression which its rays may produce in the brain by means of nerves? The idea, even as far as the soul perceives it, has nothing material. It is an act of the soul, which is a spirit. It is not necessary, therefore, to look for a real relation between the impressions of the brain and the ideas of the soul. It is enough for us to know that certain impressions made in the brain excite certain ideas in the soul, and that these ideas are representations of objects externally existing, of whose existence they give us the assurance. Thus, when my brain excites in my soul the sensation of a tree or of a house, I pronounce without hesitation that a tree or a house really exists out of me, of which I know the place, the size, and other properties. Accordingly, we find neither man nor beast who calls this truth in question. If a clown should take it into his head to conceive such a doubt, and should say, for example, he does not believe that his bailiff exists, though he stands in his presence, he would be taken for a madman, and with good reason. But when a philosopher advances such sentiments, he expects we should admire his knowledge and sagacity, which infinitely surpass the apprehensions of the vulgar. It appears to me, accordingly, abundantly certain that such extravagant sentiments would never have been maintained but from pride and an affectation of singularity, and you will readily agree that the common people have, in this respect, much more good sense than those learned gentlemen who derive no other advantage from their researches but that of bewildering themselves in a labyrinth of chimeras unintelligible to the rest of mankind. Let it be established, then, as a certain rule, that every sensation not only excites in the soul an idea, but shows it, if I may so express myself, an external object, of whose existence it gives full assurance without practising a deception. A very formidable objection, however, is started against this, arising from dreams and the reveries of sick persons, in which the soul experiences a great variety of sensations of objects which nowhere exist. The only reflection I shall suggest on this subject is that it must be very natural for us to judge that the objects, the sensations of which the soul experiences, really exist, as we judge after this manner even in sleep, though, then, we deceive ourselves. But it does not thence follow that we likewise deceive ourselves when we are awake. In order to solve this objection, it is necessary to know better the difference of the state of the man who is asleep and of him who wakes, and none, perhaps, know this less than the learned, which must, surely, be a matter of some surprise to you. 27th of January, 1761. End of letter 97.
Letter 98 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. The faculty of perceiving, reminiscence, memory, and attention simple and compound ideas. You are by this time sensible that objects, by acting upon our senses, excite in the soul sensations from which we judge that they really exist out of us. Though the impressions which occasion these sensations are made in the brain, they present then to the soul a species of image similar to the object which the soul perceives, and which is called the sensible idea, because it is excited by the senses. Thus, on seeing a dog, the soul acquires the idea of it, and it is by means of the senses that the soul comes to the knowledge of external objects, and acquires sensible ideas of them, which are the foundation of all our attainments in knowledge. This faculty of the soul, by which it acquires the knowledge of external things, is denominated the faculty of perception, and depends, no doubt, on the wonderful union which the Creator has established between the soul and the brain. Now the soul has still another faculty, that of recalling ideas already communicated by the senses, and this faculty is named reminiscence or imagination. Thus, having once seen an elephant, you will be able to recollect the idea of that animal, though it is no longer before you. There is, however, a mighty difference between actual and recollected ideas. The former make an impression much more lively and interesting than the latter, but the faculty of recalling ideas is the principal source of all our knowledge. Did we lose the idea of objects as soon as they cease to act upon our senses, we should never be able to make any reflection, any comparison, and our knowledge would be entirely confined to the things which we should feel at the moment, all preceding ideas being extinguished as if we had never possessed them. It is therefore a faculty essential to reasonable beings, and with which animals too are endowed, that of being able to recollect past ideas. You know the faculty of which I speak is memory. It by no means follows, however, that we have it always in our power to recall all our past ideas. How frequently do we exert ourselves in vain to recollect certain ideas which we formerly had? Sometimes we forget them entirely, but for the most part only partially. If you should happen, for example, to forget the demonstration of the Pythagorean theorem, with all your efforts perhaps you should not be able to recollect it, but this would only be a partial forgetfulness, for as soon as I had again drawn the figure, and put you into the train of the demonstration, you will presently recollect it, and this second demonstration will make on your mind quite a different impression from the first. We see then that the reminiscence of ideas is not always in our power, though they may not be wholly extinguished, and a slight circumstance is frequently capable of reproducing them. We must therefore carefully distinguish between sensible and recollected ideas. Sensible ideas are represented to us by the senses, but we ourselves form recollected ideas on the model of the sensible, as far as we remember them. The doctrine of ideas is of the last importance, for the purpose of a thorough disquisition of the real sources of human knowledge. And first, ideas are distinguished into simple and complex. A simple idea is that in which the soul finds nothing to distinguish and remarks no parts different from each other. Such is, for example, the idea of a smell, or of a spot on a substance of one colour. Such is likewise that of a star, in which we perceive only one luminous point. A complex idea is a representation in which the soul is able to distinguish several different things. When, for instance, we look attentively at the moon, we discover several dark spots, surrounded by contours more luminous. We remark also her round figure, when she is full, and her horned figure when waxing or waning. On viewing her through the telescope, there are many other particulars distinguishable. How many different things do we not perceive in beholding a noble palace or a fine garden? When you do me the honour to read this letter, you will discover in it the different traits of the characters which you can with ease distinguish from each other. This then is a complex idea, as it contains a variety of simple ideas. Not only this letter, taken in whole, presents a complex idea, from its consisting of a plurality of words, but every word too is a complex idea, being composed of several characters. Nay, every character is one, from the singularity of the form which distinguishes it from others. But the elements or points which constitute every character may be considered as simple ideas, inasmuch as you no longer perceive in them any diversity. A greater degree of attention will, likewise, discover some variety in these elements on viewing them through a microscope. There is a great difference, therefore, even in the manner of contemplating objects. When we observe them only slightly and transiently, we perceive very little variety, but, to an attentive consideration, every particular detail stands disclosed. A savage, on throwing his eyes over this letter, will take it for a piece of paper scribbled all over, and will distinguish only the black from the white, whereas an attentive reader observes in it the peculiar form of every character. Here, then, we have a new faculty of the soul, denominated attention, by which it acquires the simple ideas of the different things that meet in one object. Attention requires address, the result of long and frequent exercise, to render it capable of distinguishing the different parts of an object. A clown and an architect, passing by a palace, will both receive the impression of the rays which enter into their eyes, but the architect will discover 1,000 minute particulars, of which the clown has no perception. Attention alone produces this difference. 31st of January, 1761. End of letter 98. Letter 99, of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Division of ideas into clear and obscure, distinct and confused, of distraction. If we consider, in a slight manner only, a representation made to us by the senses, the idea which we acquire from it is very imperfect, and we say it is obscure. But the more attention that we employ to distinguish all its parts, the more perfect or distinct our idea will become. In order to acquire a perfect or distinct idea of an object, it is not then sufficient that it should be represented in the brain by impressions made upon the senses. The soul too must apply its attention, which is properly an act of the soul, independent upon the body. It is farther necessary that the representation in the brain should be well expressed, and contain the different parts and qualities which characterize the object. This takes place when the object is presented to the senses in a suitable manner. When, for example, I see a piece of writing at the distance of 10 feet, I am unable to read it. Let me employ whatever degree of attention I may. The distance of the characters prevents their being accurately expressed on the bottom of the eye, and consequently also in the brain. But if the same writing is brought to a proper distance, I can read it, because then all the characters are distinctly represented on the bottom of the eye. You know that we employ certain instruments in order to procure a more perfect representation in the organs of sense, such as microscopes and telescopes, which are intended as supplements to the imperfection of vision. But, in employing their assistance, we are incapable of attaining a distinct idea without attention. Otherwise we acquire but an obscure idea, nearly such as we should have had by taking a glimpse of the object only. I have already remarked that sensations are by no means indifferent to the soul, but agreeable or disagreeable, and this agreeableness, or its opposite, excites our attention, unless the soul is preoccupied by several other sensations which entirely engross it. This last state of the soul is termed distraction. Exercise, likewise, greatly contributes to strengthen attention, and there cannot be a mode of exercise more suitable to children than teaching them to read, for they are thereby laid under the necessity of fixing their attention successively on every character, and of impressing on their mind a clear idea of the figure of each. It is easy to see that this exercise must be, at first, extremely painful, but such a habit is speedily acquired that even a child, after a little application, can read with astonishing quickness. In reading a piece of writing, we must have a very distinct idea of every character. Thus attention is susceptible of a very high degree of perfection from exercise. With what amazing rapidity will a proficient in music execute the most difficult piece, though he never saw it before. It is certain that his attention must have run over all the notes, one after another, and that he remarked the signification of each. His attention, however, is not confined only to these notes. It presides likewise over the motion of the fingers, not one of which moves but by an express order of the soul. He remarks likewise, at the same time, how the other performers execute their parts. It is, upon the whole, altogether surprising to what a height the address of the human mind may be carried by application and exercise. Show the same piece of music to a beginner, how much time does it require to impress on his mind the signification of every note, and to give him a complete idea of it, while the master acquires it by almost a single glance. This ability extends equally to all other kinds of objects, in which one man may infinitely surpass another. There are persons who, with one glance fixed upon a person passing before them, acquire a distinct idea not only of all the features of the face, but the particulars of his whole dress, down to the minutest trifles, while others are incapable of remarking the most striking circumstances. We observe in this respect an infinite difference among men. Some, promptly, catch all the different marks of an object, and form to themselves a distinct idea of it, while that formed by others is extremely obscure. This difference depends not only on mental penetration, but likewise on the nature of the objects. A musician catches at once the whole piece of music, and acquires a distinct idea of it, but present him with a piece of writing in Chinese characters, and he will have only very obscure ideas, indeed, of such writing. The Chinese, on the contrary, will know at first sight the real import of each character, but will in his turn understand nothing of musical notes. The botanist observes in a plant, which he never saw before, 1,000 particulars which escape the attention of another, and the architect discerns by a single glance in a building many things which another, with a much greater degree of attention, could not have discovered. It is always useful to form distinct ideas of the objects presented to our senses. In other words, to remark all the parts of which they are composed, and the marks which distinguish and characterize them. From these observations you will easily comprehend the division of ideas into obscure and clear, into confused and distinct. The more distinct they are, the more they contribute to the advancement of knowledge. 3rd of February, 1761. End of letter 99. Letter 100 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of the abstraction of notions, notions general and individual, of genus and species. The senses represent objects only which exist externally, and sensible ideas all refer to them. But of these sensible ideas, the soul forms to itself a variety of other ideas, which are, indeed, derived from these, but which no longer represent objects really existing. When, for example, I look at the full moon and fix my attention only on its contour, I form the idea of roundness, but I cannot affirm that roundness exists of itself. The moon is round, but the round figure does not exist separately, out of the moon. It is the same with respect to all other figures, and when I see a triangular or square table, I may have the idea of a triangle or of a square, though such a figure exists nowhere of itself, or separately from an object possessing that figure. The ideas of numbers have the same origin. Having seen 2 or 3 persons, the soul forms the idea of 2 or 3, without attaching it any longer to the persons. Having already acquired the idea of 3, the soul is able to proceed and to form the ideas of greater numbers, of 4, 5, 10, 100, 1,000, and so on, without ever having precisely seen so many things together. A single instance, therefore, in which we have seen 2 or 3 objects, may carry the soul forward to the formation of the ideas of other numbers, be they ever so great. The same thing holds as to figures, and you have the power of forming to yourself the idea of a polygon, with 1,761 sides, for example, though you never have seen an object of that form, and though no one such perhaps ever existed. Here the soul exerts a new faculty, which is called the power of abstraction. This takes place when the soul fixes its attention on only one quantity or quality of the object, and considers it separately, as if it were no longer attached to the object. When, for instance, I put my hand on a heated stone, and confine my attention to the heat only, I form from it the idea of heat, which is no longer attached to the stone. This idea of heat is formed by abstraction, as it is separated from the stone, and the soul might have derived the same idea from touching a piece of wood heated, or by plunging the hand into hot water. Thus, by means of abstraction, the soul forms 1,000 other ideas of the quantities and properties of objects, by separating them afterwards from the objects themselves, as, when I see a red coat and fix my attention only on the colour, I form the idea of red, separate from the coat, and it is obvious that a red flower, or any other substance of that colour, would have enabled me to form the same idea. These ideas, acquired by abstraction, are denominated notions, to distinguish them from sensible ideas, which represent to us objects really existing. It is alleged that the power of abstraction is a prerogative of men and of other rational beings, and that the beasts are entirely destitute of it. A beast may experience the same sensation of hot water that we do, but is unable to separate the idea of heat and that of the water itself. It knows heat only in so far as it is connected with the water, but has not the abstract idea of heat, which we have. It is said that these notions are general ideas, which extend to several things at once, as we may find heat in stone, wood, water, or any other body, but our idea of heat is not attached to any one body. For, if my idea of heat were attached to a certain stone, which first supplies me with that idea, I could not affirm that wood or other bodies were hot. Hence it is evident that these notions or general ideas are not attached to certain objects as sensible ideas are, and as they distinguish man from the brute creation, they properly exalt him to a degree of rationality wholly unattainable by the beasts. There is still farther a species of notions, likewise formed by abstraction, which supply the soul with the most important subjects on which to employ its powers. These are the ideas of genus and species. When I see a pear tree, a cherry tree, an apple tree, an oak, a fir, etc., all these ideas are different. I nevertheless remark in them several things which they have in common, as the trunk, the branches, and the roots. I stop short only at those things which the different ideas have in common, and the object in which all such qualities meet, I call a tree. Thus the idea of tree, which I have formed in this manner, is a general notion, and comprehends the sensible ideas of the pear tree, the apple tree, and in general of every tree that exists. Now, the tree which corresponds to my idea of tree nowhere exists. It is not the pear tree, for then the apple would not be comprehended under it. For the same reason it is not the cherry tree, nor the plum, nor the oak, etc. In a word, it exists only in my soul. It is only an idea, but which is realized in an infinite number of objects. In like manner, when I speak of a cherry tree, it too is a general notion, which comprehends all the cherry trees that exist. This notion is not restricted to a particular cherry tree in my garden, for then every other cherry tree would be excluded. With respect to general notions, every existing object, comprehended under one, is denominated an individual, and the general idea, say that of the cherry tree, is denominated species or genus. These two words signify nearly the same thing, but genus is the more comprehensive, including in it a variety of species. Thus, the notion of a tree may be considered as a genus, as it includes the notions of pear trees, apple trees, oaks, firs, and so on, which are species, and of so many others, each of which contains a great number of existing individuals. This manner of forming general ideas is, therefore, likewise performed by abstraction, and it is here chiefly that the soul exerts the activity and performs the operations from which all our knowledge is derived. Without these general notions, we should differ nothing from the brutes. 7th of February, 1761. End of letter 100.
Letter number 101 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mulls Byron. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard, Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of language, its nature, advantages, and necessity, in order to the communication of thought and the cultivation of knowledge. Whatever aptitude a man may have to exercise the power of abstraction and to furnish himself with general ideas, he can make no considerable progress without the aid of language, spoken or written. Both the one and the other contain a variety of words, which are only certain signs corresponding to our ideas, and whole signification is settled by custom, or the tacit consent of several men who live together. It would appear from this that the only purpose of language to mankind is mutually to communicate their sentiments, and that a solitary man might do very well without it. But a little reflection only is necessary to be convinced that men stand in need of language, as much to pursue and cultivate their own thoughts, as to keep up a communication with others. To prove this, I remark, first, that we have scarcely a word in any language whose significance is attached to one individual object. If each cherry tree in a whole country had its proper name, as well as every pear tree, and, in general, every individual tree, what an enormous complication in language would result from it! Were I under the necessity of employing a particular term to denote every sheet of paper in my bureau, or if I should, from caprice, think fit to give to each a particular name, this would be as useless to myself as to others. It is, then, a very imperfect description of language to say that men have, from the first, imposed on all individual objects certain names to serve them for signs. The words of a language express general notions, and you will rarely find one which marks only a single individual. The name Alexander the Great is applicable to one particular person, but, then, it is a compound name. There have been many thousands of Alexanders, and the epithet great extends to an infinite number of things. It is thus that all men bear names to distinguish them from others, though these names may be frequently common to many. The essence of a language consists, rather, in its containing words to denote general notions, as that of a tree corresponds to a prodigious number of individual beings. These words serve not only to convey to others, who understand the same language, the same idea which I affix to the words, but they are, likewise, a great assistance to me in representing this idea to myself. Without the word tree, which represents to me the general notion of a tree, I must imagine to myself at once a cherry tree, a pear tree, an apple tree, a fir, etc., and thence extract what they have in common. This would necessarily oppress the mind, and speedily involve it in the greatest perplexity. But having once and for all determined to express by the term tree the general notion formed by abstraction, this term always excites in my soul the same notion without my having occasion to recollect its origin, and accordingly the word tree alone, for the most part, constitutes the object of the soul without the representation of any real tree. The word man is, in like manner, a sign, to denote the general notion of what all men have in common, and it would be very difficult to tell, or to make the enumeration of all that this notion contains. Would you say that he is a living two-legged being? A cock would likewise be included in this description. Would you say, in the words of Plato's definition, that he is a two-legged animal without feathers? You have only to strip the cock of his feathers in order to obtain the Platonic man. I do not know whether those who say that man is an animal endowed with reason express themselves more accurately, for how often do we take for men certain beings of whose rationality we have no assurance? On viewing an army, I have not the least doubt that every soldier is a man, though I have not the smallest proof that they are all endowed with reason. If I were to make an enumeration of all the members necessary to constitute a man, some men would always be found defective in one, perhaps in several of these, or we might find some beast who had them all. On investigating, therefore, the origin of the general notion of man, it is almost impossible to say wherein it consists. No one, however, has any doubt respecting the signification of the word, because every one wishing to excite this notion in his soul has only to think on the word man, as if he saw it written on paper, or heard it pronounced, according as the respective language of any one may be. Hence we see that, for the most part, the objects of our thoughts are not so much the things themselves as the words by which these things are denoted in language, which greatly facilitates the exercise of thought. What idea, in fact, do we associate with the terms virtue, liberty, goodness, etc.? Not surely a sensible image, but the soul having once formed the abstract notions which correspond to these terms, afterwards substitutes them in its thoughts in place of the things which they denote. You can easily conceive how many abstractions it was necessary to make in order to arrive at the notion of virtue. The actions of men were, first, to be considered. They were then to be compared with the duties imposed on them. In consequence of this, we give the name of virtue to the disposition which a man has to regulate his actions conformably to his duties. But on hearing the word virtue rapidly pronounced in conversation, do we always connect with it this complex notion? And what idea is excited in the mind on hearing the particle and, or also, pronounced? It is readily seen that these words import a species of connection. But take what pains you please to describe this connection, you will find yourself under the necessity of employing other words whose signification it would be equally difficult to explain. And if I were to attempt an explanation of the import of the particle and, I must make frequent use of that very particle. You are now enabled to judge of what advantage language is to direct our own thoughts, and that, without language, we should hardly be in a condition to think at all. 10th of February, 1761. End of letter 101. Letter 102 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Malls Byron. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. On the perfections of a language. Judgments and nature of propositions, affirmative and negative, universal or particular. I have been endeavoring to show you how necessary language is to man, not only for the mutual communication of sentiment and thought, but likewise for the improvement of the mind and the extension of knowledge. These signs or words represent, then, general notions, each of which is applicable to an infinite number of objects, as, for instance, the idea of hot and of heat to every individual object which is hot, and the idea or general notion of tree is applicable to every individual tree in a garden, or a forest, whether cherries, pears, oaks, or firs, etc. Hence, you must be sensible how one language may be more perfect than another. A language is always so, in proportion as it is in a condition to express a greater number of general notions formed by abstraction. It is with respect to these notions that we must estimate the perfection of a language. Formerly, there was no word in the Russian language to express what we call justice. This was certainly a very great defect, as the idea of justice is of very great importance in a great number of our judgments and reasonings, and it is scarcely possible to think of the thing itself without a term expressive of it. They have, accordingly, supplied this defect by introducing into that language a word which conveys the notion of justice. These general notions, formed by abstraction, are the source of all our judgments, and of all our reasonings. A judgment is nothing else but the affirmation or negation that a notion is applicable or inapplicable, and when such judgment is expressed in words, we call it a proposition. To give an example, all men are mortal is a proposition, which contains two notions. The first, that of men in general, and the second, that of mortality, which comprehends whatever is mortal. The judgment consists in pronouncing and affirming that the notion of mortality is applicable to all men. This is a judgment, and being expressed in words, it is a proposition. And because it affirms, we call it an affirmative proposition. If it denied, we could call it negative, such as this: no man is righteous. These two propositions, which I have introduced as examples, are universal, because the one affirms of all men that they are mortal, and the other denies that they are righteous. There are likewise particular propositions, both negative and affirmative, as some men are learned, and some men are not wise. What is here affirmed and denied is not applicable to all men, but to some of them. Hence we derive 4 species of propositions. The first is that of affirmative and universal propositions, the form of which in general is, every A is B. The second species contains negative and universal propositions, the form of which in general is, no A is B. The third is that of affirmative propositions, but particular, contained in this form, some A is B. And finally, the fourth is that of negative and particular propositions, of which the form is, some A is not B. All these propositions contain, essentially, 2 notions, A and B, which are called the terms of the proposition. The first of which affirms or denies something, and this we call the subject, and the second, which we say is applicable or inapplicable to the first, is the attribute. Thus, in the proposition, all men are mortal, the word man or men is the subject, and the word mortal the attribute. These words are much used in logic, which teaches the rules of just reasoning. These 4 species of propositions may likewise be represented by figures, so as to exhibit their nature to the eye. This must be a great assistance toward comprehending more distinctly wherein the accuracy of a chain of reasoning consists. As a general notion contains an infinite number of individual objects, we may consider it as a space in which they are all contained. Thus, for the notion of man, we form a space in which we conceive all men to be comprehended. For the notion of mortal, we form another, in which we conceive everything mortal to be comprehended. And when I affirm all men are mortal, it is the same thing with affirming that the first figure is contained within the second. 1. Hence it follows that the representation of an affirmative universal proposition is that in which the space A, which represents the subject of the proposition, is wholly contained in the space B, which is the attribute. 2. As to the negative universal propositions, the 2 spaces A and B, of which A always denotes the subject and B the attribute, will be represented thus, the one separated from the other, because we say, no A is B, or that nothing comprehended in the notion A is in the notion B. 3. In affirmative particular propositions, as some A is B, part of the space of A will be comprehended in the space B, as we see here that something comprehended in the notion A is likewise in B. 4. For negative particular propositions, as some A is not B, a part of the space A must be out of the space B. This figure resembles the preceding, but here we remark principally that there is something in the notion A which is not comprehended in the notion B, or which is out of it. 14th of February, 1761. End of letter 102.
Letter 103 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. Volume 1 by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of syllogisms and their different forms when the first proposition is universal. These circles, or rather these spaces, for it is of no importance what figure they are of, are extremely commodious for facilitating our reflections on this subject, and for unfolding all the boasted mysteries of logic, which that art finds it so difficult to explain, whereas, by means of these signs, the whole is rendered sensible to the eye. We may employ, then, spaces formed at pleasure to represent every general notion and mark the subject of a proposition by a space containing A, and the attribute by another which contains B. The nature of the proposition itself always imports either that the space of A is wholly contained in the space of B, or that it is partly contained in that space, or that a part, at least, is out of the space B, or, finally, that the space A is wholly out of B. Footnote. Mr. Euler, who is ever minutely exact in all his details, subjoins here the following diagram with this short introduction. I shall once more give you a visible representation of these figures or emblems of the four species of propositions. What follows is a table. Emblems of the four species of propositions. On the left column, affirmative universal, every A is B. Affirmative particular, some A is B. On the right column, negative universal, no A is B. Negative particular, some A is not B. The omission of this scheme in the Paris edition is the more unaccountable that the very next paragraph immediately refers to it, and is lame and inconclusive without it. End of footnote. The two left cases, which represent particular propositions, seem to contain a doubt, as it is not decided whether it be a great part of A which is contained or not contained in B. It is even possible, in the case of a particular proposition, that the notion A may contain the notion B entirely, as in Plate 1, Figure 7, and that, at the same time, as is clear from the figure, a part of the space A may be in the space B, and that a part of A may not be in B. Now, if A were, for example, the idea of tree in general, and B that of oak, which is contained wholly in the first, the following propositions might be formed. 1. All oaks are trees. 2. Some trees are oaks. 3. Some trees are not oaks. In like manner, if of two spaces one is entirely out of the other, as in Plate 1, Figure 4, it can as well say, no A is B, as no B is A, as if I were to say, no man is a tree, and no tree is a man. In the third case, where the two notions have a part in common, as in Plate 1, Figure 5, it may be said, 1. Some A is B, 2. Some B is A, 3. Some A is not B, and 4. Some B is not A. This may suffice to show you how all propositions may be represented by figures, but their greatest utility is manifest in reasonings, which, when expressed in words, are called syllogisms, and of which the object is to draw a just conclusion from certain given propositions. This method will discover to us the true form of all syllogisms. Let us begin by an affirmative universal proposition. Every A is B, Plate 1, Figure 3, where the space A is wholly in the space B. And let us see how a third notion, C, must be referred to each of the other notions, A and B, in order to draw a fair conclusion. It is evident in the following cases. 1. If the notion C is entirely contained in the notion A, it will be so, likewise, in the notion B. Plate 1, Figure 8. Hence results this form of syllogism. Every A is B, but every C is A, therefore every C is B, which is the conclusion. Let the notion A, for example, comprehend all trees, the notion B, everything that has roots, and the notion C, all oaks, and then our syllogism will run thus. Every tree has roots, but every oak is a tree, therefore every oak has roots. 2. If the notion C has a part contained in A, that part will, likewise, be so in B, because the notion A is wholly included in the notion B. Plate 1, Figures 9 and 10. Hence results the second form of syllogism. Every A is B, but some C is A, therefore some C is B. If the notion C were entirely out of the notion A, nothing would follow with respect to the notion B. It might happen that notion C should be entirely out of B, figure 11, or wholly in B, figure 12, or partly only in B, figure 13, so that no conclusion could be drawn. 3. But if notion C were wholly out of notion B, it would, likewise, be wholly out of notion A, as we see in figure 11. Hence results this form of syllogism. Every A is B, but no C is B, or no B is C. Therefore, no C is A. 4. If the notion C has a part out of the notion B, that same part will certainly, likewise, be out of the notion A, because this last is wholly in the notion B, figure 14. Hence this form of syllogism. Every A is B, but some C is not B, therefore some C is not A. 5. If the notion C contains the whole of notion B, part of notion C will certainly fall into notion A, figure 15. Hence this form of syllogism. Every A is B, but every B is C, therefore some C is A. No other form is possible while the first proposition is affirmative and universal. Let us now suppose the first proposition to be negative and universal, namely, no A is B. It is represented in figure 4, where the notion A is entirely out of notion B, and the following cases will furnish conclusions. 1. If notion C is entirely in notion B, it must, likewise, be entirely out of notion A, figure 16. Hence this form of syllogism. No A is B, but every C is B, therefore no C is A. If notion C is entirely comprehended in notion A, it must also be entirely excluded from notion B, figure 17. Hence a syllogism of this form. No A is B, but every C is A, therefore no C is B. 3. If notion C has a part contained in notion A, that part must certainly be out of notion B, as in figure 18 or in figure 19 and 20. Hence a syllogism of this form. No A is B, but some C is A, or some A is C, therefore some C is not B. 4. In like manner, if notion C has a part contained in B, that part will certainly be out of A, as in figure 21 and also figure 22 and 23. Hence the following syllogism. No A is B, but some C is B, or some B is C. Therefore, some C is not A. As to the other forms in which the first proposition is particular, affirmative, or negative, I shall show in another letter how they may be represented by figures. 17th February, 1761. End of letter 103. Letter 104 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Different forms of syllogisms whose first proposition is particular. In the preceding letter, I have presented you with different forms of syllogisms, or simple reasonings, which derive their origin from the first proposition, whether it is universal, affirmative, or negative. It still remains that I lay before you those syllogisms whose first proposition is particular, affirmative, or negative, in order to have all the possible forms of syllogism that lead to a fair conclusion. Let then the first proposition, affirmative and particular, be expressed in this general form. Some A is B. See Plate 1, Figure 5. in which a part of the notion A is contained in the notion B. Let us introduce a third notion, C, which being referred to notion A will either be contained in notion A, as in figure 24, 25, and 26, or will have a part of the notion A, as in figures 27, 28, and 29, or will be entirely out of notion A, as in figures 1, 2, and 3 of plate 2. No conclusion can be drawn in any of these cases, as it might be possible for the notion C to be entirely within notion B, or in part, or none at all. But if notion C contains in itself notion A, it is certain that it will, likewise, contain a part of notion B, as in figure 4 and 5 of plate 2. Hence results this form of syllogism. Some A is B, but every A is C, therefore some C is B. It is the same when we compare notion C with notion B. We can draw no conclusion unless notion C contains notion B entirely. See figures 6 and 7. For in that case, as notion A has a part contained in notion B, the same part will then certainly be contained, likewise, in C. Hence we observe this form of syllogism. Some A is B, but every B is C, therefore some C is A. Let us finally suppose that the first proposition is negative and particular, namely, some A is not B. It is represented in plate 2, figure 8, in which part of notion A is out of notion B. In this case, if the third notion C contains notion A entirely, it will certainly also have a part out of notion B, as in figures 9 and 10, which gives this syllogism. Some A is not B, but every A is C, therefore some C is not B. Again, if notion C is wholly included in notion B, as A has a part out of B, that same part will likewise certainly be out of C. See figure 11 and 12. Hence this form of syllogism. Some A is not B, but every C is B, therefore some A is not C. It may be of use to collect all these forms of syllogism into one table in order to consider them at a single glance. What follows is a table with 4 columns and 5 rows. Reading across the columns. 1. Every A is B, but every C is A, therefore every C is B. 2. Every A is B, but some C is A, therefore some C is B. 3. Every A is B, but no C is B, therefore no C is A. 4. Every A is B, but no B is C, therefore no C is A. Row 2 starts with number 5. Every A is B, but some C is not B, therefore some C is not A. 6. Every A is B, but every B is C, therefore some C is A. 7. No A is B, but every C is A, therefore no C is B. 8. No A is B, but every C is B, therefore no C is A. Row 3, starting with number 9. No A is B, but some C is A, therefore some C is not B. 10. No A is B, but some A is C, therefore some C is not B. 11. No A is B, but some C is B, therefore some C is not A. 12. No A is B, but some B is C, therefore some C is not A. The fourth row, starting with number 13. Some A is B, but every A is C, therefore some C is B. 14. Some A is B, but every B is C, therefore some C is A. 15. Some A is not B, but every A is C, therefore some C is not B. 16. Some A is not B, but every C is B, therefore some A is not C. And the fifth and final row, starting with number 17. Every A is B, but some A is C, therefore some C is B. 18. No A is B, but every A is C, therefore some C is not B. 19. No A is B, but every B is C, therefore some C is not A. 20. Every A is B, but every A is C, therefore some C is B. Of these 20 forms, I remark that 16 is the same with 5, the latter changing into the former if you write C for A and A for C, and begin with the second proposition. There are, accordingly, but 19 different forms. The foundation of all these forms is reduced to two principles respecting the nature of containing and contained. 1. Whatever is in the thing contained must likewise be in the thing containing. 2. Whatever is out of the containing must likewise be out of the contained. Thus, in the last form, where the notion A is contained entirely in notion B, it is evident that if A is contained in the notion C, or makes a part of it, that same part of notion C will certainly be contained in notion B, so that some C is B. Every syllogism, then, consists of 3 propositions, the 2 first of which are called premises, and the third the conclusion. Now, the advantage of all these forms to direct our reasonings is this, that if the premises are both true, the conclusion infallibly is so. This is, likewise, the only method of discovering unknown truths. Every truth must always be the conclusion of a syllogism, whose premises are indubitably true. Permit me only to add that the former of the premises is called the major proposition, and the other the minor. 21st February, 1761. End of letter 104. Letter 105 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Analysis of some syllogisms. If you have paid attention to all the forms of syllogism which I have proposed, you must see that every syllogism necessarily consists of 3 propositions. The first 2 are called premises, and the third the conclusion. Now the force of the 19 forms laid down consists in this property common to them all, that if the first 2 propositions, or premises, are true, you may rest confidently assured of the truth of the conclusion. Let us consider, for example, the following syllogism. No virtuous man is a slanderer, but some slanderers are learned men. Therefore some learned men are not virtuous. Whenever you allow me the first 2 propositions, you are obliged to allow the third, which necessarily follows from it. This syllogism belongs to form 12. The same thing holds with regard to all the others, which I have laid down, and which the figures whereby I have represented them render sensible. Here we are presented with 3 notions. Plate 3, Figure 13. That of virtuous men, that of slanderers, and that of learned men. Let the space A represent the first, space B the second, and space C the third. It being said, in the first proposition, that no virtuous man is a slanderer, we maintain that nothing contained in the notion of the virtuous man, that is, in the space A, is comprehended in the notion of the slanderer, that is, space B. Therefore space A is wholly out of space B. See Plate 2, Figure 14. But it is said in the second proposition that some men comprehended in notion B are likewise contained in that of learned, that is, in space C, or else you may say that part of space B is within space C, Plate 2, Figure 15, where the part of space B included in space C is marked with an asterisk, which will be likewise part of space C. Since, therefore, part of space C is in B, and that the whole space B is out of space A, it is evident that the same part of space C must likewise be out of space A, that is, some learned men are not virtuous. It must be carefully remarked that this conclusion respects only the part asterisk of notion C, which is comprehended in notion B. For as to the rest, it is uncertain whether it be likewise excluded from notion A, as in Plate 2, Figure 16, or wholly contained in it, as in Plate 2, Figure 17, or only in part, as in Plate 2, Figure 18. Now, this being left uncertain, the remainder of space C falls not at all under consideration. The conclusion is limited to that only which is certain, which is to say, the same part of space C contained in space B is certainly out of space A, for this last is wholly out of space B. The justness of all the other forms of syllogism may be demonstrated in like manner, but all those which deviate from the 19 forms laid down, or which are not comprehended under them, are destitute of foundation and lead to error and falsehood. You will clearly discern the fault of such a syllogism by an example not reducible to any of the 19 forms. Some learned men are misers, but no miser is virtuous. Therefore some virtuous men are not learned. This third proposition may perhaps be true, but it does not follow from the premises. They, too, the premises, may very well be true, and, in the present instance, they actually are so, but the third is not, for that, a fair conclusion, because it is contrary to the nature of just syllogism, in which the conclusion always must be true when the premises are so. Accordingly, the fault of the form above proposed is immediately discovered by casting your eyes on Figure 13 of Plate 2. Let space A contain all the learned, space B all the avaricious, and space C all the virtuous. Now the first proposition is represented by Figure 19, in which part asterisk of space A, the learned, is contained in space B, the avaricious. Again, in the second proposition, the whole space C, the virtuous, is out of space B, the avaricious. But it by no means follows, Figure 20, that part of space C must be out of space A. It is even possible for space C to be entirely within space A, as in Figure 21, or entirely out of it, as in Figure 22, and at the same time entirely out of space B. A syllogism of this form accordingly is totally false and absurd. Another example will put the matter beyond a doubt. Some trees are oaks, but no oak is a fir. Therefore, some firs are not trees. This form is, precisely, the same with the preceding, and the falsehood of the conclusion is manifest, though the premises are undoubtedly true. But whenever a syllogism is reducible to one of the above 19 forms, you may be assured that if the two premises are true, the conclusion unquestionably also is so too. Hence you perceive how, from certain known truths, you attain others before unknown, and that all the reasonings by which we demonstrate so many truths in geometry may be reduced to formal syllogisms. It is not necessary, however, that our reasonings should always be proposed in the syllogistic form, provided the fundamental principles be the same. In a conversation, in discourse, and in writings, we rather make a point of avoiding syllogism. I must farther remark that, as the truth of the premises brings forward that of the conclusion, it does not thence necessarily follow that when one or both of the premises are false, the conclusion must be so likewise. But it is certain that when the conclusion is false, one of the premises, or both, absolutely must be false. For if they were true, it would be impossible that the conclusion should be false. I have still some further reflections to submit to you on this subject, which is the foundation of the certainty of all knowledge we acquire. 24th February, 1761. End of letter 105. Letter 106 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Different Figures and Modes of Syllogisms. The reflections which I have still to make on the subject of syllogism may be reduced to the following articles. 1. A syllogism contains only three notions, named terms, in as far as they are represented by words. For though a syllogism contains three propositions, and each proposition two notions, or terms, it must be considered that each term is twice employed in it, as in the following example. Every A is B, but every A is C, therefore some C is B. The three notions are marked by the letters A, B, C, which are the three terms of this syllogism, of which the term A enters into the first and second proposition, the term B into the first and third proposition, and the term C into the second and third proposition. 2. You must carefully distinguish these three terms of every syllogism. Two of them, namely B and C, enter into the conclusion, the one of which, C, is the subject, and the other, B, the attribute or predicate. In logic, the subject of the conclusion, C, is called the minor term, and the predicate of the conclusion, B, the major term. But the third notion, or the term A, is found in both premises, and it is combined with both the other terms in the conclusion. This term, A, is called the mean, or the medium term. Thus, in the following example, no miser is virtuous, but some learned men are misers, therefore some learned men are not virtuous. The notion learned is the minor term, that of virtuous is the major, and the notion of miser is the mean term. 3. As to the order of the propositions, it is a matter of indifference whether the premises is in the first or second place, provided the conclusion holds the last, it being the consequence from the premises. Logicians have, however, thought proper to lay down this rule. The first proposition is always that which contains the predicate of the conclusion, or the major term, for this is the reason that we give the proposition the name of the major proposition. The second proposition contains the minor term, or the subject of the conclusion, hence it has the name the minor proposition. Thus, the major proposition of a syllogism contains the mean term with the major term, or predicate of the conclusion, and the minor proposition contains the mean term with the minor term, or subject of the conclusion. 4. Syllogisms are distinguished under different figures, according as the mean term occupies the place of subject or attribute in the premises. Logicians have established 4 figures of syllogisms, which are thus defined. The first figure is that in which the mean term is the subject, in the major proposition, and the predicate, in the minor. The second figure, that in which the mean term is the predicate, both in the major proposition and the minor. The third figure, that in which the mean term is the subject, both in the major and minor propositions. Finally, the fourth figure is that in which the mean term is the predicate in the major proposition and the subject in the minor. Let P be the minor term or subject of the conclusion, Q the major term or predicate of the conclusion, and M the mean term. The 4 figures of syllogism will be represented in the manner following. Figure first. Major proposition, M-Q. Minor proposition, P-M. Conclusion, P-Q. Figure second. Major proposition, Q-M. Minor proposition, P-M. Conclusion, P-Q. Figure third. Major proposition, M-Q. Minor proposition, M-P. Conclusion, P-Q. Figure fourth. Major proposition. Q-M. Minor proposition. M-P. Conclusion. P-Q. 5. Again, according as the propositions themselves are universal, or particular, affirmative, or negative, each figure contains several forms, called modes. In order, the more clearly, to represent these modes of each figure, we mark by the letter A, universal affirmative propositions, by the letter E, universal negative propositions, by the letter I, particular affirmative propositions, and finally by the letter O, particular negative propositions, or else. A represents a universal affirmative proposition, E represents a universal negative proposition, I represents a particular affirmative proposition, O represents a particular negative proposition. Hence, our 19 forms of syllogism above described are reducible to the 4 figures which I have just laid down, as in the following tables. 1. Modes of the first figure. This table has 4 boxes, 2 columns, and 2 rows. Upper left. First mode. A. Every M is Q, but every P is M, therefore every P is Q. Upper right-hand corner. Second mode. I. Every M is Q, but some P is M, therefore some P is Q. Lower left-hand corner. Third mode. E. No M is Q, but every P is M, therefore no P is Q. Lower right-hand corner. Fourth mode. EIO. No M is Q, but some P is M, therefore some P is not Q. 2. Modes of the second figure. This is a table with 4 boxes, 2 columns, 2 rows. Upper left-hand corner. First mode. AEE. Every Q is M, but no P is M, therefore no P is Q. Upper right-hand corner. Second mode. AOO. Every Q is M, but some P is not M, therefore some P is not Q. Lower left-hand corner. Third mode. EAE. No Q is M, but every P is M, therefore no P is Q. Lower right-hand corner. Fourth mode. EIO. No Q is M, but some P is M, therefore some P is not Q. 3. Modes of the third figure. Now we have a table with 2 columns and 3 rows. Upper left-hand corner. First mode. AAI. Every M is Q, but every M is P, therefore some P is Q. Upper right-hand corner. Second mode. IAI. Some M is Q, but every M is P, therefore some P is Q. Moving on to the second row, the left-hand side. Third mode. AII. Every M is Q, but some M is P, therefore some P is Q. And on the right side. Fourth mode. EAO. No M is Q, but every M is P, therefore some P is not Q. Now the third row, lower left-hand corner of the table. Fifth mode. EIO. No M is Q, but some M is P, therefore some P is not Q. Lower right-hand corner of the table. Sixth mode. OAO. Some M is not Q, but every M is P, therefore some P is not Q. 4. Modes of the fourth figure. This has a table with 3 rows. There are 2 columns in the first 2 rows and 1 column in the third row. So starting in the upper left-hand corner, first mode. AAI. Every Q is M, but every M is P, therefore some P is Q. Upper right-hand corner. Second mode. IAI. Some Q is M, but every M is P, therefore some P is Q. the second row, left-hand side. Third mode, AEE. Every Q is M, but no M is P, therefore no P is Q. Second row, right side. Fourth mode, EAO. No Q is M, but every M is P, therefore some P is not Q. And now the third row. Fifth mode, EIO. No Q is M, but some M is P, therefore some P is not Q. You see then that the first figure has 4 modes, the second 4, the third 6, the fourth 5, so that the whole of these modes together is 19, being precisely the same forms which I have above explained, and have just now disposed in the 4 figures. In other respects, the justness of each of these modes has already been demonstrated by the spaces which I employed to mark the notions. The only difference consists in these, that here I have made use of the letters P, Q, M instead of A, B, C. 28th February, 1761. End of letter 106. Letter 107 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Observations and Reflections on the Different Modes of Syllogism. I flatter myself that the following reflections will contribute not a little to place the nature of syllogisms in a clearer light. You must pay particular attention to the species of the propositions which compose the syllogisms of each of our 4 figures, that is to say, whether they are 1. Universal affirmative, the sign of which is A, or 2. Universal negative, the sign of which is E, or 3. Particular affirmative, the sign of which is I, or finally 4. Particular negative, the sign of which is O, and you will readily admit the justness of the following reflections. 1. In no instance are both the premises negative propositions. Logicians have hence formed this rule: from 2 negative propositions no conclusion can be drawn. The reason is evident, for laying down P and Q as the terms of the conclusion, and M as the mean term, if both premises are negative, the affirmation is that the notions P and Q are either wholly or in part out of M. It is, accordingly, impossible to conclude anything respecting the conformity or disconformity of the notions P and Q. Though I know from history that the Gauls were not Romans, and that neither were the Celtae Romans, this would not contribute in the least to inform me whether the Celtae were Gauls or not. 2 negative premises, therefore, lead to no conclusion. 2. Both premises are, in no one instance, particular propositions. Hence, this rule is logic. From 2 particular propositions, no conclusion can be drawn. Thus, for example, because some learned men are poor, and some others malevolent, it is impossible to conclude that those who are poor are malevolent, or that they are not so. If you reflect ever so little in the nature of a consequence, you must immediately perceive that 2 particular premises lead to no conclusion whatever. 3. If either of the premises is negative, the conclusion too must be negative. This is the third rule which logic prescribes. When something is denied in the premises, it is impossible to affirm anything in the conclusion. We must absolutely deny there likewise. This rule is perfectly confirmed by all the laws of syllogism, whose justice has been above demonstrated. 4. If one of the premises is particular, the conclusion too must be particular. This is the 4th rule prescribed in logic. The character of a particular preposition being the word some. If we speak only of some in one of the premises, it is impossible to speak generally in the conclusion. It must be restricted to some. This rule, likewise, is confirmed by all the laws of syllogism, whose justness is indubitable. 5. When both premises are affirmative, the conclusion is so likewise. But though both premises may be universal, the conclusion is not always universal. Sometimes it is particular only, as in the first mode of figures 3rd and 4th. 6. Beside universal and particular propositions, we sometimes make use of singular propositions, the subject of which is an individual, as when I say, Virgil was a great poet. The name Virgil is not a general notion containing several beings in itself. It is the proper name of a real individual who lived a great many years ago. This proposition is called singular, and when it is introduced into a syllogism, it is of importance to determine whether we are to consider it as holding the rank of a universal or particular proposition. 7. Certain authors insist that singular proposition must be ranked in the class of particulars, it being considered that a particular proposition speaks only of some beings comprehended in the notion, whereas a universal proposition speaks of all. Now, say these authors, when we speak of only a singular being, this is still less than when we speak of some, and consequently a singular proposition must be considered as very particular. 8. However well-founded this reasoning may appear, it cannot be admitted. The essence of a particular proposition consists in this, that it does not speak of all beings, comprehended in the notion of the subject, whereas a universal proposition speaks of all without exception. Thus, when it is said, some citizens of Berlin are rich, the subject of this proposition is the notion of all the citizens of Berlin. But this subject is not taken in all its extent. Its signification is expressly restricted to some, and by this, particular propositions are essentially distinguished from universal, as they turn on only a part of the things comprehended in their subject. 9. It is clearly evident from this remark that a singular proposition must be considered as universal, as, in speaking of an individual, say Virgil, it, in no respect, restricts the notion of the subject, which is Virgil himself, but rather admits it in all its extent. And, for this reason, the same rules which take place in universal propositions apply likewise to singular propositions. The following is, accordingly, a very good syllogism. Voltaire is a philosopher, but Voltaire is a poet, therefore some poets are philosophers. And it would be faulty if the two premises were particular propositions, but being considered as universal, the syllogism belongs to a figure third, and the first mode of the form AAI. The individual idea of Voltaire is the mean term, which is the subject of both major and minor, and this is the character of figure third. 10. Finally, I must remark that hitherto I have spoken only of simple propositions, which contain only two notions, the one of which is affirmed or denied, universally or particularly. With respect to compound propositions, logic prescribes particular rules. March 3rd, 1761. End of letter 107.
Letter 108 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Hypothetical propositions and syllogisms constructed of them. We have, hitherto, considered simple propositions only, or such as contain but two notions, the one of which is the subject, the other the predicate. These propositions can form no other syllogisms except those which I have laid before you, and which are contained in the four figures above explained. But we, likewise, frequently employ compound propositions, which contain more than two notions, and respecting which other rules are to be observed in order to deduce fair conclusions from them. Of these compound propositions, the most common are those which are called hypothetical or conditional, which contain two complete propositions with an affirmation that, if one is true, the other is so likewise. The following is an example of a conditional proposition. If the Gazette speaks truth, peace is not very distant. Here are two propositions. The first, the Gazette speaks truth, or the Gazette is true, and the other, peace is not very distant, or peace is approaching. Now, these two propositions must be connected together in such a manner that if the first is true, the second is so likewise. Or it is maintained that the second proposition is a necessary consequence of the first, so that the former cannot be true without establishing the truth of the other also. Supposing, then, that the gazettes announce the approach of peace, we are warranted in saying that, if the gazettes are true, peace must be at hand. Without this condition, such a proposition leads to nothing. But if this condition is complied with, then with the addition of some other proposition, there are two ways of drawing a conclusion from it. First, when some person assures us that the Gazette speaks truth, for hence we conclude that peace is near. Second, when we are told that peace is still very distant, then we make no hesitation in thence concluding that the Gazette does not speak truth. You see that these two conclusions are general, and give two forms of hypothetical, or conditional, syllogisms, which may thus be represented. First form: if A is B, C will be D, but A is B, therefore C is D. Second form: if A is B, C will be D, but C is not D, therefore A is not B. These two are the only just conclusions, and you must be carefully on your guard against the fallacy of the two following forms. First erroneous form: if A is B, C will be D, but A is not B, therefore C is not D. Second erroneous form: if A is B, C will be D, but C is D, therefore A is B. These are both fallacious. In the example adduced, I should reason inconclusively if I argued in this manner. If the Gazette speaks truth, peace is approaching, but the Gazette does not speak truth, therefore peace is not approaching. It is undoubtedly true that the Gazette may not speak truth. Nevertheless, it is very possible that peace may be approaching. The other form is equally erroneous. If the Gazette is true, peace approaches. But peace approaches, therefore the Gazette is true. Let us suppose that this consolatory truth, peace approaches, were revealed to us, so as to be put beyond the possibility of doubt. It would by no means follow that gazettes are true, or that they never contain untruths. I hope, at least, that peace is at hand, though I am very far from putting confidence in the truth of the gazettes. These two last forms of syllogisms, therefore, are fallacious, but the two preceding are certainly good, and never lead into error, provided that the first conditional proposition is true, or that the last part be a necessary consequence of the first. Of this conditional proposition, if A is B, C will be D, the first part, A is B, is called the antecedent, and the other, C will be D, the consequent. Logic prescribes the two following rules to direct us in this style of reasoning. 1. Whoever admits the antecedent must likewise admit the consequent. 2. Whoever denies or rejects the consequent must likewise deny or reject the antecedent. But you may very well deny the antecedent without denying the consequent, and likewise admit the consequent without admitting the antecedent. There are still other compound propositions, of which also syllogisms may be formed. It will, perhaps, be sufficient to produce a single example. Having this proposition, every substance is body or spirit, the conclusion will run in the following manner. 1. But such a substance is not body, therefore it is spirit. 2. But such a substance is body, therefore it is not spirit. But it is entirely unnecessary to detain you longer on this subject. 7th of March, 1761. End of letter 108.
Letter 109 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of the impression of sensations on the soul. Having endeavoured to unfold the principles of logic, whose object it is to lay down infallible rules for right reasoning, I must still detain you a little longer on the subject of ideas. We undoubtedly derive them, in the first instance, from real objects, which strike our senses, and as far as they are struck with any object, a sensation corresponding is thereby excited in the soul. Not only do the senses represent to the soul the idea of that object, but they give it full assurance of its existence out of us, and it is of importance to remark that the sensation is not indifferent to the soul, but always accompanied with some pleasure or disgust to a greater or less degree. Now, having once acquired, through this medium, the idea of any object, the soul loses it not when the object ceases to act upon our senses. It is only the sensation by which the soul is agreeably or disagreeably affected that is lost. But it still preserves the idea of the object itself, not that the idea is ever present to it, or that it continually cherishes such idea in thought, but it possesses the power of awakening or recalling the idea at pleasure. This faculty of the soul by which it is enabled to recollect ideas once perceived is called reminiscence, which contains the source of memory. Deprived of the power of recalling past ideas, that of perceiving would answer little or no purpose. If we lost every moment the recollection of ideas once perceived, we should always be in the state of newborn infants, that is, in a state of the most profound ignorance. Reminiscence, then, is the most precious gift which the Creator has bestowed on the soul of man, and here its spirituality shines in the brightest lustre, for, by means of this faculty, the soul gradually rises to the attainment of knowledge the most sublime. But though recollected ideas represent to us the same objects which perceived ideas do, they differ from them, however, in this, that they are not accompanied with the sensation, nor with the conviction that the objects really exist. If you have once been a spectator of a conflagration, you can recall the idea of it whenever you will, without imagining, however, that there really is one. It is even possible that for a very long time you may not have thought of such a conflagration, but without having lost the power of recalling the idea of it. It is the same with respect to all the ideas which we have once perceived, but it frequently happens that we lose almost entirely the recollection, or in other words, forget them. We remark, nevertheless, a very great difference between ideas forgotten and ideas wholly unknown, or such as we never had. With respect to the first, as soon as the same object presents itself afresh to our senses, we much more easily catch the idea of it, and we recollect perfectly that it is the same which we had forgotten. This would not be the case had we never possessed it. It is here that the materialists boast of having found a demonstration of their opinions. They conclude from it that it is extremely clear the soul is nothing else but a subtle matter on which external objects are capable of making some slight impression by means of the senses, that this impression is nothing else but the idea of the objects, and that as long as it remains, the recollection is preserved, but that we forget it when the impression is totally effaced. If this reasoning were solid, ideas must necessarily remain always present with us till we forget them. This, however, is not the case, for we recall them when we please, and if the impression were effaced, how could matter recollect that it formerly had that impression on receiving it afresh? And though it be very certain that the action of objects on the senses produces some change in the brain, this change is very different from the idea which is occasioned by it, and the sentiment of pleasure or disgust, as well as the judgment respecting the object itself, which cause this impression, equally require a being wholly different from matter and endowed with qualities of quite a different nature. Our advances in knowledge are not limited to ideas perceived. The same ideas, recollected in the memory, form for us by abstraction general ideas of them, which contain at once a great number of individual ideas. And how many abstract ideas do we form respecting the qualities and accidents of objects, which have no relation to anything corporeal, such as the notions of virtue, of wisdom, etc.? This, after all, refers only to the understanding which comprehends but a part of the faculties of the soul. The other part is not less extensive, namely, the will and liberty, on which depend all our resolutions and actions. There is nothing in the body relative to this quality by which the soul freely determines itself to certain actions, even after mature deliberation. It pays regard to motives without being forced to submit to their influence, and liberty is so essential to it, as well as to all spirits, that it would be as impossible to imagine a spirit without liberty as a body without extension. God himself could not divest a spirit of this essential property. It is by this, accordingly, that we are enabled to solve all the perplexing questions respecting the origin of evil, the permission of sin, and the existence of all the calamities by which the world is oppressed. Their great and only source is human liberty. 10th of March, 1761. End of letter 109.
Letter 110 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony. Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of the origin and permission of evil and of sin. The origin and permission of evil in the world is an article which has, in all ages, greatly perplexed theologians and philosophers. To believe that God, a being supremely good, should have created this world, and to see it overwhelmed with such variety of evil, appears so contradictory that some found themselves reduced to the necessity of admitting two principles, the one supremely good, the other supremely evil. This was the opinion entertained by the ancient heretics, known in history by the name of Manichaeans, who, feeling no other way of accounting for the origin of evil, were reduced to this extremity. Though the question be exceedingly complicated, this single remark, that liberty is a quality essential to spirits, dispels at once a great part of the difficulties which would otherwise be insurmountable. In truth, when God had created man, it was too late to prevent sin, his liberty being susceptible of no constraint. But I shall be told it would have been better not to create such and such men, or spirits who, as God must have foreseen, would abuse their liberty and plunge into sin. I should deem it rather rash to enter upon this discussion, and to pretend to judge the choice which God might have been able to make in creating spirits. And, perhaps, the plan of the universe required the existence of spirits of every possible description. And, in fact, when we reflect that not only our Earth, but all the planets, are the habitations of rational beings, and that even all the fixed stars are suns, each of which may have around it a system of planets, likewise habitable, it is clear that the number of all the beings endowed with reason, which have existed, which do exist, and which shall exist, in the whole universe, must be infinite. It is, therefore, unpardonable presumption to insinuate that God ought not to have granted existence to a great number of spirits. And the very persons who thus reproach their Maker would certainly not wish to be of the number of those to whom existence was denied. This first objection, then, is sufficiently done away, and it is in no way inconsistent with the divine perfections that existence has been bestowed on all spirits, good and bad. It is, next, alleged that the mischievousness of spirits, or reasonable beings, ought to have been repressed by the divine omnipotence. On this I remark that liberty is so essential to all spirits as to be beyond all power of constraint. The only method of governing spirits consists in the use of motives to dispose them to what is good and to dissuade them from evil. But, in this respect, we find not the slightest ground of complaint. The most powerful motives have, undoubtedly, been proposed to all spirits to incline them to good, these motives being founded on their own salvation. But they by no means employ constraint, for this would be contrary to their nature, and in all respects impossible. However wicked men may be, it can never be in their power to excuse themselves from ignorance of the motives which would have prompted them to good. The divine law, which constantly aims at their everlasting happiness, is engraven on their heart, and it must always be their own fault if they plunge into evil. Religion discovers to us, likewise, so many other means which God employs to reclaim us from our wanderings, that, on this side, we may rest confidently assured that God has omitted nothing which could have prevented the malignant explosions of men and of other reasonable beings. But those who bewilder themselves in such doubts respecting the origin and the permission of evil in the world perpetually confound the corporeal with the spiritual world. They imagine that spirits are, as bodies, susceptible of constraint. Severe discipline is, frequently, capable of preventing, among the children of a family, the soldiers of an army, or the inhabitants of a city, the open eruption of perverse dispositions. But it must be carefully remarked that this constraint extends only to what is corporeal. It, in no respect, restrains the spirit from being as vicious and as malignant as if it enjoyed the most unbounded license. Human governments must rest contented with this exterior, or apparent, tranquillity, and give themselves little trouble about the real dispositions of men's minds. But, before God, the thoughts all lie open, and perverse inclinations, however concealed from men, are as abominable in his fight as if they had broke out into the most atrocious actions. Men suffer themselves to be dazzled by false appearances, but God has respect to the real dispositions of every spirit, according as they are virtuous or vicious, independently of the actions which flow from them. The Holy Scriptures contain, to this purpose, the most pointed declarations, and inform us that he who meditates only the destruction of his neighbor, suffering himself to be hurried away by a spirit of hatred, is as criminal in the fight of God as the actual murderer, and that he who indulges a covetous desire of another's property is, in his estimation, as much a thief as he who really steals. In this respect, therefore, the government of God over spirits, or rational beings, is infinitely different from that which men exercise over men like themselves. And we greatly err if we imagine that a government, which appears the best in the eyes of men, is really so in the judgment of God. This is a reflection of which we ought never to lose sight. 14th of March, 1761. End of letter 110.
Letter 111 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler. Translated by Henry Hunter. Of Moral and Physical Evil. When complaint is made of the evil which prevails in the world, a distribution of them into two classes takes place: moral evils and physical evils. The class of moral evils contains the perverse or vicious inclinations, the disposition of spirits to what is evil or criminal, which is undoubtedly the most grievous calamity and the greatest imperfection which can exist. In truth, regard to spirits, it is impossible to conceive a more deplorable irregularity than when they deviate from the eternal laws of virtue and abandon themselves to the commission of vice. Virtue is the only means of rendering a spirit happy. To bestow felicity on a vicious spirit is beyond the power of God himself. Every spirit addicted to vice is necessarily miserable, and unless it return to virtue, its misery cannot come to an end. Such is the idea I form of demons, of wicked and infernal spirits, an idea which to me appears consonant to what Scripture suggests on the subject. Infidels make a jest of this. But as men cannot pretend to be the best of all rational beings, neither can they boast of being the most wicked. There are undoubtedly beings much more depraved than the most malignant of mankind, such as devils. But I have already made it appear that the existence of so many corrupted men and spirits ought not to form any objection against the perfection of this world, much less be considered as an imputation on the Supreme Being. A spirit, the devil not excepted, is always a being, excellent and infinitely superior to everything that can be conceived in the corporeal world, and this world, as far as it contains an infinite number of spirits of all orders, is always a work of the highest perfection. Now, all spirits being essentially free, criminality was possible from the commencement of their existence, and could not be prevented even by the divine omnipotence. Besides, spirits are the authors of the evils which necessarily result from sin, every free agent being always the only author of evil which he commits, and consequently these evils cannot be imputed to the Creator. As among men, the workman who makes the sword is not responsible for the mischief that is done with it. Thus, with respect to the moral evils which prevail in the world, the sovereign goodness of God is sufficiently justified. The other class is that of physical evils, contains all the calamities and miseries to which men are exposed in this world. It is admitted that most of these are a necessary consequence of the malice and other vicious propensities with which men as well as other spirits are infected. But as these consequences are communicated by means of bodies, it is asked why God should permit to wicked spirits the power of acting so efficaciously on bodies, and of employing them as instruments to execute their pernicious purposes. A father who saw his son on the point of committing a murder would snatch the sword out of his hand and prevent the perpetration of a crime so heinous. I have already observed that this abandoned son is equally guilty before God, whether he has actually accomplished his design or only made ineffectual efforts to execute it, and the father who prevented him does not thereby render him better. We may nevertheless confidently maintain that God does not permit a free course to the wickedness of man. Did nothing resist the execution of all the pernicious purposes of the human heart, how miserable should we be! We frequently see that the wicked have great difficulties to encounter, and though they should succeed, they have no power over the consequences of their actions, which always depend on so many other circumstances, that in the issue they produce the directly opposite effect from what was intended. It cannot be denied, at the same time, that there may result from these calamities and miseries to torment mankind, and it is imagined that the world would be infinitely better governed were God to interpose an effectual restraint to the wickedness and audacity of men. It would undoubtedly be very easy for God to crush to death a tyrant before he could realize his cruel and oppressive designs, or to strike dumb an unjust judge who was going to pronounce an iniquitous sentence. We might then live quietly and enjoy all the comforts of life, supposing God were to grant us the blessing of health and all the good things we could wish for. Our happiness would be thus perfect. On this plan they would have the world governed, in order to render us all happy, the wicked disabled to perpetrate their criminal purposes, and the good in possession of the peaceful enjoyment of all the blessings which they can desire. If believed, and with good reason, that God wishes the happiness of men, and it is a matter of surprise that this world should be so different from the plan which is imagined the most proper for the attainment of this end. We rather see the wicked frequently enjoying not only the advantages of this life, but put in a condition to execute their machinations, to the confusion and distress of persons of worth, while the good are oppressed and overwhelmed by the most sensible evils, diseases, mortifications, loss of goods, and in general by every species of calamity, and that at last the good as well as the bad must infallibly die, which appears to be the greatest of all evils. Looking on the world in this point of view, one is tempted to call in question the supreme wisdom and goodness of the Creator, but it is a hazard which we must take great care to shun. 17th March, 1761. End of Letter 111. Letter 112 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Reply to complaints of the existence of physical evil. Supposing our existence limited to the present life, the possession of the good things of this world, and the enjoyment of every delight, would be very far from filling up the measure of our happiness. All are agreed that true felicity consists in mental tranquillity and satisfaction, which are seldom, if ever, accompanied with that brilliancy of condition which is considered as such an inestimable blessing by those who judge only from appearances. The insufficiency of temporal good things to render us happy becomes still more manifest when we come to reflect on our real destination. Death does not put a period to our existence. It rather transmits us into another life, which is to endure forever. The faculties of our soul and our attainments in knowledge will then no doubt be carried to the highest perfection, and it is on this new state that our real happiness depends, and this state cannot be happy without virtue. The infinite perfections of the Supreme Being, which we now perceive only as through a thick cloud, shall then shine in the brightest luster, and shall become the principal object of our contemplation, admiration, adoration. There not only shall our understanding find the most inexhaustible stores of pure and perfect knowledge, but we shall be permitted to hope for admission into favor with the Supreme Being, and to aspire after the most endearing expressions of his love. How happy do we reckon the peculiar favorites of a great prince, especially if he is really great, though the favors which he bestows are marred by many infusions of bitterness. What will it then be, in life to come, when God himself shall shed abroad his love in our hearts, a love the effects of which shall never be interrupted nor destroyed? This shall thenceforward constitute a felicity infinitely surpassing all that we can conceive. In order to a participation of these inexpressible favors, flowing from the love of the Supreme Being, it is natural that on our part we should be penetrated with sentiments of the most lively affection to him. This blessed union absolutely requires in us a certain disposition, without which we should be incapable of participating in it. And this disposition consists in virtue, the basis of which is the love of God and that of our neighbor. The attainment of virtue, then, should be our chief and only object in this life, where we exist but for this end, to prepare for and to render ourselves worthy of partaking in supreme and eternal felicity. In this point of view we must form a judgment of the events which befall us in this life. It is not the possession of the good things of this world that renders us happy. It is rather a situation which most effectually conducts to virtue. If prosperity were the certain means of rendering us happy, we might be suffered to complain of adversity. But adversity may rather have the effect of confirming our virtue, and in this view all the complaints of men respecting the physical evils of life are likewise completely done away. You have no difficulty, then, in comprehending that God had the most solid reasons for admitting into the world so many calamities and miseries, as the whole obviously contributes to our salvation. It is unquestionably true that these calamities are, for the most part, natural consequences of human corruption. But it is in this very thing that we must principally admire the wisdom of the Supreme Being, who knows how to overrule the most vicious actions for our final happiness. Many good people would not have reached such a sublimity of virtue had they not been oppressed and tormented by cruelty and injustice. I have already remarked that bad actions are such only with regard to those who commit them. The determination of their soul alone is criminal, the action itself being a thing purely corporeal. Inasmuch as, considered independently of the person who commits it, there is nothing either good or evil in the case. A mason falling from the roof of a house upon a man as certainly kills him as the most determined assassin. The action is absolutely the same, but the mason is not guilty in the slightest degree, whereas the assassin deserves the severest punishment. Thus, however criminal actions may be with regard to those who commit them, we must consider them in quite a different light as they affect ourselves, or produce an influence on our situation. We ought therefore to reflect that nothing can befall us but what is perfectly consonant to the sovereign wisdom of God. The wicked may be guilty of injustice towards us, but we cannot upon the whole suffer from it. No one can ever injure us, though he may greatly hurt himself, and in everything that comes to pass we ought always to acknowledge God, as if it befell us immediately by his express appointment. We may, moreover, rest assured that it is not from caprice or merely to vex us that God disposes the events in which we are concerned, but that they must infallibly terminate in our true happiness. Those who consider all events in this light will soon have the satisfaction of being convinced that God exercises a peculiar care over them. 21st March, 1761. End of Letter 112. Letter 113 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. The real destination of man. Usefulness and necessity of adversity. I hope you have no doubts remaining with respect to this great question, how the evils of this world can be reconciled to the supreme wisdom and goodness of the Creator. The solution of it is incontestably founded on the real definition of man and of other intelligent beings, whose existence is not limited to this life. The moment that we lose sight of this important truth, we find ourselves involved in the greatest perplexity, and if man were created only for this life, it would assuredly be impossible to establish a consistency between the perfections of God and the distresses and miseries with which this world is oppressed. Those miseries would be but too real, and it were absolutely impossible to explain how the prosperity of the wicked and the misery of so many good people could consist with the divine justice. But no sooner do we reflect that this life is but the commencement of our existence, and that it is serving as a preparation for one that shall endure eternally, the face of things is entirely changed, and we are obliged to form a very different judgment of the evils with which this life appears to be overspread. I have already remarked that the prosperity which we enjoy in this world is the reverse of a suitable preparation for a future life, and for rendering us worthy of the felicity which there awaits us. However important to our happiness the possession of the good things of this world may appear, this quality pertains to them only in so far as they are impressed with the signatures of divine goodness, independent of which no earthly possessions could constitute our felicity. Real happiness is to be found only in God himself. All other delights are but an empty shade, and are capable of yielding only a momentary satisfaction. Accordingly, we see that those who enjoy them in the greatest abundance are quickly satiated, and this apparent felicity serves only to inflame their desires and to disorder their passions, by estranging them from the supreme good, instead of bringing them nearer to him. But true felicity consists in that perfect union with God which cannot subsist without a love and a confidence in his goodness, transcending all things. And this love requires a certain disposition of soul for which we must be making preparation in this life. This disposition is virtue, the foundation of which is contained in these two great precepts. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy strength, and with all thy mind. And the other which is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Every other disposition of soul which deviates from these two precepts is vicious and absolutely unworthy to partake of true happiness. It is as impossible for a vicious man to enjoy happiness in the life to come as for a deaf man to relish the pleasure of an exquisite piece of music. He must be forever excluded from it, not by an arbitrary decree of God, but by the very nature of the thing, a vicious man not being from his own nature susceptible of supreme felicity. If we consider the order and economy of the world in this point of view, nothing can be more perfectly disposed for the attainment of this great end. All events, the calamities themselves which we undergo, are the most suitable means for conducting us to true happiness. And in this respect it may be with truth affirmed that this is indeed the best world possible, as everything in it concurs to promote our eternal salvation. When I reflect that nothing befalls me by chance, but that every event is directed by Providence, in the view of rendering me truly and everlastingly happy, how ought this consideration to raise my thoughts to God, and so replenish my soul with the purest affection. But however efficacious these means may be in themselves, they exercise no force upon our minds, to which liberty is so essential, that no degree of constraint can possibly take place. Experience, accordingly, frequently demonstrates that our attachment to the objects of the sense renders us too vicious to listen to these salutary admonitions. Abuse of the means which would have improved our virtue plunges us deeper and deeper into vice, and hurries us aside from the only path that leads to happiness. 24th March, 1761. End of letter 113. Letter 114 of Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Letters on Different Subjects in Natural Philosophy, Volume 1, by Leonhard Euler, translated by Henry Hunter. Of True Happiness, Conversion of Sinners. Reply to Objections on the Subject. The holy life of the Apostles and of the other primitive Christians appears to me an irrefutable proof of the truth of the Christian religion. If true happiness consists in union with the Supreme Being, which it is impossible for a moment to doubt, the enjoyment of this happiness necessarily requires on our part a certain disposition founded on supreme love to God and the most perfect charity toward our neighbor, so that all those who are destitute of this disposition destroy their own pretensions to celestial felicity, and wicked men are, from their very nature, necessarily excluded from it, it being impossible for God himself to render them happy, for the divine omnipotence extends only to things which are in their nature possible, and liberty is so essential to spirits that no degree of constraint can take place with respect to them. It is only by motives, therefore, that spirits can be determined to that which is good. Now, what motives could be proposed to the apostles and other disciples of Jesus Christ to embrace a virtuous life more powerful than the instructions of their divine Master, his miracles, his sufferings, his death and resurrection, of which they were witnesses? All these striking events, united to a doctrine the most sublime, must have excited in their hearts the most fervent love and the most profound veneration for God, whom they could not but consider and adore as at once their Heavenly Father and the absolute Lord of the whole universe. These lively impressions must necessarily have stifled in their breasts every vicious propensity and have confirmed them more and more in the practice of virtue. This salutary effect on the minds of the apostles has nothing in it of itself miraculous, or which encroaches in the smallest degree on their liberty, though the events be supernatural. The great requisite was simply a heart docile and uncorrupted by vice and passion. The mission, then, of Jesus Christ into the world produced in the minds of the apostles this disposition, so necessary to the attainment and the enjoyment of supreme happiness, and that mission still supplies the same motives to pursue the same end. We have only to read attentively and without prejudice, the history of it, and seriously to meditate on all the events. I confine myself to the salutary effects of our Saviour's mission, without presuming to dive into the mysteries of the work of our redemption, which infinitely transcend the powers of human understanding. I only remark that these effects, of the truth of which we are convinced by experience, could not be produced by illusion or human imposture. They are too salutary not to be divine. They are likewise perfectly in harmony with the incontestable principles which we have laid down, that spirits can be governed only by motives. Theologians have maintained, and some still maintain, that conversion is the immediate operation of God, without any cooperation on the part of man. They imagine that an act of the divine will is sufficient to transform, in an instant, the greatest miscreant into a virtuous man. These good gentlemen may mean extremely well, and consider themselves as thus exalting the divine omnipotence. But this sentiment seems to me inconsistent with the justice and goodness of God, even though it were not subversive of human liberty. How it will with this reason be said, if a simple exertion of the divine omnipotence is sufficient for the instantaneous conversion of every sinner, can it be possible that the decree should not actually pass rather than leave so many thousands to perish, or employ the work of redemption by which a part only of mankind is saved? I acknowledge that this objection appears to me much more formidable than all those which infidelity raises against our holy religion, and which are founded entirely in ignorance of the true definition of man. But blessed be God, it can have no place in the system which I have taken the liberty to propose. Some divines will perhaps accuse me of heresy, as if I were maintaining that the power of man is sufficient for his conversion. But this reproach affects me not, as I am conscious of intending to place the goodness of God in its clearest light. In the work of conversion, man makes perfect use of his liberty, which is unsusceptible of constraint, but man is always determined by motives. Now these motives are suggested by the circumstances and conjunctures of his condition. They depend entirely on divine providence, which regulates all events conformably to the laws of sovereign wisdom. It is God, therefore, who places men every instant in circumstances the most favorable, and from which they may derive motives the most powerful, to produce their conversion, so that men are always indebted to God for the means which promote their salvation. I have already remarked that however wicked the actions of men may be, they have no power over their consequences, and that God, when he created the world, arranged the course of all events so that every man should be every instant placed in circumstances to him the most salutary. Happy the man who has wisdom to turn them to good account. This conviction must operate in us the happiest effects: unbounded love to God, with a firm reliance on his providence, and the purest charity toward our neighbor. This idea of the Supreme Being, as exalted as it is consolatory, ought to replenish our hearts with virtue the most sublime, and effectually prepare us for the enjoyment of life eternal. 28th March, 1761. End of letter 114.